Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to Sweden. The sun is out. We're ready for some fun. It's the third day of the Nordic Smash T20. 3 big clashes coming your way. Once again, we'll see all 6 teams in the competition. This is kind of moving day. The table is pretty clustered at the moment. Middle 4 teams all 1 win out of their 2 games. We do have 1 team at the top of the table. That's Stockholm City, and we have 1 team at the bottom, Mavericks, who certainly will have some work to do here. Mavericks taking on Västerås United in match number 7. News from the toss is that the Mavericks won it and they are fielding, so a change of tactics from their captain, Jared Wilson, and Västerås United will get to open up proceedings with the bat. Beautiful conditions today, although it is pretty windy. Big wind left to right on your screen as you watch it right now. Got 16 degrees already, heading for 22. So certainly much better weather. We're not expecting any rain interruptions. And by far, it's the best conditions we've had so far in this tournament. Will Basisto faces up. First ball from Pramodya Abekun. Lets it pass harmlessly to the keeper. Captain Will Basisto, former Australian under-19 skipper, also spent time with Western Australia, South Australia and the Perth Scorchers. He's out there with Sharov Sarkar for Västerås United. Want to say good morning to everyone in the chat as well. Johnny Heason, well, let me be amongst the first to say happy birthday to you, Johnny. I know I'll try and give you some special attention today. Teen will be back shortly and will be... Oh, geez, I think that would have been out, you know. He won't get an overthrow, but that could have been the end of Sarkar without facing a ball. Yeah, Teen will be back pretty shortly. Again, still got a few layers on because the wind is pretty brisk, but I can tell you there's something different about the sun when you get up in Scandinavia in June or July. It's incredibly bright if you're not used to it. See how some of the players adapt to that today. Little late cut here. We'll test the outfield actually. Sarkar quite get enough on it to get it all the way, but he will collect 2. Yeah, some of the players that haven't played here before, they might be a bit stunned by the brilliance of the sunlight. But I will say it is very windy. And like I said, left to right on your screen, you can tell by the players' clothing. A few of the hats are flying already. I do worry about the stumps as well. They've done pretty well under the conditions, but they're not really normal cricket conditions. This kind of wind, the stump eye is in place and ready to go at both ends. Sam Sarkar tries but doesn't beat cover. There's Jared Wilson, the Maverick skipper. Interesting that he decided he wanted to bowl first today. And an interesting fact is that all 6 matches in the competition so far have been won by teams batting second. So there's obviously something to that. Could be a coincidence, but I think if you are winning the toss, you're probably going with the trend, not fighting it. Imagine this is a good breeze as well for Pramodya Abekun to bring the ball into the right-hander, straighten it down the line, maybe bring the stumps and the LBW into play. Looking at the 2 lineups, well, Västerås United rely heavily for runs on their captain, Will Basisto. As I said, got Sarkar out there. Watch out for Jean-Pierre Amid as well. JP with pretty good touch yesterday. Also, he's been keeping brilliantly so far. Ken Gase, interesting in the lineup, but not batting just yet. You'll have to wait and see. Right now, we're seeing a cover drive, which is just going to dribble into the rope. Again, that's into the wind that side. The field, I think it will be quicker as the day goes on. I think it holds a little bit of moisture overnight, but I think with the wind and the sunshine, I think the afternoon will see the quickest outfield so far. But that is the end of the first over. Gives me a chance to welcome Rob Thompson as well. Hey, well done to New Zealand in the football as well. Getting a draw with Iran, who are some 60 places above them, I think, in the world rankings. Jump into the chat, Nordic Smash T20, and say hello. Also, really excited, the desibox.co signs are dotted around the ground. I've counted 4 or 5 of them. If any player hits a 6 that hits a Desibox sign or Desibox banner, they will collect 500 euros cash. It was almost enough to get me out of the suit and into the cricket gear. Because I mean, who doesn't like hitting 6 and who doesn't like winning money? So Let's see if anyone can challenge for that. Also, big thanks to our partners at Stride and 19 Yards. Really do appreciate their support. Everyone just seems a bit more of an optimistic mood today, I've got to say, with a lot of blue sky and the opportunity to have a full complement of overs. Really sound to hear Mr. Maximo of the Nordic Smash T20 joining me once again at the start of day 3 is Tina Goff. Welcome back, Tina.
Morning, Vinny. Morning, everyone. And a big happy birthday to John as well. Hope you have the best day. Thank you as ever for your support and, most importantly, the chocolate you bring me every time.
What does he want for his birthday, though? Tell us, John.
Yeah.
What can we do for you? First one gets away down the leg side. It's one of those ones where I think Zayn Ali here, assuming the ball's going to swing out to the right-hander, but if it doesn't, then it's going to go well down the leg side. And Paddy Googe did a good job to his left. Wearing his old faithful white keeping gloves. No real swing yet for Zayn Ali. Mavericks, although they're the only team without a win in the series, I wouldn't say that they've been outclassed in their game so far. It's just one of those things. They've had 2 games which they have been competitive. On the first day, first game actually, 167 off 10 overs, and that was reduced on Duckworth Lewis. They ended up just not being that effective against Stockholm City, who won in what turned out to be a T5 match, 20 for one team, 5 for the other. So that was rain affected. You can't read too much into that. And then yesterday we saw them make a good start with the bat, but just kind of fell away in the second half, scored 159 in match number 5 against the Uppsala Tigers. And in a real thriller, the Tigers ended up hitting the winning runs off the last ball to win 160, 159. It does take off a little bit off the length, but down the leg side, so Bazisto will get another delivery. So yeah, they're I will say, I know it's only midweek, but for the Malmö Mavericks, you already feel like this is a kind of playing for their spot in the competition.
Yeah.
Don't want to go 0-3. And they're the only team in that position, Tina.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Especially after that first day where you can forgive them that defeat with the rain and the reduced overs. Yesterday was just one of those games where they didn't really click. It's always difficult when you come into a tournament with 18 new players having to gel as a team, and it's pretty much do or die now.
Well, my mail is that everyone here, you know, the management, the owners, and the support staff, they all want success, don't they? And the Mavericks, I think, they had, I don't want to call it a crisis meeting last night, but they certainly had the right act read, saying, you know, guys, it's great, you know, feeling's good, but we need a win. We need it soon. Zayn Ali really not able to get this new ball dancing the way he wants it to dance at the moment. So I expect the Mavericks to come out fired up. They've decided they want to field, they get this opportunity to chase. It's not something they've been able to do in the series so far. They've batted first twice and twice they've had to wear the loss. When you look at the quality in their side, certainly they don't look like a bottom of the ladder proposition. So the positive for them would be that if they were to win this game, then you're looking at, you know, being 1 and 2, and actually you're in the same position as a team like Västerås United. It's not like the Mavericks have been wiped off the park or anything like that. Drives and mishandled at cover. Tell you what, Saka was caught ball watching there, and he was lucky that it wasn't handled cleanly by the captain, Jared Wilson, in the infield. Otherwise, we might have had a run out at the keeper's end. But anyway, it will be the end of the second over. Really, honours even for me so far. 17 without loss after 2.
We were saying yesterday, weren't we, that every team's playing 5 games. So if you lose 3, you're already putting yourself in a very tough situation to try and get through. Top 4 out of the 6 go through. Imagine maybe the team that's in 4th place could sneak through with 2 wins.
I think they probably could. I mean, mathematically, you could with 1.
Yeah.
But I just think with such an even competition, you expect or basically 2.5 wins is an average amount of wins. Okay, so 2 with a net run rate, I can see getting you in. The only time that you might get in, I just don't see you getting in with 1. Probably mathematically possible, but I doubt it. Maybe if you had a no result. That's cut away, just a single as Pramodya will continue in over number 3. Don't forget 6 over power play, and after that, 5 outfielders will be allowed outside the circle. How was your night, Tina? What did you get up to?
Not much. I mean, by the time we got back, it was about 8 o'clock, wasn't it? And I was immediately in bed watching the cricket because there was England-Ireland that was slightly delayed. It was nice of them to delay the start for when we got back to the hotel.
I think they were up watching the Nordic smash.
Yeah, I think they were.
A couple of thrilling games to finish the day yesterday.
So I watched not even all of that. I think half of that before I was away with the fairies. Long days and cold days yesterday.
Nice cut shot here. Our field seems a little bit slow this morning. Maybe we're just fooled by the sunlight. Still a bit of moisture in the turf. Yeah, I thought that might be a short conversation what you did last night because we got back to the hotel and you said good night.
It was one of those days where the cold by the end was getting right into my bones. I will say though, I was very exemplary. Got up at 10 to 6 this morning to get to the gym.
Oh, I thought, yeah.
Feeling very smug.
Yeah, so you should. I would have. I didn't bring my gym shoes though. So I thought about trekking barefoot through the Swedish countryside, but I thought better of it. Long day ahead. Hey, hello to Rob Thompson as well, and apparently Holly Tomo, as she's known in the chat, has just had a new addition to her family, Winter. So congratulations, Rob. Congratulations, Holly. 2 members of the Eastern European cricket community. Uh-oh. That was not an easy backup, but pretty well done by, I think it's Perchard there, who dived acrobatically to his right to save an overthrow. And, well, Rico, he's always one step ahead of us, isn't he? He's just wished, well, apparently Johnny got a happy birthday from Rico just before midnight.
Well, it's just as well Johnny's not German, because in Germany it's
Is that bad luck?
Yeah.
And like flicking your calendar over to the next day. I've heard that's bad luck.
Yeah. But Rico, he's always good luck.
Head of the game.
Good luck charm.
It must be easy when you got the week off.
Put his feet up. Come on, Rico. Pull your finger out.
Yeah, he's just finished a tour of Switzerland. Next we'll see Rico in action in European cricket will be in Bulgaria. Bulgaria's an interesting country to go to.
I've never been.
It's different. But good different. But still the only, we were talking about yesterday, the only place that we ever had a match cancelled due to snow.
You are repping the Bulgarian colours as well today. Looking absolutely dashing.
I thought maybe luck of the Irish might come out today. Well, we've got to spend no expense here to try and give you the best audio because we currently have one of our crew climbing up like Spider-Man on the balcony. And the insurance premiums here must be pretty expensive. Hit through the line here. It's a nice shot. Really nice shot. As Resisto plays a cracking on drive. That'll be the end of the over as well. 28 without loss. Geez, that's shot of the morning so far. Got to be so well positioned to hit it on drive and so well balanced. And we have a look back at the over from Pramodya, who's gone at 10 so far. It's funny, it's good conditions to swing bowling, but it's almost too windy. Maybe they just haven't quite got the seam position right and the wrist right at the moment. But you can see that last ball that Pizzisto hit was beautifully struck. Probably see it in a moment, but yeah, was able to open himself up and punch it between mid-wicket mid-on for 4. Nice shot.
Absolutely. Picked up exactly where he left off yesterday. Scored a brilliant 78 before he was dismissed in not uncontroversial circumstances. The second bumper of the over, he certainly didn't want to move. Took a while, and in the end, the decision was confirmed. He was a bit unlucky because I think he was looking in good shape, had plenty of time to get up to that milestone as well.
Yeah.
Especially on those reverses. It's them so nicely.
Maybe just keeps Basisto hungry. They're still up for grabs, isn't it? The first century in Nordic Smash T20 history. Slower ball this time. Holding up in the breeze slightly, but still enough to get over the fielder. Defender Singh down there. A bit of a dodgy one. The breeze is mostly kind of right to left on your screen as you see it right now, but also a little bit behind the bowler. So with that poke, the way it was hit in the air, I thought perhaps it would hold up and be catchable. Here is the bouncer. Umpire says, yep, that's the one for the over. Confirming that it is 1 bounce per over allowed, and any further balls above shoulder height will be called no ball. I think Zarka's not thrilled with that. I think he thought that was over his head. Remember, it's over your head when it reaches you at the crease. It should be called wide, but it was a line ball call, really. Tucked away behind square. Again, just a single. So Zayn Ali, I wouldn't say he's got it completely right yet, but a bit of an even start here, really. Yeah, Johnny's saying we mustn't forget Phil. We absolutely will not forget Phil, your G-Force partner.
His birthday today as well?
Don't think so. If it is, I've forgotten.
We just don't forget him ever. Phil's always in my mind.
Nice pick up and throw. One hand, it hits the stumps. Might cost him a run. It will. But still good pressure. There's such thing as a good overthrow. I'd say that would be it. But it does get Basisto back on strike. I'm loving the graphics today as well. You know, one thing about having a new tournament, and by the way, there's the desibox.co in the background. That's one of them. I wonder if you get extra if you hit the QR code exactly. But yeah, €500 up for grabs. If anyone can hit a 6, that hits the banner on the full. So more work for the umpires to adjudicate.
We'll have to review that one, I reckon.
Yeah.
See if it kisses the edge of the banner or whether they want to go for the big D.
I like that they put multiple signs up there and just they said,
Yep.
let's really try and give this money away. Anyway, into the 4th over. Decent one there from Zayn Ali. It's 33 without loss after 4. Yeah, with plenty of cricket going on around. Of course, I mentioned the Women's World Cup, the test in England, second test with very new look side with an old look captain. England, New Zealand.
He got asked whether he's still got his blazer, because obviously as captain you have to go out and do the toss in your blazer, and he said he had to dig it out of his garage.
Yeah.
Bit crumpled.
Yeah.
Get the steam iron on it.
Clothes you'd never think you'd need again. Yeah, it's interesting situation. Not dissimilar to Steve Smith captaining again after they gave him the heave-ho.
Slightly different circumstances in which the heave was hoed.
I think both involved a few tears.
I'm hoping for a good test match, though.
Yeah.
The Oval's usually...
How many days?
Good
2? You're going to give me 2 days?
2 minimum, 3 maximum.
Yeah, fair enough. Short attention spans.
Gen Z test matches. That's what it is.
Yeah. All right, so here's Param. Now, Param's the impact player. They brought him on very early after 4 overs, and obviously feeling that there was some impact required and that something was missing.
Do you think it's in the regulations that the impact player has to wear a snazzy bandana?
I think it should be. Param's an under-19s representative. I heard he's still growing, which is scary because he's already pretty tall. Here he is, bowling over number 5. Starts with a wide, so probably not the impact that he was hoping for. Still chasing his first wicket in the series, the youngster. Isn't it nice to see some of the young talent turning out and given opportunities against some pretty good players?
He's got lovely action as well, doesn't he? He's all arms and legs, which is always the case with still growing teenagers, but rhythmic run-up.
You would think he would be loving this breeze, swinging the ball into the right-hander. That's his natural movement. What I think takes an outside edge and sneaks away from Patrick Googe behind the stumps. Again, outfield not necessarily that agreeable. That's very good running by Basisto, even though his partner was in jeopardy. Now they're actually going to run 4. Well, who needs the outfield when you can get 4 that way? Now, classic European cricket moment there. Gooch annoyed, pings it one more time. So a 4-all run. It wasn't in swinger, it was edged on the full. Just got away from Googe. But have a look at the hustle here of Basisto. Knows he's going to the danger end. I'm not so sure that Saka got the 4-1-1 because he almost got lapped here. And I think if this hit, he would have been out. And good backing up prevented a 7. So, but 4-all run.
Will's looking for the 5th as well. He's halfway down.
Googe took the bait. And we'll throw it again then. I'm not afraid. It's a little outside edge there. What took it away from Googe in the first place. Now, after running the 88 yards, Basisto will run 44 more as he comes back for 2. But it was a feature of the Westeros United innings yesterday, wasn't it? They're running between the wickets, and especially in the first half of the innings, it allowed them to continue scoring at a reasonable rate without taking undue risks.
They've probably been the best team with running between the wickets. If you compare them to some of the other sides, especially Malmo Mavericks, who I think we were tallying up their dot balls at the time. It must have been close to 60 dot balls in the innings, so almost half the balls they didn't score off, whereas someone like Will Basisto, he's at the crease and you're batting with him, you know you're going to be getting your running shoes on.
Yeah, Stockholm United, I think, yesterday,
right.
First game of the day, we had 9.2 overs of dot balls in the T20.
Don't think Malmo were much better, to be honest.
We've been lucky to have some decent crowds, but I don't think that's going to bring the crowds back. Cracked downfield. Van Ali runs around to his left and is able to keep it to 1.
Yeah, they kind of fell into the classic T20 trap of trying to find the boundaries. I mean, every over there was probably 3 or 4 dot balls. Maybe they got 1 boundary, but even then you're going at 4s or 5s maximum, whereas Will, you can see here in this over so far, a 4, but it was all run, 2-1. They've scored off every single ball so far, and they're already going at 8, just halfway through the over, and that really shows his experience as well to pace an innings. Yeah, doing it perfectly so far. Still not even 5 overs into this game, and they're going almost at 10s.
Nice looking shot, but it's almost out. It was hit too well, wasn't it, by Basisto? It was in, it was out of the hands. There's Galami there. Look, that's a really tough catch. I mean, I know the sun's out, but it's still brisk conditions. It's first thing in the morning, about 16 degrees. But you have to say it is a chance.
Yeah, on that occasion, Basisto thought he was a goner as well, because usually so quick to look for the signal. On that occasion, he just stood, heart in mouth. Just died on him, didn't it, Galami? Yeah. Probably just tailed off as well to the left. And
I don't think the slow-mo does justice to how well it was hit. I think Basisto's shown he's willing to drive on the up, and he's not necessarily too worried about keeping the ball down. Probably feels that it's more chance to go for 4, given that the outfield's a little bit spongy first up in the morning. But Hogtie, the ambidextrous spinner, fortunately, can use both hands on that ball, but wasn't able to reel in the catch. Now the next ball from Saka is carved away behind point for a couple. But yeah, fielding's important in all forms of the game. But we'll note that one down. Basisto dropped on 12.
They're the kind of ones that go down when you're down on your luck. Just stick if you're in a good run of form, and Malmo really needed that one to stick. Looking for their first win of this tournament. Could prove to be costly. Basisto went on to score big yesterday. I'll be hoping that he repeats the trick today.
Full toss this time. He hits through the line of the ball. Again, may just hold up, but in the end it does run across the line for 4. Now, we saw a couple of wickets yesterday when a big full toss outside off stump. Batters got in trouble trying to hit across the line, but with mid-off up in the circle, was able to loft it in that region and keep his shape. So Saka will move to 30, and we're 5 overs into the day. Westeros United, after being sent in by the Mavericks skipper Jared Wilson, they have 48 without loss after 5.
Parameshwar not quite making the impact he would have hoped in his first over. You have to say he was unlucky. Probably not an over that deserved to go for 15. On another day, he might have picked up an all-important wicket as well, and that would have been quite a scalp for the youngster, getting out the skipper of Westeros United. As it is, though, that dropped opportunity from Oktay Galami means that Vesteras still have an unbroken opening partnership worth 48.
I didn't realise at the time how close that straight drive was to taking Shorov's head off at the non-striker's end. Yeah, direct hits have been on target so far, but no run-outs just yet. And now this looks like it is Galami who's going to get an opportunity to bowl. And yeah, he's been bowling in the cap, I've noticed. Not something that you see very often. But he's a really interesting player. He's equally adept, I think, bowling left-handed and right-handed. You see him bowling left-handed more often because he tends to bowl left-handed to right-handed batters. You've got 2 right-handed batters at the crease. But I suppose if that wasn't working, you can always change. It's a pretty rare skill, isn't it, to be able to bowl with both arms?
Certainly gives you options, doesn't it?
What do you like bowling right-handed? Because you're a natural left armer. Do you look completely uncoordinated?
Yeah.
I've been working on it. Get this, I've been bowling in the nets left-handed and getting away with it.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I can't even throw right-handed without looking like someone who's never thrown a ball before in their life.
You look like a baby deer, kind of. Anyway, here's Galami with his left arm. And so Bzisto, well, speaking of switching things up, he's been very good on the reverse so far. And that's going to be 4, despite the best efforts of Perchard, who takes out the Toblerone. And takes out, I think, it might have been the mop from the other day as well, which was in that area. But Bzisto, he's really nailed some of these reverses, hasn't he, over the last couple of days?
Yeah, it's clearly his go-to shot, and he's not afraid to manipulate that field. Especially still in the power play. Only 2 fielders outside the ring, and they're not going to have a deep point out.
No. Yeah, last over of the power play. See if he goes it again. Same field. He does. Wants it. This time, not quite out of the screws, but still well enough to get it for 4 more. So, I mean, it's such an effective stroke, isn't it? Because how do you set a field to this? You've only got 2 outfielders to play with. They'll probably put a player back now, and then the regular sweeps on. So Bzisto, again, showing all of that skill and experience, tactically winning this battle early in the 6th.
If you are turning it into him, though, as a left-arm spinner, then I'd almost want him to try and go after the conventional sweep against the spin.
They leave the gap there.
Yeah.
He might go again. And this time he gets it finer. That'll run away for 4 more. So, look, it is a high-risk shot. It's not an easy shot. It's probably among the hardest shots in our game. And I suppose the gamble here is that he might just miss-hit one of them. There's 2 fielders waiting in the infield for a catch or for a hanging top edge or a miss-hit. So, I mean, I don't mind this. It's a high-risk, high-reward strategy. But right now it's Bzisto who's cashed in with 3 boundaries.
I think Galami here needs to do something different. Bzisto, yes, it's high risk, but he's looking so comfortable on that shot so far.
He's going to go right arm now. Yeah, so look. See, and I think he might have told the umpire who might have thought he was joking, but Bzisto's just gone, what? So look, this is Galami. He's now going right arm off spin. And so...
Well, the umpire should have told Bzisto that there's been a change of action.
Is this the biggest... Is a world record for ambidextrousness in 1 over? We've had a right-hander batting left-handed, now we've got a left-arm bowler bowling right arm.
It's absolutely fine for him to change action.
He just needs to inform him he's bowling right arm over, and we get on with it. Bzisto's still going, what? But now what? Does he still go left-handed? I don't even know what he's going to do next. Love it. Well, he sticks to the left-handed option and goes reverse again. I reckon this is a little touch. And it will be 4. I'd love to see this one on the replay. Because this was the finest of the lot. And I thought it might have taken a little bit of googe behind the stumps. Not saying it's a genuine chance.
I think maybe glove. Something on the way through. Oh, he actually
hit his knee. Yeah, like that. Tries to go goalkeeper style to make the block.
Is it like an inadvertent double hit? Yeah, it's a double hit. Yeah.
Wow, put that one on the wagon wheel. Sticks with the right armers now. Bzisto finally will get off strike here. Or maybe not. 2 was contemplated for a second. What an interesting over, though, isn't it? To see a guy, a right-hander, essentially batting left-handed, playing reverses every ball, to an ambidextrous bowler who, after the 3rd one, says, well, you know what? Left-handed's not working. Going to go right hand. Now he's going to go back to left arm around. I hope he informed the appropriate people.
The authorities.
I mean, you are allowed to change it. It's no different actually saying I'm going around the wicket or over the wicket and making that change. But I hope Kalima gets more overs because he's box office, isn't he, being able to do that. And at the end of the 6-over power play, decent start with Silvestros United, 66 without loss after 6. Hey, and I've got some word today that we may see Waffa up the order for the Gothenburg Phoenix, the cross-handed batter.
Let's hope so. We want everything today. Left hand, right hand, reverse, normal. There's the reverse. One of 4.
Even though
3 in the over.
Kalami goes for 18, but you just love to watch him, don't you? I mean, he's equally adept with both hands. I see him bowling left-handed more, but he's equally able to do it. It's such a freakish thing. Wilson is going to bring himself on now. Jared Wilson. He's done well for the Mavericks. Tried hard, hasn't he? And hasn't maybe always had the support around him as far as runs and wickets have gone. But anyway, here we go. Pitch is up. First up, field can go back now as we're out of the power play. So 5 outfielders in place for the Mavericks.
I have been trying to improve my ambidextrous throwing because I've been playing quite a lot of paddle recently. In paddle, you have the racket strapped to you. So in between balls, if I have to throw it back to my partner, it's always right hand, and he always makes me feel terrible about my right arm throwing. Because, and I don't want to make it a gender thing, but as women go, I've got quite a good throwing arm. Yeah. But suddenly when I go right-handed, it's like a newborn lamb.
Yeah, there's certain skills, I suppose, that I'm curious about. I've seen some people that can throw overarm left-handed, right-handed. I am okay now with my left hand overarm. I'd probably max out about 25 or 30 metres throwing, but I'd be able to throw twice that with my right arm.
Yeah.
But it's all about also getting your feet right, and if you actually try to throw over a decent distance, you can't just... Yeah, it's almost like... Describe it as this. It's like if you don't know how to throw with that particular hand, your wrist, elbow, and shoulder are totally...
The alignment is off, isn't it?
They're out of sync. Oh, premeditated ramp there from Zaka, and almost wears it in the beak.
Strange how the brain works, isn't it? It's something so natural on the one side.
But if you... We talked about it yesterday. If you practiced it...
Yeah.
From when you're little, a bit like learning a language. Like you're obviously fluent in English and German because you grew up with both.
Yeah.
You don't even think about it. It's easy. You probably don't even appreciate how difficult it is to learn a language.
That's what I was saying yesterday. Ethics aside, I would rear a child throwing both hands, kicking both feet.
Yeah.
Just so there's some little sports machine.
Will you, I won't overdo it because obviously we're not in Germany, but will you call in the last ball in German just to show off your skills?
Können wir machen. Jared Wilson kommt rein. Die laufen ganz schnell an der rechten Seite, kommen zurück für 2. Ball kommt rein und 2. Das heißt, nach 7 Overs haben wir 73. Sind noch 13 zu spielen.
73. I'm actually pretty good on my numbers now in German. I've been working on it a little bit. Obviously, it's widely spoken. My Swedish needs a bit of work, but tack så mycket for that. Thanks very much. And Västerås United. If you missed that, it's 73 without loss. And Jared Wilson, pretty decent over from him. Only 7 or 7. What's 7 in Swedish? How would you say 7? Who? That wasn't asking you. Who? So you're telling me that in Sweden the song is 7 Let the Dogs Out? 7, 7, 7. I love Swedish is great. The only thing is I haven't spent enough time here to really learn it. I know a few basic expressions, but I'm fascinated with the vowels. So Västerås United, V is actually the first vowel. It's the A. If you have the full Swedish alphabet, it has the double dots or the umlaut. Is
the umlaut.
And the second A between the R and the S has the little circle over it, which actually turns the A into an O sound. It's somewhere, it's an O, but with a bit of an A-ish twist.
Right.
Sound.
What's the single dot called?
Good question. Right now, we're going to see a ball carved over the offside. Beautifully hit by Basisto, who started well here. Very good opening partnership for Västerås United. It's funny. Sun's out and suddenly the bats seem to have taken over, haven't they? Are we going to do a deep dive on Swedish vowels?
Yes.
There's lots of them.
You know I'm a
and the
language
thing is, we
nerd.
can't demonstrate them because, it says there's 9 distinct vowels, but I think there's more.
I do just kind of want to know what the O with the single dot is called.
Okay. You mean with the little circle?
Yeah, because I know the umlaut.
yeah.
Obviously, German has umlauts as well.
Oh, almost reeled in by Rahul Singh, who's into the lineup today, trying to bring some fresh energy to the Mavericks. Yeah. So it's like the sound is or, like in more or for, or sometimes like dog or boss. But as far as what it's called, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure it's called an umlaut for the 2 dots.
No, maybe
Swedish.
not. I think it is. It's called a ring, apparently, the single O.
Well, this is rung off the middle of the bat, and it's going to be 6 runs. Maximo crashing into the boundary rope. And once again, Basisto performing. He's been so consistent in the series for his side, Västerås United. Mixed up for the team so far, but Basisto is shown to be one of the batters of the tournament.
Apparently in Czech, it's called a crew, which it is, and maybe in Swedish.
Listen, it's too early to get into
Danish and
Czech
Norwegian
alphabet
as well.
because I live there, and it will definitely give me a headache.
So it's actually considered the 27th letter of the Swedish alphabet. That one goes past the tumbling form at 45, and again, Basisto goes back to his favoured reverse. Doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but enough to beat the ring. Another 4 runs.
It's a superpower, isn't it, his reverse? And it is a risky shot. I mean, if you don't get it quite right, especially when that ball was straight, if he misses it, he's in huge trouble. But he doesn't miss it too often, does he? The only risk is, I suppose, a little top edge or miss hit. They do have 2 fielders round the corner to pounce on an opportunity, but Basisto hasn't given an opportunity playing the reverse yet this morning.
Yeah, I keep on getting mistaken for a Swede.
Yeah,
I'm
not surprised.
A lot of lift conversations have been attempted by fellow hotel guests. He goes again, and this one, he might have all of it on this occasion. It does go all the way, and what a way to bring up your half century. William Basisto fittingly with another reverse, and probably the best of the lot, 51 off 22.
Well, where there's a will, there's a way, and Rahul is tearing his hair out here. There's nothing too wrong with this ball, but I think what we're seeing is, this next level of cricket that we don't often get to see in Europe, and especially here in Sweden. And this is exactly why this tournament exists, to try and give more players opportunity to play with and against this level of cricketer. And Basisto, he's just torn it up this morning, and they've got no real answer to what he's delivering. It's such a risky shot, but he has full confidence he's going to hit the ball. I suppose, not too much sideways movement, maybe a bit of variable bounce in the pitch, but yeah, it's interesting. It's not a one-off switch shot. It's a tactic, isn't it? It's a tactic he feels is something he's able to replicate consistently. End of the over at 95 without loss after 8, and really on for a huge score here. Right now, predicted score 238. Yeah, Wayne in the chat saying, incredible switch hitting on display, no doubt. Let us know where you're watching from, Wayne. Great to have you with us. Always nice to see some new names in the chat. Why don't you join us on our YouTube channel if you're not already? That's Nordic Smash T20. Don't forget, like the video and subscribe. Tell your family, tell your friends about the Nordic Smash. We're 3 days, starting day 3 of a 6-day tournament. And also shout out to all of our viewers watching in North America and Europe on Willow TV, as well as those in Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka on TapMad. And of course, as always, on Fan Code in India. So it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Tina taking you through the first innings of day 3. And a big day ahead with 3 matches in total, as there are every day. We get to see all 6 teams in action. Wilson getting a second over, and he's got him. Well, Sharav had to play second fiddle for a while, but Wilson, I think, does get a little bit of sideways out of this pitch. It was that top of the stump's length, isn't it? And it just seemed back through the gate at the end of the opener. After a decent opening partnership, unfortunately for Sharav Sarkar, he has to go, and it's 96 for 1.
Yeah, just a bit of in nibble there from Jared Wilson. Wrong shot selection from Sharav. 2 straight to cut, and he knows as soon as that goes past the blade that he's in big trouble. Muted celebrations from the Malmo skipper. Broken the partnership, the opening stand of 96. But it's still a brilliant platform for Västerås to build on. Let's not forget they've got some powerful hitters coming in still. JP Mead, well, he is the one to come in at 3. Also got the likes of Kesrick Williams, who had a brief cameo yesterday. And Kayan Gaze, who came in at 3 or 4 yesterday. Looks like he's been allowed to let his breakfast digest for a touch longer, but JP Mead is kind of in a similar vein to Will Basisto. Both of them will run hard. Both have some flare shots in their locker as well.
Plays his role though, doesn't he, Saka? In the end, 38 off 26, goes at a good clip, striking at 146. And probably not a bad time at all for JP Mead to come to the crease. Still plenty of runway, almost 12 overs to go. Italian international, very talented keeper bat. And it was nice to have a brief chat with him this morning, and yeah, congratulated him about his performance in the World Cup and performance of the Italian national team. Bit of an Italian flavour to the Nordic smash as well. Quite a few of the representatives are here, both those that play their cricket in Italy domestically and those that don't. And like Mead, it was a weird one, kind of got caught up in a flap of his pad and got kicked back to Jared Wilson. But yeah, Wilson, again, continues to star for the Mavericks despite not having a win. I think he's captained the side well. I think personally he's led in the kind of way, the kind of manner that the management would be happy with. Chips in with the first wicket of the day. Well, he's gone. Well, Mead, it won't be a long stay for him. He was surprised by that quicker ball. It was really a low full toss. He snuck across a little bit too far, tried to clip it to the leg side. So 1 brings 2, and Mead has to go. Second wicket down, it's 96 for 2.
Yeah, not much wrong with that one. Hit him right on the full. Yes, he came down the pitch, but I think had he been back in the crease, would have been plumb in front. Fair call there from the umpire, and smiles now after that muted celebration. Jared Wilson suddenly thinks his side are in with a chance for a comeback here.
It's the old adage, isn't it, to play straight. This is a look straight down the barrel. Even though he does make an effort to get forward, he's hit in front of off, and there's no way that's missing. So despite getting reasonably far from the stumps, the impact probably 2.5 metres. I don't think there's any doubt that that's going on to hit. So well done to Wilson. 96 for 2. And we saw Gianpiero Mead with that tactic to try and upset the length of the bowlers yesterday, and it was pretty effective at the ends of the innings as well when bowlers are consistently trying to hit Yorkers. You know, that is probably a Yorker if he's back in his crease. As it was a full toss, and then sometimes he wouldn't do it and he'd get a half volley. But I suppose the issue there, it's early in his innings, not quite seeing it yet. You still got to hit the ball, and the way he played that across the line just meant that if he misjudged it at all, then he's going to be in trouble. So Ken Gase does get a chance here at number 4, and Wilson with the double strike. Potential turning point in this innings. Stumpy, I think, would have given that one. I'm looking forward to seeing that later. Wilson gets one past Gase first up. So, yeah, Wilson still got 2 overs to bowl after this as well. He's probably the one bowler today that has seemed to be able to put the ball exactly where he's wanted it and get the ball to just do that little bit as well. It was a corker that got Saka. Gase does get bat on ball this time. End of a brilliant over. Well, that was a very unusual piece of cricket. It'll be the end of the over, 97 for 2. I was about to say he took 2 for 1 off the over, ends up taking 2 for 2. They sneak through for a very unlikely run. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Just seemed to be a regulation. No run, thank you. But, he threw it around Paddy Googe. And again, Basisto, those 1%ers. He knew he was going to the danger end. He felt he could make it, even though it takes him off strike. But again, some of the hustle that maybe we don't always see at the regular level of cricket in Europe. Basisto doing the little things well. And it is 97 for 2 after 9 overs.
He never switches off, does he? Even, you could be forgiven 9 batters out of 10. As soon as they see that final ball just roll into the hands of Point, they think, okay, let's have a little walk down the pitch and have a chat. But he's always looking for that single. You never know. These burgled ones could be the difference makers by the end of the game. But Jared Wilson's been a difference maker so far for his side. Turning it around. Vesteros were cruising that opening partnership, almost breaking the 100 barrier, but 1 wicket brings about a second, 97 for 2. Still, Vesteros will be more than happy with where they are. That projected score well beyond 200. Malmo at least have an opening here. They need Abdul Rahman to back it up from the other end.
Case takes 1, and Basisto is very quick, but even he's not going to go back for 2 here. Abdul Rahman being brought on in the 10th over. Pretty good shape here, Vesteros United. What I will say with the Mavericks is they've had 2 okay innings, but their batting innings, I'm talking about, have been marked by inconsistency, by real peaks and troughs. And in day 1 action, I mean, I think the only team that have played 20 overs each day with the bat. And yeah, early on day 1, they lost wickets, they recovered, but then they lost wickets and they recovered. And I just think if this score is 200 plus, I don't think you can have those kind of troughs in the innings. Right now, projected score 212. Having said that, different conditions. Be interested to see what their batting order is. They've had Devinder Singh at the top. Wonder if they'll stay with him. Zain Ali's been in great form. He's been very consistent. Oh, he's gone. Well, another LBW. Umpire shot the finger up very, very quickly. It's a funny one. I kind of picked up a double noise first up, and he was on the front foot. We'll check it out on the replay. But, yeah, umpire certainly had made up his mind pretty quickly. And then he believed it was going on to hit the stumps. Well, we'll say, as far as where it hit him on the pad, it looked like a pretty good shout. The only thing that might have saved Kian would have been if he got some bat on it. Umpire, he said, no, I think that's all pad, and you're going to have to go. So it'll be 99 for 3, and Abdul Rahman with the big breakthrough. So 3 wickets in the matter of just around an over or so has completely changed the complexion of this innings. New batter coming out is Abe Tipnis.
Yeah, 3 wickets for just 3 runs, and Jared Wilson started this comeback for his side, and Abdul Rahman has done exactly what has been required of him, which is backing it up. Nothing more frustrating as a skipper, especially if you personally take 2 wickets and you think, right, we're well back in this, and then you just let it slip at the other end. But that's not what's happened here.
I mean, we're a long way away, so the umpire's in the best position. You've got to go with what he thinks. But the batter didn't seem too pleased with it. Did feel it might have been a bit of a squeeze job. But, I mean, if there's no bat in it, I think it's a very good call. Inside edges are funny because if you hear them or you don't. And it is very windy at the moment as well. So even though it's never fun as a batter if you know you've got a little nick on it, also I tend to think you can only blame yourself for not getting more bat on it because that's your obligation as a batter. But anyway, 3 quick wickets, and Basisto has had more partners than the quarterback at the box social really over the last 10 minutes. Here's Abdul Rahman. Nice looking shot by Tipner's first up. Fielded really well. Took 4 catches yesterday in addition to taking a wicket. Looking at how they have been able to get these 3 wickets, typically it's been by attacking the stumps, isn't it? You look at the methods of dismissal. Bowled LBW. I think they've bowled a little bit fuller. They've especially challenged the new batters to get bat on ball. Hasn't been the case. Resisto, it's an off-speed delivery that he knocks down for a single. Hundreds come up as well for Vestros United.
Seems a long time ago that Basisto brought up his half-century with that brilliant reverse for 6. Lots happened since then. And captain, as long as he's there, he's still looking for a big score. 200 plus will be in his mind.
Takes a skip forward, does Abe, but can't beat the field. It'll be the end of the 10th over, and Vestros United, a bright start, but a triple strike for the Mavericks has certainly brought this game back a little bit. The score, VU, 101 for 3 after 10.
It's actually nicely adjusted there by Abe on the final ball. Comes shuffling down the pitch, and that always, for me, sets alarm bells ringing, because the amount of times we've seen players come down the pitch, try to hit it into outer space and get bowled. This time they recognise the ball's not quite there to be hit, and that's that LBW appeal and wicket that was given earlier in the game, in the over, in fact. When Abe did come down the pitch on that occasion, just readjusted, knocked it, played sensibly. Knows that he can build a partnership here with Basisto, who's playing very judiciously as well.
Yeah. Well, here's the big clash, isn't it? Captain versus captain. Wilson's broken through with 2 wickets, 2 for 9, his figures. Basisto, despite losing a few partners, I don't think he's too flapped by it. Pulls away. Again, looking for 2, but with a clean pickup, he'll settle for 1. Despite the suboptimal throw, they won't get an overthrow. But yeah, Basisto, I suppose it's not often I come across a cricketer that I could relate to as far as how he's learned his cricket. We went to similar schools, so our schools would play each other. He's a little bit younger than me, probably more than a little bit younger than me. But yeah, I kind of know his upbringing in cricket would be very similar to my own, in that what would be drilled into him at a young age. And one of those things is the running between the wickets, which some players that might have come from a less recognised coaching background just wouldn't have those skills drilled in early. You know, we talked about languages and being able to throw both hands. These things, if you learn them early, they become second nature. And Basisto really strikes me as someone that that does the basics well. He backs up well. He calls loudly. We used to do sometimes a whole, at school, 1.5 hour training sessions that were only on running between the wickets, which is as fun as it sounds, but it definitely drills the message across. Oh, it's quite a remarkable shot by Basisto this time. Off a York, he's able to play it with soft hands, play it into the pitch and over the infield. Infielder was on the right line there, but couldn't do anything about it. It's an interesting one-on-one battle. I also think Basisto's respecting what he's seeing from Wilson as well. Is probably the real strike bowler. Gets a good one here. So Wilson would love to remove his opposite number here. Still has an over to go after this, but I wonder if Wilson wants to bowl out or leave himself for one later on. I'd be tempted to bowl myself out if I was in that position, just because I think you are looking like the most likely way you might be able to get Basisto out and neutralise the threat. But it might leave him a little bit thin at the back end. End of the 11th over. Another good one from Jared Wilson. It's 105 for 3.
They have used 7 bowlers so far. Jared's the first to actually have bowled 3. Parameshwar Miramutu, who came in as the impact player. Not the impact he would have hoped for. He went for 15. Oktay Galami went for 18 on his solitary over so far, but that was mostly thanks to the sweeping power of Will Basisto. Rahul Singh went magical 22 off his only over. So they've got bowling options, but not really anyone who's been able to bowl with the consistency of Wilson. Zain Ali, probably the next pick of the bowlers. He's already had 2. On for 13 so far. Abdul Rahman, I'm sure he'll be coming back. Having gone for just the 4, picked up that wicket as well. He will be bowling his second over now with 13 on the back. He'll be hoping it's unlucky for the batter here.
Yeah, Abdul certainly has got a bit of pace about him, doesn't he? And picked up that wicket by keeping it full and straight. Oh, little tester for Abe outside the off stump, beats the outside edge.
I like this angle that he's bowling to the left-hander, going around the wicket. That one just nibbles away at the last moment as well. Tricky ball to have first up. Malmo have done well to drag this back. The expected score now down below 200.
Yeah, Rahman's done a good job. I suppose that, yeah, that is the benefit of having so many bowling options that you say you shouldn't run out of bowlers, but again, the issue is that quite a few of them have been expensive. But yeah, someone like a Galami, again, if he had another bowl, remember he bowled in the power play, you can protect the boundaries a little bit better, particularly on that reverse of Pisisto. You can force him to play a different sort of shot. That's hit pretty well. Outfielder's got a bit of work to do. Does it well. Dives away to his left, but once again, good running from Vestros. They'll get a couple.
Abe's role here is just to support Will, who's been starved of the strike a touch in the last couple of overs. He does strike me as quite a rhythm player. He likes having the strike, likes hustling through.
This time off speed, hit up in the air and flying Maximo. Pisisto certainly shown he's adept at hitting down the ground, Rahul. Well, and in the end, he became a spectator. And it wasn't too far from the DesiBox.co sign. So he does get 6. Just not the 6 plus 500.
Well, certainly back Will to do out of anybody. He's got so much control in his striking. Maybe you'll have to have a word with DesiBox to put some banners on that reverse.
Every game we add another sign.
By the end, we're just wall-to-wall DesiBox.
Wants 2 here. Again, he's thinking it straight away, and I think he's going to get it. That's the confidence, although with a direct hit, it's pretty close. And I know they want to have a look at this. It was very close, and Pisisto, even before he hit it, he was thinking, hit it slowly, get 2. Stumpire has been demolished. Stumpire gets a black eye. It is a direct hit from side on. I think he's just home, though. A good decision from the umpire. So, Tipness again. He did the right thing as well. Maybe isn't quite as fast across the turf as Pisisto, but he ran flat stick and he needed to in the end. So 116 for 3 last ball of the over. It does keeps Pisisto on strike. You mentioned he kind of lost the strike in that over and a bit where it all went south for his side.
Abe strikes me as quite a cool customer as well, so might be a good foil to Will here, who will miss-hit that one for a single. Again, a decent over from Vesteras as they look to rebuild. They end up getting 11 off it. Will might need a new bat, looking suspiciously down because that came right off the toe. And there you see the different bowlers used as we get to the end of the 12th, 117 for 3. So options they have aplenty. It's just a case of whether they bring on one of those bowlers who's only had 1 over, has gone for a few runs. Wilson's got to turn somewhere. He's only got 1 over left. It looks like he'll actually bowl himself out here, which I quite like as a decision.
Yeah. I think it's worth the gamble, isn't it? Because also he's just bowling well with the ball in the current condition. At this point in the innings, he's looked dangerous. And if you bring him back for the 19th, you're already in super defensive mode. It's almost like, trying to get the threat of Pisisto before it grows into something even more menacing. So I feel like it's a big over, the 13th. It's not an over you normally highlight, but I just think this is a big over with Jared Wilson bowling so well, 13 for 2, and keeping himself on to try and get the wicket of his opposite number. Basisto is facing up. Tries to reverse him and he's gone. Well, there you go. The gamble pays off as Basisto goes to the well once too often. Interesting because he seemed to be a little bit more cautious against Wilson, but you just wonder if, I suppose, the bravery turned into bravado here. It looks pretty out, doesn't it? I think it hits him in front of off stump. Yeah. You never know where the line is till you cross it, they say sometimes. I think Basisto, again, if he had his time over, he would have made a different choice, but still another handsome innings from the Westeros United skipper. But he has to go for 69, and it's 117 for 4.
Third wicket for Jared Wilson, and it's the Malmo skipper who gets the best of the captain for Westeros in the end. I think you're right. Basisto might just be kicking himself when he watches that one back. Wilson's got 6 balls left until he bowls out. Basisto's been eyeing up those other bowlers. He's hit them already, but plenty of runs. Not quite sure he had to go after Wilson there. Jared doesn't mind though. 13 for 3 off his over so far, and now he's got exactly what he wanted, which is breaking through into that middle lower order for Westeros. And now it's a case of, can they rebuild? That 200's looking a long way off now.
Well, that shot's a bit like pushing all your chips into the middle of the table in poker. It works every time but one. And Wilson still has 5 balls to try and grab a 4th or even a 5th wicket here. So, yeah, that is a big turning point, isn't it? Because let's be honest, outside the openers, there's only been 5 runs scored in this innings. 5 off 12. And Samuel Khalil, young Swedish player, this is going to be a big test for him as well. We have seen him playing a lot on this ground. He's a guy's been to the ECL. He's won multiple ECS at club level. But this is a real test against the Irish all-rounder, Jared Wilson. We'll get this one past him for a single. So Samuel will feel a little bit better being off the mark. But yeah, it's I suppose, 5 and 6 at the crease. Still over 7 overs to go. Let's see what kind of production we get from the middle and potentially lower order of Westeros United.
Malmo will be hoping to really turn the screw in. They get on top of this, keeping them to something like 160, 170. We saw yesterday that was a highly competitive score. Good fielding reduces them to just a single here.
Yeah, the other thing is the running. Obviously with Basisto there, he was kind of the conductor, wasn't he? When he was out there, he was setting the pace and had certain expectations out of his running partner. These two, again, don't think they would have batted together too often. It's those ones, which ones you turn into twos that are often a point of contention. Last ball for Jared Wilson. It's a good one. Went for the Yorker again. Samuel's late on it. And an outstanding spell from the Maverick skipper. Well, they're hungry for a win, and their captain is hungry to get them there. At the end of 13 overs, 119 for 4.
It's been some turnaround for the bowling side here, Malmo. Let's not forget that opening stand was worth 96 for 1 at the start of the 9th over, and since then they've lost 4 wickets and lost them for just 23 runs. I'll be hoping they can repeat the trick here. Jared, though, has a few big decisions to make here, who he turns to with the ball. 7 overs left. I'm sure he'll be looking at Zayn Ali to bowl 2 of those. And Abdul Rahman has 2 left as well. 1 for 16, picked up a wicket as well. There's love for him in the chat. Amji says, Abdul Rahman, young captain of Master CC. What a player. Well, he's been taken off for now. Has been replaced by an equally young, exciting prospect in the form of Parameshwar, who maybe consider himself a little unlucky that he went for 15 runs in that opening over. He did have to bowl in the power play. He's got more protection out on the boundary now. Need to see if he can pick up a wicket for himself and also to keep the momentum going in this bowling innings.
The impact player continuing. Oh, well, bit of hesitation here in the second one. A better throw. It might have been big trouble there, but fortune favours the brave. They do get 2 runs. Abe keeps the strike. Yeah, Hello to Amjad Hussain, nice to see you. Yeah, Mashta are a famous club here in Stockholm. They've been pretty close to ECL qualification, never quite getting there. They've been in the top handful of clubs for quite a few years in the T10 format where I've followed them. They've even hosted a couple of European Cricket Series. I was there in 2023. The Mashta's round about 50-55 minutes north of Stockholm, but it's one big train stop away, which is really handy to get into the city. Should be 2 here. Had to work to his left. And once again, good running, having to hustle against Ross United. And that's the only thing, Tina, I know it's your first time in Stockholm. With the late finishes, we haven't quite been able to get into the city yet. I know we're looking forward to doing that potentially a little bit later in the week.
Yeah, Friday we're eyeing up, aren't we? Because it's midsummer here, which is the big party, and certainly should be good if there's a bit of football on as well. I'm not quite sure when Sweden's next game is. I think it's probably in the next couple of days. I know England are playing tonight, so plenty of things to celebrate.
Started at 4 in the morning Swedish time, which I don't think pleased too many Swedish fans. Maybe the night owls were happy with it. But yeah, Sweden, they play their next game on Saturday. That's right, against Netherlands. That's a real cracker as well. That's around about the same time as, or just after the final of this tournament. What time's your flight again?
It's about 11 p.m. or 5 to midnight.
I'll take you to the airport and we can watch it.
Let's do it. We'll hope we can get an Uber at that time when Sweden are playing.
Action short, and wow, he's incredibly close there, Burchard. And in the end, he has good reactions, but not superhuman reactions, and the ball flies past him for 4. Yeah, he's very tight in there at almost like a short backward point. Maybe they were sensing there might be a pop-up. Have a look how attacking he was there. Almost like a set play. That they were going to bowl one short outside the off stump and hope for a little pop-up miss hit, but it wasn't a pop-up. It was a pretty forceful cut shot. And Sammy hits the boundary. And I think, looking at Will Perchard there, hovering, you can see what he was doing at backward point. I think that's all about really trying to stop an easy single. But you've got the keeper up to the stumps now, so I don't think you're too worried about that quick single from a ball that's kind of hit at the batter's feet or doesn't go too far away from the stumps. Not an easy man to keep up to, Param, especially in these windy conditions. Googe takes on the responsibility of going up to the stumps and putting that extra pressure on the striker. But right now, it's the end of the over. Param, certainly much better over from his point of view. He does concede 1 boundary in the 14th. It's 128 for 4.
Better over from the youngster there. Going for just a handful of runs.
Amji has said Vinny is the Tony Greig of Nordic cricket. I wonder why he chose Tony Greig.
Thatcher?
I'm very touched by the comparison, I will say. It's one of the commentators I grew up listening to and absolutely loving. Of course, part of the famous Channel 9 commentary team. I mean, having grown up in Australia and only ever watched cricket in Australia, basically, in the last few years, that team they had a 40-year run from World Series cricket to around 2017. But how much do you know about the Channel 9 commentary team? Could you name a few of them?
I mean, if you told me...
If you had to guess them, would you? You'd know the main one. Richie Benaud.
Right, okay, yeah.
Okay.
I know him as an Australian commentator. I wouldn't know the channels, I suppose, in the same way.
The Channel 9 commentary team revolutionised cricket commentary and cricket broadcasting because they broadcast World Series cricket.
Is it free to air in Australia, Channel 9?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, kids these days, you are a kid compared to me as well. How much do you know about World Series cricket in the late 70s?
Zero.
Much? Okay, so World Series cricket, and again, I'm familiar with it as an Australian, but there was a bit of a dispute in the 70s. The cricketers were drawing huge crowds, cricket was immensely popular, but not too much of that money was flowing down to the players.
Right.
And players suddenly said, well, hold on, there's 100,000 people here, and I'm getting 200 a day. They thought that was a bit rough. On the hook this time, fielder comes in, but he won't be able to get there in time, so just a single. again, I'm going to try and compress a years-long story into a couple of minutes. There's also some great movies. I can recommend a movie called How's That?
Okay.
With a Z in it. And so what happened is that secretly, just after 1975 World Cup, first ever Men's World Cup, as a businessman started doing some recruiting. He's got him. And so Rahul, well, he fights back after a tough initiation. He's able to get this one to do a little bit. I think this one just leaves the left-hander on the breeze. And once again, Stumpy is knocked over. That'll be some good footage there. Unfortunately, it's not footage that Abe Titmus will want to see. He's the fifth to go, 130 for 5.
It's been a great comeback from Malmo and continues in. It's nice to see the bowlers who maybe didn't fully perform in the first over come back strongly. And well, he had a bit of an assist there from Abe, who, I'd say, not only shuffled across his stumps, shuffled across the next set as well. And Rahul there just taking a look down at Abe saying, what were you trying to do there? That was certainly not the result he was after. Rahul won't mind though.
Yeah,
picks up his first wicket.
Left him, i.e. went around his legs, didn't it? Just held its line, maybe was playing for a bit of movement, but yeah, not really. I mean, all you got to do is attack the stumps, I suppose. So you ask the right question, batter's got to hit it, but he got himself in a bit of a mess, didn't he? It wasn't really a real definite move across the stumps to play an attacking stroke. It was just kind of looking to work it. And Rahul keeps it simple and hits the timber. 130 for 5. New batter coming out there, Kesrick Williams, the West Indian. Batting a little bit lower, I think, giving a couple of opportunities. Some of the young players like Sammy, who he's batting with right now. Let's see if Kesrick can finish the innings with a bit of a bang. Plays and misses the first ball. So anyway, World Series cricket was born by secretly recruiting a lot of the Australian players, and they had 3 teams. They also went after the West Indies, who were, of course, the big dogs at the time.
Yeah.
They won the World Cup. They had that posing pace battery and played cricket with a certain flair. And they also had a World 11, which was able to include players like Barry Richards, with South Africa banned at that time from international cricket. But many, many more. Tony Gregg was one of them. And they secretly, it's unbelievable how they were to keep the secret. And literally players were playing test matches and finding little secret notes. And because what happened is this guy, Kerry Packer, who owned Channel 9, which is a huge...
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, he, billionaire, he wanted the rights to cricket. And ABC, which is our BBC, was like, they're ours. Oh, no, well, this is potentially 4 byes. And we'll wait to see what the umpire says. No, there's some bat on this. Googe couldn't quite get down to his right. I wonder how much of a deflection there was on this. We can see it on the replay. Once again, thanks to all of our crew here. And Rahul, I think this is an attempted Yorker. Oh, it was a fairly big deflection, wasn't it, in the end? Didn't pick it up from our angle. So nothing Googe could really do about that. Luck's a fortune. 135 on the board. So he said, okay, you're not going to give me the rights to test cricket. I'm going to make my own cricket. And he went outside the sanctioned cricket. And it's up in the air, and it's just going to climb over to Hale Zahid. Pull up just inside. Once again, it'll be 2 runs. And at the end of the 15th over, it's 137 for 5. So he said, okay, the ABC had their certain ways they did it. They broadcast at one end, and they had a certain style about it, and weren't that invested in, I suppose, bringing new technology or ideas. So Kerry Packer basically said, I'm going to make my own cricket. I'm going to sign up the best players. I'm going to pay them well. And he made this competition. They had super tests, which were basically test matches, which were 5-day matches. They had a big focus on limited overs cricket in a way, even though it had been played a little bit before. They pioneered things like coloured clothing, white balls, cricket under lights, and innovations with the broadcasting for both ends, which sounds obvious now.
Yeah.
But never used to happen. Go watch kind of like the 74, 75 Ashes in Australia or other test series in England at that time. And so, yeah, they had a very famous commentary team. A lot of the players then became commentators. It's almost like, and eventually Channel 9, World Series Cricket, and the ACB kind of had a reunion. Because all these players were, the Australians at least, were banned from playing Test cricket then. Because they said, okay, you sign with them, you at
the Rebel League.
West Indies weren't always banned. They just depends who they're playing. But all the other cricketers, guys like Imran Khan, Tony Gregg, many others, had to make a choice. But after about 2 or 3 seasons, they came back together and formed an alliance that still exists to this day. Part of that deal was Channel 9 got the rights to cricket. And it lasted for 40 years until 2017. So these commentators, Richie Benaud, Bill Lawry, Tony Gregg, Ian Chappell, they're probably the most famous ones. They become the voices of cricket. Just like I know in England, you've got your own stories. Right now, this is going to be put back into play. Jeez, that's a really good piece of fielding down there. Love to see this one on the replay. It's a fantastic bit of athleticism. Like when the fish is a bit too small, you catch it, you throw it back. He felt this one. He wasn't going to be able to land in the field of play, and I think he was right. As a result, there'll be no boundary yet. It's a perfect bit of footage there. Next ball, by the way, is clipped away. They get 1, and looks like they're going to come back for 2. But unfortunately, it'll be almost 2. Again, just a little bit of misunderstanding between the 2 batters. So it'll be Sammy that will have to pay the price. He's run out. Have a look at it here. I think he wants the 2. He's really quick to go. Kesrick quickly turns him around, says, no, I don't think so. He probably wasn't 2 there anyway. So Samuel, you can see what he's trying to do. Kesrick quickly trying to put up the stop sign. Turn around. But quick work from Zain Ali. Jumped on the ball, fired to the keeper. And the 6th wicket falls, 139 for 6.
To be fair to Kesrick, he says no pretty early on, but Samuel more or less committed to the run. By the time he threw it into reverse gear, it was too late. Fortunate there for Västerås as they were looking again to just scratch their way up to around 170. Again, that was all from that first stop on the boundary, which very, very harsh you can put down as a drop, but he got what would have been a destined 4 or 6. Great piece of athleticism, lands heavily as well, manages to get back to his feet and throw the ball in. In the end, in all of that one, they only end up running single. Viral Patel is the new batter. Gets himself straight off strike with a single. Suddenly the smiles all around here for Malmo, who have had a brilliant reversal of fortunes. They were down in the dumps just about 7 overs ago with that opening stand worth. In the end, just shy of 100. But since then, almost been one-way traffic. 6 wickets lost for just 44 runs. Lower ball here, well executed. Kesrick, who maybe just a little frustrated out there in the middle, part of that run out just a few balls ago, and hasn't been able to really get going. We know he's a powerful hitter of the ball. Final ball then of the 16th.
Yeah, just knocked for 1. So, yeah, it's a pretty good effort at the moment from both sides. Game hangs in the balance. I think 16 overs down. Västerås United 141 for 6. Slightly concerned, I suppose, with the 6 down. With 4 overs to go, I mean, you should be batting it out here, but it just probably can't have the 100% wanton abandon with the stroke play that you would like to have at this stage. That's great work. Bala down there, who jumps and keeps it back into play.
There's that run out as well, which I suppose was Kesrick's call.
It was kind of an unclear zone, wasn't it? Because it was kind of in between the stumps at mid-wicket. And
I mean, he was the slower of the 2 to get off the mark because he played it, so he would have always been more in trouble.
If there was a tactical error but in that running between the wickets, it's that Sammy didn't have his eyes locked on Kesrick.
Yeah.
Didn't have his eyes locked on his batting partner. Was ball watching a little bit. I think he would have got the clue earlier. So one of the real fundamentals of running between the wickets that we worked on a lot in indoor cricket, where you have less time and the decisions are more critical even, is don't ball watch. So get a sense of where the ball is, but then lock eyes on your partner. And so even theoretically, you could even get away without calling if you do that, because you're essentially mirroring what your partner's doing. And I think as you turn for two, you watch the ball too long, took too many steps and wasn't able to get back.
Yeah, a lot of runouts are because there's a differing perspective on whether two's manageable or not. So clearly he thought there was. Keswick had other ideas.
That one's lifted up. Fielder coming to his left. He won't get there. Just dipped on Wilson at the last moment. Viral Patel gets a life. Not an easy one. It is a very breezy day, and despite there being plenty of sunshine, the wind is still with us. And that one just seemed to dip and leave Jared Wilson at the last moment. Had some ground to cover. Disappointed to not reel that one in. Which dots up the next ball. So we are looking at that kind of, I suppose, 170s at this rate. With the 6 down, you think that might even be a stretch. So it depends if Keswick can get a few out of the middle. It's been a good fight back, hasn't it? And yeah, the triple strike followed by the wicket shortly after that of Basisto had a big bearing on this innings. Good attack on the ball from Param. What an opportunity for him to play with a lot more experienced cricketers and mix it, is really what this tournament's all about. Yeah, so let me, what I'll do, because I'm in a good mood, I'll find that movie. It's definitely a very good watch. There's the story of World Series cricket right now in the air. Well, this is going to blow straight to the field. It should be a simple catch. It's dropped. Wow. Zain Ali that time. This is, well, on the easier side, because it was so high. It was always blowing towards him, not away from him, but it was just a slight misjudgment because it was so high. It probably was coming down at velocity. At a life this time for Keswick Williams. So both batters offering a chance that hasn't been taken in this over.
Yeah, Keswick almost gave up the ghost there. I suppose the one thing you can say is the wind is swirling. That one zips through to the wicketkeeper. It just seemed to die at the last minute. Didn't quite get right underneath it, did Zain Ali, and another opportunity goes begging. And that's probably one of the criticisms of this fielding innings so far for the Mavericks, is that they've had one or two opportunities that might have even turned the game in their favour even more. They could have had the skipper Basisto out early. He ends up going on to get 69 off 36. Keswick, well, he hasn't exactly set the innings on fire yet, so we'll see how costly that drop ends up being, but certainly should have been taken there by a fielder with as much experience as Zain Ali. 3 overs left, then projected score, well, at one point it was up towards 220. Now it's at 173. There's that tough opportunity for the skipper, Jared Wilson, which was a good effort, whereas this one, coming up in a moment, probably should have been taken. Keswick Williams will look to make the most of his second life.
So, just 3 overs to go now. Zain Ali gets the ball back. The off-speed ball there, but it jumped on Viral Patel. They won't get a run. So I've put the link in the chat.
Is it a documentary?
So it's actually a series. I thought it was a movie. I think there's also a movie. But I'm just remembering watching it. So it's from 2012. But it's got some, because all your favourite cricketers, they're played by actors, and it's amazing how quickly you can switch and believe them.
Oh, it's like a fictionalized version.
Yeah, it is. In the air and gone. So Zain Ali will get the wicket in the end. Viral Patel trying to punch that one over cover, but got low on the bat. Simple catch taken in the end. And it will be 147 for 7. Will Purchett, I think, was the fielder. No, it wasn't Will, because that was him at point. In the end, it was a fairly simple catch, wasn't it? About shoulder height. And was Abe Kun, in fact, that takes it without too much of a fuss. So 7 wicket falls, 147 for 7. Yeah, so for example, they've just won the Ashes in England and everyone's happy with them. And then it's literally like they're having a beer at Dennis Lilly's house and they're serving a barbecue, and so-and-so comes over and, he has to go back to work, selling door-to-door insurance or something on the Monday. And he's saying, sorry, what? You have to do what? Purchard has made that position his own, hasn't he? That, I don't know what you'd call it, the kamikaze point. He's just hovering and really making an effort to save that single.
Well, he's kind of been there since Will Basisto was sweeping early on. He was in the game there, albeit mostly to fetch the ball from the boundary.
Of course, just final note on the World Series cricket thing. And the reason I bring it up as well is because, again, that was a new concept that then led to something quite game-changing. And that's obviously it's a new concept here, Nordic Smash T20, hoping to change the game in Sweden and the Nordic region. But, yeah, of course, for all the players that were getting offers, there were some players that he just thought in the Australian team were a bit boring and he didn't want them to be part of it. And so they were the left-out ones. This one pulled away with the wind. It's an amazing catch. Well, that's an incredible piece of work. Jared Wilson has thrown up the left hand. It was blowing over his head. You have to call it early. That's the catch of the tournament from the Maverick skipper. Cypher's gone for a globe. It's 148 for 8. Sensational stuff here in the Nordic Smash.
Let's hope we have that one on replay, because that's one of the most spectacular and nonchalant catches you'll ever see. He realised last minute the wind was just taking it away from him, and he just stuck out a left hand, hope for the best. What a brilliant piece of fielding. Let's hope we can see it. There you go. Almost beyond him. Would have gone for 4, no doubt. He knows exactly where the camera is.
He definitely, there's a moment where he's like, uh-oh. And, yeah, left hand plucks it. If I was near him, I would have been saying back, 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 because with the wind very, very strong blowing towards him, he was probably a metre too far in, and that can make all the difference. But Wilson, good enough to improvise, throws the left hand up and it sticks. Brilliant catch, 148 for 8. Short one first up. Keswick not particularly interested in the run. It's Saad Gilani who is batting 10 for Vestros United. Would have been outrageous to think that they could run out of wickets earlier, as it was 8.2 overs before they lost their first wicket. Zaka being dismissed and breaking the opening partnership of 96. Cracked away. That's a bullet off the bat of Gilani. Wow, slow ball from Zayn Ali, but nothing slow off the stick. 4 runs. The tail potentially could wag here and still get them that 170, but time will tell. 18 overs down, 152 for 8.
It's already looking like quite a thrilling game on our hands here. Certainly Vestros United will be disappointed that they haven't got more on the board quite yet, especially with that opening partnership. But you have to give all credit to Malmo Mavericks and their skipper Jared Wilson in particular, who not only bowled 4 brilliant overs himself, going 3 for 15, but takes a spectacular grab as well to get right into the tail of Vestros. And, well, Mavericks might still be looking to try and skittle their opposition here, just to give themselves that extra push going into the chase. Here is that one-handed grab on his weak hand as well. He's right-handed, Jared Wilson, just sticks out a left hand. One of those, it either sticks or it doesn't. The Malmo skipper.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a highlight reel.
I don't know what kind of left-hand training he's been doing, but it's been working for him. Jared Wilson. So he really enjoyed that one as well, didn't he? I want to say hello to Paolo Campini as well. Hello, Paul. Hopefully well. And nice to have you as part of the audience here for the Nordic Smash. Of course, a lot of our regular European cricket viewers have switched on, which we've encouraged. Again, something exciting going on here in the north. And no ECN cricket this week, so it gives you an opportunity to stay with us. Final note on that commentary team I was talking about. They had quite iconic voices.
Well, Richie Benno in particular, right?
Yeah, and equally iconic voices, probably the top 4 or 5. And so, have you heard of the 12th man?
Not in any other context,
okay,
I suppose.
Well, then you it helps to know the people, but there was a comedian who did impressions, and he did albums of fictionalized kind of behind the scenes and then real commentary. Well, I'll play you some in the break, but the 12th Man became almost just as famous. He put out 6, 7, 8 albums, and his impressions were uncanny.
Right.
He's able to do all of them. Bit short, this is in the air, and I think it's going to fly. It does. Maximo! Well, Keswick does the trick. Fraction short. He had the wind behind this straight pull. And, yeah, 8 wickets down, but the run's still being compiled. That's a monster strike from the West Indian.
First real shot in anger from Keswick, and doesn't quite get hold of all of it. It's actually low on the bat. I think if he did get all of it, we'd be asking for a new ball. Suddenly Vesteras looking to add a little bit of a final flourish to this innings. 180 still not out of the equation, although that one zips through straight to the wicketkeeper.
Good comeback. Asks a different question there, doesn't he? Pitches up. Doesn't want him on the pull again. Yeah, so one of those storylines with the 12th man was where the Channel 9 executives come and sack the whole commentary team and get the 12th man to commentate the summer, because they said, well, he can do all the voices. Why do we need you? Say it's only one paycheck. Uh-oh. That one swings down the leg side. Couldn't quite control it that time from Odja. And Kroom knows the 12th man. Oh, I'll give Tingner a sampler. And you definitely know Richie. That's hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. But fielder crept in. Misjudgment from the Menders down there. They'll be disappointed, but that's going to be all the way. Maximal 6 runs, and a tactical area there was well hit. Not saying it wasn't by Williams, but if the fielder stays back, it's shoulder high, I think. He creeps in. Maybe didn't quite comprehend the power from the West Indian, and it does get over the ropes for a Maximo.
This could end up being a very costly over for Malmo. We always say as well, it's about the momentum at the end of an innings, and this over has gone for 15 already. And it will finish there, but it's a big one for Vesteras United as they go on to 169. 1 over left.
Yeah, 17, I think, in the end of the over. So 169 for 8. We talked about them maybe getting to 170 if they were lucky, continuing at 8 down. But yeah, I tend to think the par, just on what I'm seeing so far today, we've kind of clocked it around 165. I tend to probably I'd suggest it might be more like 180 with some of these top quality bats in the competition and the sun out. I just think that the bowlers haven't seemed to have gotten as much out of the pitch. The pitch playing a bit more true, maybe not skidding as unpredictably as when we had more moisture. I suppose time will tell. Vesteras United, it's going to be one of those scores that both teams will feel like they're in a position to win the game. Rahul, he's going to bowl the last over. Interesting, haven't quite bowled the overs in time. We're 91 minutes into the innings, and so they are forced to go with only 4 outfielders max. So extra fielder up in the circle.
Have we had an innings on time yet? I think, apart from the rain-delayed ones, the innings have been played at quite a leisurely pace.
Wow, that's a blast and a half, isn't it, from Keswick once again. Bowler not learning. Rahul digs it in short. It's a front foot flat bat smack from Keswick Williams for 6 runs.
Brilliant shot there from Keswick, who's taken a while to get into his innings, but since he's found that rope on the first 6, the floodgates have opened, and that's already turning out to be his 3rd Maximo of the innings, 4 to his name as well. In fact, he's the only one, apart from Will Persisto, who's actually cleared the rope. This time he goes again. He hasn't got all of this one, though. Could be taken, and well, it's fumbled, and I think it's been fumbled for 6. It's Will Pritchard out there in the deep, but actually it's been signalled for 4.
Yeah, I I mean, we've got a few obstructions in the way, but I suggested from 150 metres away, this might have been 6 as well. Let's see if we get a look at it. Let's have a look. Where does this ball bounce? Goes through the hands. Again, it gets big on him in the end. Maybe just inside the rope. I think we might have one more look at that to confirm. Again, I don't think that Perchard knows too much about it. It's been given 4. Everyone's happy with that. So I don't think Rahul Singh's particularly happy. He's very good on that straight pull, isn't he, Kedrick? He's got all that muscle behind it. Gets beaten this time by Rahul, but these have been very handy late runs for Westeros United. They're 180 now. There's 2 balls to go. Galani's been pretty good as well. Let's not forget he smacked a 4 down the ground from this end.
Yes, good signs of depth from the VU batting lineup. They haven't let this innings tail away after such a promising start. Well bowled though from Rahul Singh. Hasn't been cowed by the fact he got blasted for those 2 boundaries. Just 1 ball to come then. They have reached that 180 barrier, 181. Certainly will be a difficult chase for Malmo, a side low on confidence, low on points.
Down the ground. Might as well go for 2 here. Wilson tries the old don't argue, but he gets called through and has to. It's last ball. So maybe Keswick lost count. In the end, he will finish on 38 not out of 19 balls. And Westeros United 183 for 8. It was kind of an innings of 3 halves, wasn't it? It started well, it finished well. In the middle, there was a bit of carnage where it went off the rails. Looking at the score card, Basisto, once again, model of consistency. Really showed a lot of skill, particularly with the reverse, until he played it one time too many and was LBW to his opposite number, Jared Wilson, for 69. 3 Maximo 6-4s for Will. Saka was part of a 96-run opening partnership and was the first man out, bowled by Jared Wilson for 38. JP Mead unfortunately came and went without scoring. Ken Gase only able to manage a couple of runs. Titmus with 10. Samuel Khalil with 7. Williams with 38 not out. Finished the inning strongly. Viral Patel out for 4. Saif out to an outrageous catch on the boundary for a duck. And Syed Ali Kalani with 6 not out, including a pretty nice boundary. So that Westeros United finished on 183 for 8. Bowling-wise, well, no doubt, best of the bowlers was Jared Wilson, 3 for 15. Had 12 dot balls out of the 24 that he delivered. I think shout out also to Zaid Ali, who recovered from a slightly wobbly start with the ball, finished with 2 for 22. Wickets also to Abdul Rahman, who I think bowled a couple of decent overs, 1 for 16. Rahul Singh did pick up the other wicket. We will take a break. When we return, it will be the Mavericks searching for their first win in the competition. And we mentioned, you could almost say they are playing for their tournament life, even though it is only day 3. 184 will be the victory target for Malmo. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Teaming off with me, you're watching Match 7 early on day 3, live from Sweden. You're watching the Nordic T20 Smash.
Captain! 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 On the ball. Select the ball. Come here, no, bro. Who is the captain? You have to come here. Ask him. Captain. Square one. Square ball. Nice work. Sorry about those plastics. Go back. And keep walking, keep walking. Keep moving. Keep moving. Ah, yes, like that. Go back, go back, go back. Here, here. All right. Behind the ball. All right. If you miss the ball, it goes and hits your leg. Yeah, that's good. Yes, very good. Go ball. Go back. Hey. Yes, boy. Yes, buddy, last one. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. Keep it. Jump in, quick shot.
Hello and welcome back. It is a wonderful Wednesday here in Stockholm, Sweden. First ever Nordic Smash T20, and the Suns come out to play for the first time really in this series. Match number 7, and we are halfway through. Västerås United against Malmö Mavericks. The Mavericks sending in Västerås, and they manage 183 for 8 off their 20 overs. So Malmö chasing their first win in the series, chasing 184 for victory. It was a funny old innings, really. Dominated by the batters through the first 8 overs. William Basisto was a star, 69 off 36. Certainly looked on the way to another 100 before he misjudged a straight delivery from Jared Wilson, was caught LBW trying to play his signature reverse. But it was a wonderful innings to watch. 38s for Saka and Keswick Williams, the latter unbeaten towards the end of the innings. 3 big sixes from the West Indian. And now he's got the ball in hand. Here we go, 184 to win. Starts with the ball whistling past the outside edge of Ashutosh Samal. Now he's been given an opportunity at the top of the order. Mavericks, it's not necessarily time to rip up all the plans, but they are winless in 2 games. So they're obviously experimenting a little bit with the opening combination. But I want to get off to a good start. Keswick Williams, the highest profile players in the tournament. Oh, that was a run-out chance early, wasn't it? Ashutosh took forever and a day to get going, and I think if that ball hit at the non-strikers, then he might have been caught short. His opening partner is Paddy Gouge, the Jersey international. Very classy player. Hasn't really been able to make an impact with the bat just yet. He'll be hoping he can here in a, I don't say must win, but it feels like a must win, doesn't it, for the Mavericks? I mean, if they lost today, then, okay, they could still win the last 2 games and maybe squeeze into the 4. Remember, each team only plays 5 matches, so 2's the minimum you're going to need to qualify for the semi-finals. Glanced away, Gouge gets his one past the fielder. This will test the outfield. I think in the end it will run away for the first boundary of the response. Galani not too happy with himself there. Almost dived over the ball, didn't he? Gouge is a classy operator. He'll relish this challenge, I think, against someone of the profile of Keswick Williams. Galani, to be fair, he did everything he could. He got down, tried to put his body on the line. Wasn't quite able to make the stop. I want to say a warm welcome back to all of our fans in the chat as well. Thomas is tuned in from Madrid. Nice to see you, Thomas. Good come back there from Keswick. Last ball of the over coming up. So a 1 and a 4 and nothing else in that first over. It's 5 without loss. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the commentary area is Tina Goff.
Yeah, thank you very much. A bit of more of a shielded commentary area this morning as well, after some great improvisation from our production
crew. Don't you love new tournaments? I mean, even when we're doing our regular gigs, when we go to a new place, it's still like it's a new tournament, because where are you going to sit? What are you going to do to protect yourself from the elements and whatnot? And every day there's a market improvement. Today we've got the wind shield. Yesterday we moved up to the balcony.
Yeah.
Today we've got the wind shield, and it feels about 10 degrees warmer than this time yesterday.
I'm a much happier bunny. Down to 1, 2, 3, 4 layers plus blanket plus hand warmers, which maybe I just like being quite snugly warm, because I could probably do with a couple of layers less, but warmed by this cricket as well, because it looks like we have an intriguing contest on our hands. If I had to put my metaphorical chips on one side or another, I'd probably go for actually a defence for the first time. We haven't had a defence yet in this tournament. Of course, Mavericks low on confidence as Ali Galani steams in for the second over. It's not quite do or die for them, but certainly it'll be a tough ask for them to come back and snag a semi-final spot on the back of 3 defeats.
Doesn't really have the same ring, but maybe it's do or life support. Because it's certainly not one that they'll want to drop. Might not be completely out of it. This is muscled away off the back foot. Won't have quite enough to get all the way to the rope, but Ashutosh will take 2. Still pretty windy conditions. Wind's going in that direction, but kind of squaring it up is that's probably the slowest bit of the field out to that eastern side. Quick yes, no there as Ashutosh punches it out to point. He'll be enjoying this opportunity at the top of the order, I think, to try and make a meaningful contribution. I've lost patience with Devendra at the top. Zain Ali, again, they might have been tempted to open with him. He seems in very, very good form at the moment. And he has played that role in short form cricket a fair bit. Also, you got guys in there like Will Purchard, who I think's batting better and better. And let's not forget Jared Wilson as well. Forced onto the back foot. Doesn't really take on the horizontal about shot. Ashutosh, you might notice that camera shaking a little bit. That's just because of the very, very strong wind we've got at the moment. You'll have to forgive us for that. Like I said, we are kind of protected from it, but certainly still noticing it. Leans on this, but finds the fielder again. Field's well set. And Kalani's an experienced operator. We've seen him breaking into the Swedish national team over the last couple of years as he's qualified. And yeah, certainly put the ball in the right spots there. End of the second over. He had 7 without loss. And probably that's a bit of a difference, I think, between the new ball bowlers in the first innings who had this wind to deal with, maybe didn't quite get the ball doing what they wanted. The opening batter's got on top. Right now you feel that the bowlers are kind of dictating terms through the first couple.
You get the feeling that the 2 power plays will be quite decisive here in that first innings. It was a brilliant platform set by Will Persisto and Chaurav Sarkar. Ended up with an opening partnership of 96, and that first wicket actually fell in the 9th over. So they were absolutely racing along at one point on course for 200 as that one's lifted away. Doesn't quite have the distance on it. They'll be looking to hustle through for 2. They will get home comfortably. The power play here for the Mavericks, you have a feeling, will be pivotal. They haven't lost a wicket, but you don't want to be getting out of that power play just on 30 or 40 runs, because that gives you an uphill battle. We were talking yesterday about the differential between runs needed and balls left, and currently it's already up at 70 plus.
Yeah.
Need to kind of get a move on here.
Well, straight pull. Kesrick gets off the ground, but well covered by the fielder at mid-off. So deep square leg, deep third of the 2 outfielders. Remember, you only get 2 of them through the first 6 overs. Slow ball, turns out as a juicy full toss, just hit down the ground, but some athletic work. Keeps it to 1. Interesting. They just changed the field there. They brought the third up into the circle, put the long on back. It probably telegraphs that it is going to be something fuller. It was. The fielder did the trick.
It's Abe Tipnis out there on the boundary. Took 4 catches at long on yesterday.
Oh, that's a good shot. That could go for 6, you know. Going, not quite. But a very good uppercut. Cuatro carreras. Paddy Googe jumps all over that short ball from Kesrick.
Just the wrong length from Kesrick. He was talking about it so much on comms yesterday, saying if you just miss your length, especially as a seam bowler, it just sits up on a plate. And Patrick Googe tucks right in. Great hands, flick of the wrists. Unfortunate there to not see that one go all the way.
Yeah, probably deserved 6. Thought with the wind had what it took. But no effort to keep it down. There's nobody back there in the outfield. Once again, goes short. This time pulled nicely in front of square leg. Googe warming up with back-to-back boundaries Finally feels like the power play's underway for the Mavericks.
This is the kind of acceleration they need. 12 off the over so far, 1 to come. Kesrick won't be too pleased with that. He'll want to bowl a comeback ball here, get an early breakthrough. He does manage to get Gouge on the back foot. Still a productive over, and he keeps the strike. Does the Jersey man. 20 for no loss after 3. And you know how I'm a bit of a language nerd.
Oh, I know you're a nerd, full stop.
Thank you.
Go on.
Do you know where the word maverick comes from?
I have no idea.
Because I always look at words and I'm like, you know, is it French? Is it Latin?
Yeah.
Maverick originates from the 19th century, and it's the surname of Samuel Augustus Maverick,
Yeah.
who was a Texas lawyer and politician who notoriously refused to brand his cattle, leading to unbranded range animals being called mavericks. And then that definition kind of shifted from an unbranded cow to, you know, a person who's an independent thinker.
Non-conformist.
Right.
That is so interesting.
But it comes from an American rancher.
Surname.
Yeah.
I wonder what other words come from surnames or expressions. Like, you know, in cricket, you've got mankad.
Yeah.
And it comes from the Indian Sportsman of the Year, Vinu Mankad, who attempted it.
There's the Bosman ruling in soccer and football. But Maverick's super cool.
Bosman ruling?
Oh, it's about loan players from European countries.
And then, like, Kolpak players? You know,
Yeah, similar, exactly.
In county cricket? Yeah,
So
okay.
it was Jean-Marc Bosman, and it was a ruling by the European Court of Justice, which established that football players who are EU citizens can leave their clubs at the end of their contract.
But the clear difference between those and Maverick is that you can put a lowercase M on it and it's a word.
100%, it's just a completely
not really
normal word.
referencing the person
Yeah.
anymore. It's so far removed. Okay, I don't know. This is one to ask, I think, the supercomputer.
It's so interesting because everyone just knows Maverick as a word now. As that one is hit up and over again, won't quite have the legs on it, but they do scamper through for 2 as Viral Patel bowls this 4th over. Yeah, so Maverick, everyone knows is just a word, but there's not too many words that have come from someone's name that just completely made themselves part of our dictionary. So, yeah,
Mankad, you can lowercase it, and I think it
yeah.
works.
I suppose that's very sport specific, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
it's true. Yeah, it's not just an adjective.
because I was looking at on the nice graphics we have on screen now, the Malmo Mavericks have an eagle as their badge. I mean, they really should have a untamed, unbranded cow, but might not be quite so snazzy on a shirt.
Change to spin now with Viral Patel on his left arm. Brisk, orthodox bowling. I've got to find some more names like that. They're called eponyms. They're words that come from people's names. Okay. I've got some more. I've got a list. You ready?
Yes. Steve McVeigh's also given us one in the chat. Hi, Steve.
Hooligan.
Yeah.
Where does that come from?
Patrick Houlihan, sometimes spelled hooligan, a notorious Irish bouncer and thief who lived in the Southwark area of London, known for his rowdy, brawling behaviour.
Wow. Hooligan. How about that? Okay, I've got some others. Oh, and this is a really obvious one that I missed. Sandwich.
Yeah.
A sandwich.
Earl of Sandwich, wasn't it?
Earl of Sandwich, yeah. Had this brilliant idea to stick something between 2 pieces of bread. Boycott. Not Jeff Boycott, but Charles Boycott. He was an Irish land agent who was socially and economically shunned.
He was boycotted,
So
yeah,
he
I
was
love
boycotted.
that.
Yeah.
Could we just stop playing the cricket and just have a words hour? Because
It's a long
I'd
game.
love that. Keep going.
For us. Cardigan. The
Yeah.
Earl of Cardigan started sporting a knitted jacket.
What did they call that before? Just, I love your knitted jacket.
Yeah. Obviously would like to rock it. Left-hander to left-hander here. Ashutosh open the shoulders. Again, not necessarily the quickest between the stumps, have to settle for 1. Diesel is named after Rudolf Diesel, the inventor of the diesel engine.
Not Vin.
Not Vin Diesel. Louis Braille, inventor of the raised dot writing system.
Yeah.
I wonder what the first word ever written in Braille was. Do you think the umpires, the laws of cricket is written in Braille? Pretty inclusive. Of course, Tina works as well for the MCC. The guillotine.
Yeah.
which was apparently a more humane execution method. Sorry, kids, turn off right now. To pasteurize
Louis Pasteur, yeah.
And Marie Pasteur. Others, shrapnel was named after Henry Shrapnel, the inventor of an exploding artillery shell.
I mean, it's not one of the best things to be known for, but
leotard. A lot of these are nouns. You know what I like about Maverick? It's like an adjective, right? And hooligan, kind of like it's hooligan behaviour, you could say.
I suppose Maverick's an adjective and a noun, depending on how you use it. Will Persisto using himself now, early on. It's one of the features actually of Västerås United is that they don't have too many bowlers. So we saw Malmo employ 7 in the first innings. And Västerås yesterday used just the 5, and Will Persisto was actually the one bowler that came in for a bit of punishment.
Got one more for you that's an adjective, and it's lynch. To lynch somebody, named after Lynch's Law. It was named after somebody called Lynch, although the exact Lynch is disputed.
Oh.
Anyway, time for Persisto to go. His off spin, they got after him a little bit, didn't they, yesterday? But he's a very experienced all-rounder. Batted brilliantly. Just missed one ball on that reverse. That was the end of him for 69. Now he's in the bowl from the other end today, though. Bowling from that northern end, the grassy knoll end. First one drilled by Tosh straight at the fielder.
I'm going to use Maverick as my fun fact at the next party I go to. Bring the house down.
Yeah. Conversation piece.
Yeah.
Have people wandering away from you for the rest of the party.
Anytime I need any kind of
I've got to
break.
stand over there now. That leg side, nice hands from Jean-Pierre Mead. Asked the question, but I don't think the batter ever crept down to the crease. Some other good examples here in the chat, like Hoover.
Yeah, I would
That's
put
not to Hoover. That's also it's a verb.
Yeah, that
Hoover.
one's cool. I think I'd put that in a different category though of brand names that mean the whole item. So like to Tipex something is
Xerox.
Yeah, Kleenex. That's just good brand marketing, isn't it? That one's a good sweep. Will Persisto getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine, although it's the conventional sweep there from the left-hander, but just as effective. 4 runs. Looking like, in the end, not the most explosive of power plays, but I suppose Malmo will, at this point, just want to keep themselves in the contest. Don't want to lose early wickets and take this game deep. Still plenty of overs left to play.
Grammar chat's exploded. And Steve, good point. You're saying there, nouns, verbs, and adjectives all are often interchangeable as each other. That is true. Like hooligan. It can be hooligan behaviour. You can be a hooligan.
To hooligan.
Yeah. To hooliganise.
Hooligan last night.
Hooliganise this party. But language is always evolving. It's right now you're watching another opening partnership, which is just starting to blossom, isn't it? Over the last over and a bit. Persisto has to decide where he wants his 2 outfielders. Yeah, Persisto has elected to go for the deep point, deep mid wicket. Again, left-hand, right-hand combination always a bit of chaos for opposition captains and bowlers. He tries a quicker one, tries to sneak it in. Kind of miscued pull shot. Ends up behind square, but had to get back for a couple. Just enough to get it over the infield.
You now have a wine named after you in Sweden, the Maximo wine. I saw it in the hotel bar.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Have you seen that one before? I got so surprised when I saw the Maximo wine.
We then had it in the famous Eurovision party last year. And it was in the hotel bar I did this morning, but it was a bit too early for wine at 6 a.m.
Don't remember. We were here for Eurovision last year. Isn't Eurovision huge in these parts?
It's a religion.
I still love last year's entry, Barabastu. Look that one up. And I'm pretty partial to Espresso Macchiato as well, the Estonian entry. Persisto. It's cut away. It gets into the gaps. Not the greatest effort in the field from Saka. Gives away another run as he attempted the Kung Fu style stop Wasn't probably the way to do it. End of the 5th over. Only at 7s at the moment. Mavericks 35 without loss.
Say steady Eddie for now. They need to keep a slight eye on that run rate though as it's creeping towards 10. It's just a question of where the Mavericks will get their firepower from. These two going well. Paddy Gouge in particular, 23 off 16. We've got the skipper Jared Wilson, who's, well, already in with an early shout for player of the game with those 3 wickets and that outstanding one-handed catch. Might still have a role to play with the bat. Got Zayn Ali, of course, who's a star player with both bat and ball. And William Perchard, who showed us a little of what he could do with the bat yesterday, not just from the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that was a crazy dismissal yesterday if you missed it. Ball got absolutely smashed by the striker into the non-striker Perchard and ended up in the hands of the fielder at long off. Tipness is going to get it over here. Just trying out his spin for an over Basisto. You can see if he wants to continue or maybe switch back to his normal end, if you want to call it that.
That was that turning point of the game yesterday, wasn't it, for the Mavericks?
He uses his feet nicely up in the air. This might hold up. Fielder goes right back to the line and he has to throw it away. Well, it's a brilliant piece of fielding in the end. Kesrick had to use every inch of the Mochiraka cricket ground here. He leaned back almost like a limbo dancer, didn't he? He had to throw it back. Didn't have any support, though, unfortunately, for him. You thought maybe someone could get closer to him. I suppose there's only 2 outfielders, but one was kind of near him. He kind of throws it up and says, all right, over to you, Universe. And a fantastic bit of fielding. Won't be a boundary, but this one will be, as Gouge. He took 2 off that almost 6, and now he'll get the rest of the 6 with 4 runs over the leg side.
It's the second time we've seen that throw back on the boundary. Kesrick Williams showing deft touch for such a big man. Able to stop the boundary, and it took a while for the reinforcements to come in. On that occasion, straight to the boundary. Tipness starting expensive here, and that one's a big hit. There is a fielder out there, but he's just going to watch it sail over his head. Nothing Sami Khalil can do about that one. And this is looking like a big over for the Mavericks, looking to target the left arm spin of Tipness, and Paddy Gouge going well here.
That's brave stuff, isn't it? Because, okay, yes, you got the wind behind this shot, but you got 2 fielders out on that hoik, and pretty much goes straight over Samuel Khalil's head. Gouge back in his power, back in his timing. If that's a miss hit, it's probably curtains, but he nails it and gets 6 runs for his side. Gouge very light in his feet, isn't he? Once again, dances down the wicket, punches it through the offside. 2 more to the total, so yeah, 2-4, 6-2. Gouge 14 off the over so far, turning into a biggie.
Malmo Mavericks will just have in the back of their minds that mini collapse they suffered yesterday, which was that bizarre catch that we saw Jared Wilson suffer.
Oh, this is in the air. Now, does this one have enough? Sami Khalil, it's a big moment in the game. He's dropped it, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, once again, the wind's been playing havoc all day. This was miles high in the sky. And the higher it is, the more the wind blows it, and it blows it over the head of the young Swede. A life for Gouge.
I suppose he's earned that life, as he's been playing very bravely here and got himself into all sorts of bother. Did Sami Khalil. In the end, it lands safely inside the rope, and he just kind of dribbles over for 4.
And forced to change, not of position, but of fielders. They've swapped Williams into that position, into the genuine kind of slog sweep mid-wicket guard. And he might be brought into play here. Williams to his left, shouldn't drop this, and he won't. Well, how about that? Sometimes a change is as good as a holiday. They decide to open up the relationship at deep mid-wicket, and Kesrick comes to the party. Gouge runs out of lives on 41. The 50 partnership came up the wall before, but it is done at 53 for 1.
Case of one hit too many, but good sportsmanship shown there between Keswick Williams, who's a fierce competitor but a fair one as well, as he gives Paddy Gouge a pat on the back as he departs. Partnership worth 53. It's 53 and out. Frustration there for Gouge. Final ball of the power play. Just went for one big hit too many.
That was a crazy over, and it was all in this quarter of the field, wasn't it? Well, Keswick Williams, in his, let's just say, more mature years, he's put away the notebook and brought out the little whispered voice note, hasn't he? Had a couple of words of advice, I think, for Gouge, saying, hey, you didn't need to do that. I think it's in good sportsmanship that he has a word, of course. You know, Keswick's pretty committed to developing everyone in this tournament, not just his teammates. So it's nice to see, but yeah, it often happens. Sixth over is where the batters are acutely aware that it's going to be more difficult to hit boundaries in a moment. But the interesting thing about that over is they were taking on where the fielders were. So it's no different if they were to do that in the 7th over plus. So Zayn Ali comes out to bat number 3, won't be facing just yet, as Will Pesisto is going to continue that grassy knoll end. Yeah, Gouge, he'll be kicking himself there. I suppose live by the sword, die by the sword, as they say in the classics. Generally, when the wind's on your side, you want to hit it higher, and then the wind can do its thing. Take it over the rope. If you're hitting into the wind, that's when you kind of need to, it's like a golfer, kind of cut through the wind, keep it flatter to get the ball going further, or just put away the aerial shot completely. But yeah, good catch in the end from Williams.
He was riding his luck, wasn't he, that whole over Paddy Gouge, and just went for one big one too many. It's always easy to say after the fact. Had it sailed for 6, we would have been praising him for his bravery.
And I know they made the switch, and I suppose you never know where the ball's going to go, but I felt there'd been so many balls there, they wanted the more experienced fielder there. So that was good captaincy as well from Pesisto. Quite often in European cricket we see them switching just on one misfield, and you know, it's almost like they're playing chasey with each other, tagging and moving to another position. I've seen one fielder drop a catch in 5 different positions in a T10. Lovepreet Singh for Jandra Brescia in 2022. Mead, quick hands from him, but again, once again, Ashutosh staying at home. But yeah, I wonder if they hadn't switched him, I think it would have been a good opportunity for Sammy Cool to take the catch and feel a lot more confident. I suppose whether he did or whether he didn't, we'll never know. But the main thing for the Mavericks, his catch was taken. Now this is in the air again with the wind. That one does have the legs going all the way. Maximo Ashutosh targeting that boundary. Well, all the Mavericks have with that strong breeze that's going to that part of the ground, and it's going to be 6 more for Malmo.
I think it's especially smart for the left-hander to go with the wind. They've got the left-hand, right-hand combination. I think they need to use that. Use the wind as it's swirling around here in Stockholm. Make full use of it, because they do need to keep up this pace. They are now pretty much on the run rate, but they can't let up with big chase on their hands. 123 still required.
Hit and run. Does get a response from the non-striker who says, yep, let's take the single. A comment here from Amjad Hussain, just with a bit of feedback, saying, well, how about if the Nordic Smash would consider T10 instead of T20? The Nordics are an emerging cricket market. T10's pace and accessibility make it a far better prospect for attracting new fans. Cricket evolves and T10 might just be the future here. Just his 2 cents. Penny, for your thoughts, Tina?
Well, I suppose from an international point of view, there's a lot of Swedish international players who could do with the T20 practice. They've come off the back of the Viking Cup.
That's true.
And yes, T10 is also a brilliant emerging competition, but I suppose from a board's point of view, they want T20 players, because that's where the ranking points are. That's where also the ICC money's at because of those ranking points. But from an audience point of view, 100%. I love the T10 format as well. I think it brings a different dimension, different dynamism to cricket. Gives me more breaks as well during the day.
I would even suggest that there's room for both.
Yeah.
Maybe if you're continuing with the innovative theme, to have a mixture. So maybe to have two T20s and two T10s a day, and or something like that.
One T20.
So it would always work. But yeah, to have a mixture, and then the finals, I suppose you could go back to T20 if you wanted. But I totally understand. I think it's a very good piece of feedback. We know that viewers love the T10 format. That speaks for itself. But I also agree with you, Tina, that the ICC's determined T20 to be the kind of, I'll say it, the generic format for cricket globally.
The default.
The default format, yeah. So it's funny, what was once bizarre and new has now become the norm.
Yeah, and T10 is suddenly the quick format. We were saying yesterday, T20, definitely not slow, but you could see someone like Will Persisto knows that you can pace an innings in T20 in a way that you can't do in T10.
Yeah, definitely. The difference for me in T20 is you've got those 6 or 7 balls to set yourself most of the time. And in this tournament, we've typically seen batters around about 3 runs off those 6 or 7 balls. That's been very, very normal. And then more often than not, they've caught up. But in the T10, we just know that if you're 3 off 6, you might even be out of there. They might say, no, we're yanking you.
It's 10% of the innings, isn't it?
That's the middle order batters batting role, I think, is the most different. So often when you come out in T20 cricket, of course, there's a variety of situations, but you're responsible to get one and get the set batter back on strike, and you can do that for a while. But in T10 cricket, those are wasted opportunities. You need batters that are adept at hitting boundaries straight away. It's a different sort of player required. And obviously in the T10, and there's different types of T10 cricket as well. We're very used to the short boundary T10 ECN style cricket, but there's also T10 cricket played on fields this size where the running is a bit more important, but typically, oh, he's got him. Oh, that one maybe takes a little bit of a bottom edge there and onto the stump. So that's a huge wicket. Zain's been in very, very good form. He's a second to fall though. Gilani with a big scalp, 63 for 2. Yeah, it'll be an interesting one. He went to play the pull there, Zain Ali. The ball was short of a length. Just was pretty sure this took bottom edge, but maybe not. Just kept low. So Gilani in the pitch to play a few tricks. Crashes into the top of the stumps. And yeah, bail breaker, 63 for 2. You wouldn't have thought without length that ball would be staying stump high, but Gilani getting that one to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, Gilani's not the skiddiest of bowlers. He bowls quite a heavy ball, and that one just destroyed the top of the bails, almost destroyed JP Mead, and ended up at the boundary rope. So a bit of everything on that delivery, but most importantly for Västerås United, it was a wicket.
Sometimes these kind of dismissals, I file them in my mind under a folder called too full to pull. But I don't think that was too full to pull. I think it was a pullable length. Okay, you might say that Zain didn't really get that back foot back and across and get in a position to play the shot under his eyes. Then you've also got your body as a second line of defence. I mean, if he got hit in the pads there, I don't think he's getting given LBW. Everyone would have assumed it was going over the top. But he stayed leg side of the ball, and I suppose he brought about his own downfall. Jared Wilson comes out to bat at number 4. And he's gone. First ball. Oh, Gilani is turning it on back to back. Oh, 2 stumpires blind. And they're going to have to pick it up again. Gilani on a hat trick and a 63 for 3. Big moments.
The skipper comes and the skipper goes, and well, he immediately looks down suspiciously at the pitch. Maybe he just had in the back of his mind the previous delivery, which didn't get up. Yeah, that one definitely didn't get up, although whatever happens, it wasn't the right shot to play. And I just swiped across the line. Definitely can consider himself a little unlucky with the bounce, but got to get across and legislate for that. In the end, he's been stitched up, and he does have to go 2 and 2 for Gilani. Kesrick's on the floor, giving it a big old stretch.
He's analysing the flatness of the pitch there. He's really getting down, and yeah, Tony Gregg fans remember his pitch reports were famous. But yeah, I mean, it did kick low a bit, but also I think this one was too full to play across the line. I think Wilson gets himself in a bit of a muddle. Looking to essentially end up clipping a ball which is outside of some on length, and if you play that with a straight bat, I think it probably keeps it out despite the bounce being A little bit less than what he expected, but here's a chance for Will Purchard. Yeah, well, Mavericks, the more they change, the more they stay the same. Their innings with the bat have been marked by partnerships that then collapses. You need the former right now. Hat-trick ball. Kept out by Will Purchard, the Jersey international. Ashutosh at the other end. Probably doesn't know what to think. What an over from Syed Ali Gilani. What a spell so far. He's got 2 for 3 off 2 overs. 8 overs into this response at 63 for 3.
Malmo will suddenly be having flashbacks to that game yesterday where it was relatively similar. They got off to a blistering start, got themselves to 120 odd for 3, and ended up being all out in the 150. So it was an almighty collapse on that occasion. And they're almost threatening the same here with 3 wickets in relatively quick time. And, well, think back to that first dismissal again from Paddy Googe where maybe he was guilty of getting a little bit greedy on the big shots, and since then it's all been one-way traffic with 2 wickets coming in 2 deliveries, both maybe a little pitch assisted on both occasions, just not the right shot to play, especially from the skipper Jared Wilson, who ends up having one slip straight through his defences.
Cricket's the great leveler, isn't it? Wilson took a brilliant one-handed catch and he was on fire with the ball. Second half of the game, he goes for a golden duck. I can't think of another game that's so brutal as far as the swings and the roundabouts are so massive. Within one game, you can be up, then you can be down. I know a lot of it's to do with you get one chance in cricket to bat, and sometimes it can feel pretty unfair. You can hit the ball in tennis, and you still get to play another point. Cricket's not like that. Purchard out there with Ashutosh now. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, but poker is the only other sport, inverted commas, that I can think of that you can do everything right and then get a terrible result.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Wilson did everything right there, but it can happen in cricket. But the difference is in cricket that you have to wait so long for another hit. Okay, these days with multiple matches and tournament play, it's a bit different. But, Test cricket, even in Test cricket, you get 2 hits. You might get out first ball and win by an innings, but you might not be batting for another week.
Yeah, there's not too many sports where you can be part of the starting team and do nothing, or do one thing for 1 minute and sit and watch for hours and hours.
True.
You can be in football or hockey in a team sport and not touch the ball much, but you're still active in the game.
Old third choice goalkeeper is not a bad gig at the World Cup, I've always thought.
Yeah, or just as a domestic player as well, especially I think Man City's third choice keeper is always like, that's the gig you want, because you get given the good money, you play with and hang around with world-class players and do nothing. It's the dream.
Well, this one gets through everyone. Wait for a signal here, because it went straight through the keeper. It's going to be 4 byes. So, yeah, Ditya slipping one through everyone, including his teammate. Well, looks like cricket's version of an own goal there. It's, Mead is a very, very good keeper. But that one actually missed the leg stump. Surprised JP. Just couldn't get the gloves around it. So 4 byes. Not too happy with that. Jampieri sets high standards for himself. Now this one squeezed away to find leg for a single. It'll be the end of the 9th over. It's 71 for 3. Mavericks, like I said, huge game for them. Winless in the series. Don't want to be the only team to fall 0-3. The other thing being that they were the only winless team going into today, so it's not like there's another team with them in the cellar at the moment. They'll be a long way behind with only 2 matches still to play.
Almost in danger of being cut adrift, because it was into the 5th game, wasn't it? And every team had had at least picked up 1 win, because there'd been 5 different winners.
That's right.
Apart from the Mavericks, and not only did they lose that first one, then lost the second one, and threatening to lose the third here unless one of the middle order make themselves a hero. I suppose Ashutosh has at least set himself a nice platform. He's seen it enough now. It's one of those T20 innings where if he gets out soon, you think, okay, run a ball, it's not exactly helpful. But if he pushes on from here, then he could be a match winner.
Gilani Dicks one in, gets pulled away, probably straight down mid-on's throat, but mid-on's back. Only a single. Was it Man City that, because you needed to have a certain amount of English players in your squad,
Yeah.
it was their third choice goalkeeper that got paid. Is it Man City?
Yeah, it was I think it was Scott Carson.
Ah, that's the one. And just got paid to
Do nothing.
do nothing.
Vibes-based pick.
Is there some sort of equivalent third commentator gig somewhere in the world that we could be doing the same thing?
Homegrown commentators. Yeah.
Check cricket. Listening. Anyway, thick outside edge flies away to deep third for a single. What's that required rate? At the moment, it's in the 10s. Once it gets above 10, it's starting to take notice. It did start in this innings at around about 9 and over. 9.2 was the initial required rate.
There's a crazy amount of cricket going on today. Maybe in the over break we can rattle through it. But for now, Ali Galani gets the next wicket. And it's a bit of a curious dismissal, tame one to see the end of William Pachard. He goes for the scoop. Only manages to feather it through to JP Mead, who's not going to miss out on that one. And Galani, he's putting in a match-winning spell here. Picks up his third wicket. Malmo Mavericks falling away here. Fourth wicket goes.
I can see the idea. It's not as crazy as it looks from Will, because he was 2 off 6 and was feeling the pinch and wanted to conjure a boundary from somewhere. And he probably got the ball he wanted there from Galani. Maybe it was a fraction short to play that shot comfortably, but he only gets a scratch on it through to JP Mead. And unfortunately for Pritchard, it's not his game. So Mavericks, I know they were read the riot act last night. They were desperate for this win, but right now they're a long way behind in this game with 4 back in the shed. 73 for 4. Here comes Sohail Zahid. Now, he was opening the batting earlier in the tournament. He dropped down to the middle order. Probably hasn't had the impact he would have liked so far. No, domestically, he's a big dog with the bat. And he'll be wanting to show what he can do on the big stage here. And so I suppose it's a real opportunity for him to prove himself.
Well, the Mavericks are in a bit of a pickle here, so they need him to stand up and be counted. Run rate is now north of 10. Zahid, well, that shows probably why he's been dropped down in the order. Hasn't exactly inspired in his 2 innings so far, but you could probably say the same for most of the Mavericks. Now would be a good time to find a touch of form, as that one just hammered down the ground. And a word about Ali Galani as well. He's picked up 3 of the 4 wickets, bowled right on the money, given away just 6 runs in his 16 deliveries so far.
He's played the Jared Wilson role from the first innings, hasn't he? With this triple strike in the middle of the innings. That's, I suppose, countering a decent start from the openers. I suppose the difference here is that there already had been a wicket that fell. Googe fell, last ball of the power play. Wasn't quite as good a start either this innings compared to the first innings. So it all adds up to Mavericks being quite a long way behind at the halfway point. Not an insurmountable deficit though. That will be the end of the 10th over. Galani still has 1 to bowl. He's got 3 for 6. And 10 overs into the response. Mavericks 74 for 4. They will need 110 off the second half to register their first win in this Nordic smash.
A quick mention of all the cricket that's happening today. So England-New Zealand, the test match, men's test match at the Oval. Toss should be pretty much now, starting in half an hour. India-Afghanistan in a T20I. In an ODI, and look now. India 146 for 2, going towards halfway. T20I men's Bangladesh-Australia at Chattogram. Bangladesh posting 131, 1 over left. Women's World Cup, there's Bangladesh-Australia. So Bangladesh-Australia, men's and women's, happening at the same time. Australia won the toss, decided to field. And then later in the World Cup, there's 3 games in the World Cup today. India-Netherlands this afternoon, and then Pakistan-South Africa this evening.
India-Netherlands today, is it? In the World Cup? That'll be a huge one.
I was speaking to the Netherlands girls before the tournament, and they obviously were eyeing that one up as a big one.
Well, India played Netherlands the men's not too long ago, and that was a huge moment for the men's Netherlands players. This is beautifully driven and almost fielded. That was a great effort out there. Samuel Khalil has had his tests, hasn't he, on the boundary. Tavanci's come back out, but boundary confidence building boundary for Zahid. Like this, hits through the ball, slightly kind of slices inside out. It's quite square on as he hits that cover drive, but despite the best efforts of Sammy, ends up going all the way. Yeah, so India playing Netherlands in the men's T20 World Cup earlier in the year, and now we get the same experience. And so there's a lot of scrutiny and exposure that then goes on to any team that plays India. Of course, India, population-wise, the biggest country in world cricket.
Yeah, I hope
by some distance.
I hope they have a big audience, big crowd up there in Leeds. The toss at the Oval has actually been delayed by half an hour because of rain.
I'm shocked. In the air and taken. Wow, Ashutosh now falls. He just lost his way in that innings a little bit. He ends up 23 off 27. Aditya is the man that is able to remove him from proceedings. The Mavericks once again having trouble getting anything going, any fluency in the innings. It's Ken Gace that takes the catch. And right now, they need a partnership and fast. Mavericks fading, 79 for 5.
Again, it's just a team low on confidence, and you can see that they've just been rattled by the fact that they had that collapse yesterday. It's looking like a similar kind of collapse here. Remember that opening partnership was actually a pretty solid one. 53 runs on the board before the first wicket fell. And again, we've got a situation where they've lost 5 wickets for just the 26 runs. Pretty much a carbon copy of what happened yesterday. In a bit more bizarre circumstances yesterday with that freak catch, whereas here, Malmo have just kind of got themselves out, really. I suppose Ali Galani, he's been bowling outstandingly, so you have to give credit to Västerås United as well. But Malmo really have shot themselves in the foot with that run rate now almost up at 2 a ball. This is the thing we've feared throughout for Malmo, which is that they just don't have that depth in their batting lineup. Middle order, you can see at the moment 1-0-2-6 is what they've contributed. Really, it's only the 2 openers that have troubled the scorers at all. Yeah.
But it is different to see how they go at the step up against better bowling. It's just that might as suited their style. I think so Hale say he was adequate someone that can often dominate local attacks, but he wants to prove himself against this level of see if he
Yeah.
can do results. So way to find out. It's the luxury of bowling his 4th over here to a team on the ropes, 80 for 5. Overs left. 14 dot balls out of 90. And one thing about Sohail Zahid, who's coming back on strike now, there's a certain kind of player, I suppose. Well, various kinds of players excel at the club level, domestic level of European cricket, and I'm always excited to see them at the next level of cricket to see if they can replicate those kind of results. This presents a really good opportunity, I think, for Sahel to do just that. And he swings hard. That's generally what he likes to do. It's a thick top edge. Not able to get back for 2. But yeah, I suppose it's sink or swim at the next level up. And it's no different to, you know, recognised cricket countries where certain players at the club level may excel, but they may not. You might have 2 players that perform equally well at club level, but one is able to replicate that at a higher level, and one isn't. And you never know, really, until you put yourselves in those situations. I suppose Sahel, he does like to dominate attacks, but he's not going to get as many bad balls at this level. He's not going to get bowlers who are necessarily giving him what he wants. They're going to do their homework on him. They're going to say, let's try and put the ball in certain places that he finds uncomfortable. So he's eyeing off the leg side. The eyes never lie. He wants to be hitting with the wind here. Gilani, well, he's ball magnet right now. One hand, one bounce. Got one more ball to try and turn this 3 for into a 4 for. What a game-changing spell it's been from Syed Ali Gilani.
Well, we thought that Jared Wilson would have the spell of the game here with his 3 for, and of course that catch in the outfield. But Ali Gilani more than matched him here.
In the air, this is holding up. Is it flying over? It is. Maximo. Well, come the moment, come the man. He dropped into the middle order today. Gilani, brilliant spell from him, but ends up on a bit of a downer. He'll finish, though, with 3 for 15. And after 12 overs, the score is 89 for 5. And the equation, 95 runs required off the last 8 overs. Run rate required, approaching to a ball. Pressure relieving strike there from Sahel Zahid.
Yeah, a bit of a figures ruiner there as well, although Ali Gilani can still be more than happy with his shift today. Now my Mavericks need a lot more where that came from. Pretty much exactly 2 a ball required now.
Are you a darts fan? There's a bit of darts chat in the chat.
Yeah.
Have you been?
I haven't been. I laugh because the last time I played darts was in Portugal, and it was quite.
Did anyone get hurt?
There was a shoulder stabbing incident.
Okay.
Oh, and it was quite port assisted. So I have noticed that my darts ability is directly proportional to my port consumption.
Were you throwing with your correct hand or not?
With my left hand.
Did you throw a dart into a person?
No, I was holding the darts in my hand,
okay.
and then I kind of went for the shoulder smash, and it was a light injection.
I've got a similar but unrelated story. To Vanchi, back to bowl again. Oh, can't get away. There's so what happened is when we won one of our cricket premierships, I think we all thought we were Hugh Hefner, and everyone started smoking cigars.
Yeah. Cigars are only for celebratory purposes, really.
I wouldn't kind of recommend it health-wise.
No.
But that led to quite a couple of unintentional burns on clothing and teammates in a pretty packed nightclub back in the days that this was allowed.
Were you throwing the cigars
Got
as
him.
darts?
Well, that dart's gotten straight through Rahul. Unfortunately for him, it'll be the end of his innings. Never had the ability really to go at the kind of rate that his team needed. So he'll be castled for 3 of 9 deliveries. Another one for Suryavanshi. And it's 89 for 6. It's hard to see a road back now for the Melbourne Mavericks.
No, they're looking like they're staring down the barrel of a 3rd defeat in 3 games. And with it potentially already their semi-final hopes, I suppose they could win the final 2 games and sneak in probably on net run rate or maybe on points. But at the moment, they look like a dejected side.
Yeah, because you just see a lot of games being split between the other teams as well. So, I mean, they would kind of need another 2 teams, basically, because remember, the bottom 2 teams miss out. And again, let's not sink them just yet. It is possible 13 and over required, and an opportunity to bat for Abdul Rahman, who, yeah, again, at the domestic level, he's The guy makes a lot of runs. Both these two do, so I'll be hoping they can do it in these circumstances. Yeah, so basically a lot of people getting burnt. And the problem was that because we'd probably had a few too many celebratory drinks, our reactions weren't great. So if, for example, someone had the end of a cigar on your arm, there would be 2 or 3 seconds before you'd notice, not the fraction of a second that you would expect.
Where does the darts come into this?
Just as far as people getting hurt. And they should.
Okay.
Because it was like a stabbing pain.
Right, yeah.
I remember that bit of it. Anyway, what you do for fun with your teammates when you do have a win.
I surprised myself with my darts ability. Darts is not something that I've played a lot of growing up. End of the 13th, 90 for 6. Just about halfway there in terms of the runs. But I don't know, I guess I'm quite gifted when it comes to sport in general. And
if you do say so. I've seen articles on you. What about your child prodigy days? Should we talk about those?
Can do.
Tell us all the sports you're good at. Do we have enough time?
I can tell you the sports I'm bad at.
Tell us what you're good at first. Cricket, football. They're the two ones. I know you're still active in those sports.
Paddle. I had...
Paddle tennis, yeah.
Paddle, tennis I'm good at. I had England trials for hockey.
Yeah. Field hockey or ice hockey?
Field
We're
hockey.
in Sweden here, so they won't recognise...
Grass hockey.
Yeah.
AstroTurf hockey.
Yeah.
Well, potentially running a marathon next year.
Really?
Yeah. The London Marathon, no less.
Without cheating?
Well, we'll see.
What's the longest race you've ever run to this point?
I've done 15k.
Okay.
So it's only double that, plus a bit more.
And then some. All right, Patel's back to bowl on 1 over, only went for 4. Mavericks. I've got nothing to lose here. Try and clear the boundary a few times and give themselves a hope.
My secret is that I just don't do things I'm not good at.
Yeah.
So I just shy away from any kind of failure.
I'm a bit like that.
But you are also sickeningly good at everything, including things that I'm not good at. So I have no musical bone in my body. I have no creative bone in my body. All my bones are sporting bones.
But yeah, so we are kind of all-rounders, as you'd say. Jack or Jill of all trades. So let's list what you're bad at. I'll start. I can't draw.
I thought you were going to list with what I was bad at.
Yeah, so
you were quite enthusiastic.
I don't want to make you feel self-conscious. I can't draw. My drawings look like a 5-year-old at kindergarten.
Likewise.
Can you draw a cat? Up in the air. Sammy's off to the races trying to pull this one back. He does. A good throw here might have been interesting. Didn't quite get to Mead quick enough to present a run-out opportunity. They will get back for 2.
I wouldn't say I'm particularly handy. I was pushed to my limits the other day where I had to put up a shelf. But I'm not good. I'm not really good at fixing things.
I'm terrible.
Even when it comes to sewing, any kind of repairs.
Yeah, for me, also notoriously unhandy. That probably extends to gardening as well.
Yeah.
I am, being Australian, I love the water, I love swimming, but competitive swimming, just no good at it.
Same.
My DNA doesn't agree. I feel like I'm doing the arms, I'm doing the legs, I'm kicking. I'm just not moving as fast as everyone else.
I think we're both more floaters than swimmers.
Yeah, I'm a floater. For someone that was kind of good at every sport, it was a real embarrassment that I was in kind of Division X at the swimming carnival.
Me too.
Yeah.
We're basically two sides of the same coin.
Am I a natural blonde? And I'm sure there's other stuff I'm not particularly good at. That'll be the end of the 14th over, and the score is 95 for 6. So here's 6 overs. And how many required? It'll be 89. So now it's amazing how quickly it can jump if the boundaries don't come. 15 and over required, basically. So now I think you're in the kind of 15 or die territory. I would make a suggestion as well.
Okay.
Why not have a bonus point type in T20 cricket the way we do in our T10 matches. You could kind of do it the same way probably. You could say 70% of the score or 14 overs or less chase, which
Yeah,
is 70% of the time.
Yeah, I think anything that
You could go
removes
75, maybe make it even number, make it 15 overs or less chase, or keep them to 75% or less.
anything that removes kind of the binary win-loss, I think, makes leagues or league cricket or tournament cricket more interesting, because it always gives you something to fight for.
Zahid can't do too much with this. Can't get under it. Srivanshi's bowled really well, I think. Look at his figures there. He's got 2 for 11 of 19 balls bowled. He's got 11 dot balls in there. Duplessis on the field for Vestros United at the moment. Big swing and a miss. This time from Abdul Rahman. Well, the Mavericks, if they got the hairdryer last night, I don't know what they might get tonight. Obviously, everybody keen to perform well. But I guess you can't have 6 teams all winning all their games, is it? This one is going to be another one. Oh, can you believe it? These stumps have taken a fair bit of punishment over the first couple of innings today, and he felt something had to give here. Srivanshi's been stump hunting, hasn't he? And it'll be the 7th wicket to fall. Mavericks 97 for 7.
It's just a case of when this game comes to a conclusion, can they bat out the full 20, I suppose. Run rate is the only reason why they would try to cling on. I don't think it's the worst shot to go for in terms of trying to score a boundary. But Srivanshi, dead-eyed, picks up his 3rd wicket as well, and he's almost rivaling Gilani for figures here. Gilani kind of ruined his by that big Maximo on the final ball that he bowled. He finished 3 for 15. Aditya here's 3 for 12 with 4 balls left of his spell. Gilani bowling 15 dot balls. Aditya's bowled 12.
Yeah, well, Devender, to be honest, he's a guy we've seen batting right at the top of the order. Finds himself now down at number 9, but in a really tough situation. This is also the difference between having boundaries, I'm going to say, probably 10 metres longer than we would typically see in T10 cricket, is that the odds of getting these 15-plus overs go down dramatically. The fact is, right now, you don't mind 2. So you're just obsessed with stopping the boundary. It does make these runs of boundaries more unlikely, and also quite often after a boundary you'll have a single. So I've noticed this in ECN T10 cricket, you get these runs of boundaries which also keep the hot batter on strike, whereas quite often in T20 cricket you might hit a boundary and the next ball just might be a single and you're down the other end. So we don't see too many of these kind of 20-plus magical overs. Still occasionally though. Then that plays down the wrong line here. Aditya has been very impressive. Still bowling with good fire. Yeah, Melbourne Mavericks will be back to the drawing board again. Don't forget, we've got the next game coming up. Looking forward to that, with the Uppsala Tigers take on the Gothenburg Phoenix, the Göteborg Phoenix, in match number 8. That match is due to start in 40 minutes' time. Bat and ball this time. Nice looking drive down the ground, but they need more than this at the moment. Zahid, I think he decides, okay, it's really up to me now, so he just trots the one and gets set. But yeah, we talked about that 11 and over required. Well, we've only had 4 off the 4 balls so far, and of course the wicket.
DJ still fighting with Gilani for those best figures of the innings. He's not going to get them though, because that one's been smashed high and long, and it's going to go all the way. So just like Gilani had a 6 towards the end of his spell, so does Aditya. Zahir Hale showing some of the power which put him high up the order in the first place for Malmo. Maybe with a bit of a point to prove here. 23 off 13. One of the better innings for his side. In fact, he goes level with Ashutosh, who also scored 23. Patrick Gouge on 41. only three contributions in this batting innings, really.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. Takes on the fielder and wins. That was a good hit in these circumstances. Good comeback from Surivanchi though as well. Gets it right up in the block hole. Sahale will retain the strike, but to say it's getting tough is an understatement. With almost 16 and over required over the last 5. The score after 15 overs, 106 for 7.
Over 15 required now per over. You'd say that was a step too far, even with Sahale going well as he is. Defenders only really faced the 2 deliveries. At least showing some intent, and Aditya does finish with impressive figures of 3 for 21 off his 4. I suppose it's good news for the skipper Will Persisto as well, that he's managed to find 6 bowlers who have all clicked. I suppose Abe Tipness will be disappointed that he went for 18 off his only over so far, but he did bowl well yesterday and was solid in the field. I'm sure he'll come back with a point to prove. Viral Patel, he's still got 2 overs left. He's gone for just the 9. Kesrick Williams always used as that frontline bowler.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a big over. I mean, really big. Might get them back in it. But you need that 20 plus, don't you? It's hard to see where it's going to come from. Again, Gase gets a bowl here and might have a wicket first ball. He does. What a fantastic bit of fielding down there. That's Kobe Herf, who's on the field. And he's run in and taken that beautifully, judged it to perfection. So Sahale Zahid's vigil comes to an end. Aditya, well, he's out of the way. But Gase takes centre stage and makes an immediate impact. Mavericks fall further into the well at 106 for 8.
Nice tumbling catch there from Herft, running in off the boundary. It's always difficult when you're diving forward to make sure that ball stays off the turf while the elbows clatter down. Big smile on his face, and congratulations also to Kayan Gase, who comes into the attack, just a stock delivery first up, immediately picks up a wicket. Eight down then for the Mavericks, and will be Ender Singh coming in next for the Reds. Kayan's going to go right arm around, change the angle to the left-hander. 2 wickets left then for the Mavericks, and he drifts one in, which is dug out by Devender. He gets himself off strike.
I hate to say it though, we talked about maybe two wins and good net run rate getting you into the 4th place and into the semis. But and once you make the semis, I mean, you're 2 wins away from the trophy like everyone else. But this potentially could be a bit of a thumping if they lose the last 2 wickets here, go down by something like 60 runs. And it's very hard to recover that kind of net run rate when that's going to be the difference. Hey, Gase being given an opportunity with the ball. So far, so good. Squeeze into the pads. This will be a leg bye, I think. Maybe some bat on that. So Ramoji will get off the mark. Just a reminder to everyone, next game, that's coming up shortly. We'll see Uppsala Tigers taking on the Gothenburg Phoenix. Toss will be happening straight after this match, and the first ball to be bowled at 12:30 local time. And for those of you in the Indian time zone, that will be 4 o'clock. But yeah, Mavericks talked about their batting innings being inconsistent so far, kind of partnerships and then blows, collapses. There's just been too many collapses, not many partnerships in this innings. They had the opening partnership of 53, but if I'm talking by runs, the partnership's 53, 10, 0, 10, 6, 10, 8, 9. So it really has been a bit of a procession, unfortunately, for the Mavs. Next game, though, between the Tigers and the Phoenix should be an interesting one. Up in the air, just over the fielder. Should come back for 2 here. They will. Fielder throws an errant pass, but won't make too much of a difference. Yeah, with the Tigers and the Phoenix doing battle, they are 2 teams in the middle of the table, I suppose, with 1-1 records. Tigers have the worst net run of those 4 teams. The Phoenix the best, but obviously can make up for that with a win. So every game feels big, doesn't it? With only 5 matches to determine the 4 semi-finalists. You can't muck around. That'll be the end of the 16th over, and the Mavericks 112 for 8.
Yeah, it feels like it'll be a bit of a scrap between the remaining 5 teams for that 4 top spots. Assuming here Melbourne Mavericks go down, will struggle to get through on their remaining 2 fixtures. But you'd say the other teams are all relatively well balanced. They've all shown that they can beat each other. Wednesday, middle of the tournament, kind of a bit of a moving day for the likes of the 2 teams coming up, Tigers and Phoenix. They can get into that positive balance, get their 2nd win, then I'd say probably 1 foot in the semi-finals, with of course still 2 full days of league cricket to come before finals day on Saturday. As Abe Tipnis does come back into the attack. He did pick up a wicket in that first over, but was relatively expensive, going for 18 as that one is edged away for a single. Just a case of Malmo Mavericks playing for a bit of pride here. They certainly want to bat out the full 20 if they can. I suppose looking at net run rate, trying to squeeze through a few more runs will at least give them that glimmer of hope. That one's gone up in the air. Scores of catch it, and oh, what a catch.
Oh, well, Will Basisto says, anything you can do, I can do. And it was the Mavericks captain, Jared Wilson, that took a similar catch in the first innings. Basisto this time skating backwards, knowing that wind's going to carry the ball a bit further, sticks up the right hand and pulls off the perfect statue of Liberty play. A jalebi catch, as we like to say here in European cricket. And Tipnis, the beneficiary. Geez, that's a great bit of judgment, isn't it? And the writing's on the wall for the Mavericks. 9 down for them, 113 for 9. What a bit of fielding.
He made that look so easy, didn't he? He makes his reverses and his normal sweeps look like the easiest thing in the world as well. And yet, JP Bede is bowing down to his skipper. And why not? He set the tone with his batting innings, and there, almost, if you could have a regulation spectacular one-handed catch, then that would probably be it.
To be honest, it was so easy that made me think he could have probably caught it with 2. It wasn't like it was a full stretch or anything. But I just think this is one thing about one-handed catches. Your other arm doesn't get in the way of your eyes. That one snuck through. So I know it sounds a bit crazy because, yeah, you've got a bigger catching surface with 2 hands. But there are certain type of catches that if in the act of going across with his left hand, you actually lose a bit of your vision of the ball. Well, this could be the end of it. Oh, it would have been, but Mead almost gets done for grievous bodily harm as he throws a full force throw over the stumps and into Tipnis. But yeah, so Will just thought, look, I'm seeing it. My hand's here. I reckon it's going to hit the middle of my hand. And he was right. Might have learned that at Scott College, his former school. Really, it ain't too pretty at the moment for the Mavericks. And yeah, I know that they're an organisation that are desperate for some success in the competition. And this will be a tough loss to take. So Tipnis will finish his 2nd over. There's only 3 overs to go, or nearest offer, with the Mavericks 115 for 9.
Tipnis will be much happier with that over. Went for 18 in the first. This one goes for just the 3, and he picks up another wicket thanks to the spectacular catch from his skipper, Will Basisto. And it will be a happy camp at Västerås United, as they will pick up their 2nd win after their first win on the first day of the tournament. There's that spectacular grab. He's a pretty relaxed guy, Will Basisto. JP Mead was pretty impressed with the effort. Kayan Gase, who picked up a wicket on his very first delivery in this game, will be rewarded with the second over. And again, here, Västerås have put themselves in a position that they are able to throw the ball around to different players to get themselves a bit of practice out in the middle.
Geez, what a difference a couple of days makes weather-wise. We had all sorts of storms on day one, on or off the field, but this is more like it, isn't it? And hopefully the good weather sticks with us for the rest of the week. Gase gets another over. Shoots this one down the leg side. Mead does well to cover it, make sure it doesn't get by him. So it's hard to pinpoint where it's gone wrong for the Mavericks, hasn't it? I suppose they haven't taken their opportunities, is one thing I would say. They've shown good resilience to fight back from tough situations. Maybe not so much in this innings, but typically throughout the tournament. But I suppose the issue is they've been getting themselves in these situations in the first place. And they've tinkered with their team, with their lineup a little bit. I suppose all they can do now is control the controllables, try and go out there, have 2 good wins in their last 2 games and potentially put themselves in the frame. And I know they'll be disappointed because they haven't been far away in their other 2 games. This one was a bit more of a substantial loss. Nice hands there by Mead behind the stumps to grab that on the half volley, but it will be called a wide.
News from the Oval, England won the toss, decided to bowl against New Zealand. Also another fun fact, so I mentioned yesterday that Root has more caps than the rest of the team combined. He also has...
Leading wicket taker?
Leading wicket taker.
Yeah.
Leading run scorer, not so surprising, because, but leading wicket taker as well.
Easily as well.
Yeah, 70 odd, and Archer has 60.
Yeah, I noticed that.
What a guy. And he now wins the toss in his crumpled old blazer.
Do you reckon he sent it to the dry cleaner?
You'd hope so. Although maybe he's just proving a point, like, ugh, this again.
I've heard of that. Occasional baggy green cap has gone that way when someone's got a recall in Australia after several years and they've, donated it to a museum or something.
Moth bitten in the loft.
Yeah. This is going to be struck for a single defender. Approaching double figures, but this game stopped being a contest a while ago. Yeah. As far as some of the players you might see in the next game, I'll run you through a few of those in a moment. It's called wide, maybe a bit of a harsh call there. Probably over the line, it's just umpire's call. But for the Tigers, again, we haven't had the toss yet. This time, JP can't quite handle it in the half volley, but won't give away a bye. It's going to be the end of the over. 121 for 9. Yeah, so for the Uppsala Tigers, watch out for Randawa, who came into the side yesterday, but of course the Chad will be in the side. Chad Potkita. Jyoti came in, made an impact in the field yesterday. Mohammad Chowdhury likely to open the batting. Palmer behind the stumps. Prashant Shukla, I think, was a very good spin bowler yesterday for them as well. Hamid Mahmood providing spin options well. Randawa another spin option, so quite spin heavy there. For the Phoenix, led by Darshan Lakhani. The word I'm hearing from the Phoenix is that Waffle will be up the order today, maybe opening, maybe somewhere up the top. That was the whisper, that they want to get him out there. Of course, Waffle bats with his hands the other way around. I don't think you have seen him. Did you see him in the ECS last year? I don't think he was part of that last year. There's only 5 teams. I'm not so sure they qualified, but we have seen him quite a lot. Even playing for, at higher levels as well, doing pretty well. Patient Charambira bowled really well yesterday. You got Jack Hogarth with the ball as well. His leg spin. You got Scott Steele coming off half century yesterday as well. So yeah, Tigers versus the Phoenix in match number 8. 2 teams that are 1-1. One of them will get their second win in that game.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Some exciting players on both sides of the match.
Mention one more, Cameron Ahmadzai as well. He's kind of built for short form cricket, isn't he? And he was thrilled as anyone when I was with a few of the guys, and France got their win against Senegal in the World Cup last night, 3-1. Spoiler alert. So yeah, Cameron French national team player at the moment. And broken his way in after a string of good performances at domestic level. Also has experience playing as an import in the Swedish ECS last year for Huddinge. Samuel Khalil getting it over here. Nice to see he's been given an opportunity. I think, yeah, it does present an opportunity for Will Pesisto to throw the ball around. Obviously, they've got the win locked up here. Sammy is a wrist spinner. That's a pretty good piece of bowling. I just wonder if that was an opportunity. Me didn't gather it straight away. I'm not sure if it took a deflection on the way through.
I think it got stuck somewhere on the batter's equipment.
Misfield, rare one from Pesisto. Just probably cost them nothing actually, because they end up settling for the single. So yeah, pretty good over there from Sammy Khalil. Nice to see him getting involved in the game. He'll go to the last over. It's 125 for 9.
Yeah, invaluable experience for the bowlers out there. And for Will Pesisto as well, just seeing who deals with, I suppose it's not too much pressure on, but deals with, you know, the cameras on you, the expectation, and he has been able to bowl 2, 4, 6, 8 different bowlers now, which is quite a turnaround from yesterday where he felt like he was the 5th bowler.
Yeah,
and he was
true.
getting some tap and he had to carry on bowling himself because he wasn't quite sure who to turn to. Now he's at least given himself a few options, which could be really important going deeper into the tournament when it comes to crunch time.
That's a really good point. He has basically had that license to throw the ball around. I was thinking as far as the cameras being on the players, that's why I think the European Cricket Series has been so good to get players kind of a bit desensitised to that.
Yeah.
I don't think they're too bothered by it. Well, it's a tight single, but they will get there. And, you know, that applies in various contexts. You know, even we had a European Cricket Series W here for the first time last year. And that was, yeah, it was a real learning curve, I suppose, with women's cricket developing in Sweden. And, you know, there is a bit of a structure. There are clubs that have women's teams, and there's quite a few clubs in Sweden. So that means, although maybe only a handful have women's teams at this stage, the fact that they do have the Women's Club League is fantastic. But again, you know, to kind of get them used to the pressures of playing under the spotlight, I think that's been beneficial.
Hey, Seth, watch your feet here.
Gase
डाल देना अंदर सीधा.
getting his 3rd over as this game is dying a slow death. I did say it was not maybe do or die, but it was do or life support. Right now, I think the machines are about to get turned off for the Mavericks. Unfortunately for them, just losing wickets at crucial times. Again, Pesisto, his innings, maybe the difference between the two teams here. It wasn't like anyone else really got going, although Sarkar was handy for 38. Williams as well towards the end with the same score. But this will do it. Mavericks end up 129 for 9. And the margin of victory is 54 runs. Googe looked good for 41, but ended up being the top scorer out of the last ball of the power play. Player of the match, Will Pesisto, for his 69 not out of 36 balls. And even had the benefit of not having to bowl his full quota, throwing the ball around and seeing kind of what he's got in his squad. For the Mavericks, unfortunately for them, they are bottom of the table, 0-3, still two matches to play, and all they can do is try and play well, get a couple of wins and see what happens. Maybe some other results fall their way. For Västerås United, they now have a 2-1 record, and they become the second team to reach 2 wins in the competition. In that second innings, chasing 184 for victory, Mavericks. They had a promising opening partnership of 53 before it was broken. Paddy Googe out for 41. Then Samal went for 23. And that wasn't before. Zain Ali went for 1. Jared Wilson went first ball. Purchard went for 2. So the wickets were tumbling. So Hal Zahid rallied with 24. And Devendra Singh batted the distance at the end for 13 not out. But it just wasn't to be. They finished 129 for 9. Bowling wise, Saeed Ali Gilani, no doubt the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 15 off his 4 overs. But Savanshi was almost his equal, wasn't he? 3 for 21 off his 4. 2 wickets for Tipnis with his left arm spin, and 1 for Keen Gase towards the end of the innings. And Vestros United, like I said, they climb up that ladder, and I'll be hoping that, you know, with another good performance, they're pretty much assured of a spot in the semi-finals. We'll take a break here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff, and we're back in around about 15 minutes time for match number 8. It'll be the Tigers and the Phoenix Tangler when we return to Sweden for more Nordic Smash T20.
Good afternoon, everyone, from sunny Sweden, where we're into the second game of the day, which sees Gothenburg Phoenix face up against Uppsala Tigers. And the news from the toss is that the Tigers have won it and they have decided to field. So generally going with the grain of this tournament so far, which has seen the chasing side come up trumps on almost every occasion. Of course, we had a few rain delays on that first day, but yesterday we saw 3 successful chases. Although this morning we did see a big defense. Västerås United getting the better of Malmö Mavericks by 54 runs. We'll have enough time to chat about that, but for now, let's see the Tigers, whether they can get their teeth into the Phoenix here. Scott Steele on the back of a 50 yesterday is opening along with Pratik. Knocked away into the leg side to get this game up and running, and well, it's more than a knock. It actually comes right off the meat of the bat, and that's the first 4. Karen Beer, who we often see playing those kind of shots, is opening the bowling for the Tigers. Just misses his line slightly. In fact, it was pretty much off middle stump. Quite a brave shot there from Pratik first up. That gets duly rewarded. An elegant 4 runs. Phoenix off to a flyer here. Karamir is, of course, one of the imports here for the Tigers. 30-year-old has a wealth of international experience for Austria, 57 T20Is, scoring over 2,200 runs for his country. Chipping in with an impressive 39 wickets as well. His best is 4 for 42. Genuine all-rounder. Gets that one through to the wicket-keeper. It's Owen Palmer with the gloves on for the Tigers. Of course, Kabir Jyoti is also a keeper, but it's been Palmer who's been given those responsibilities for the Tigers, at least in the opening few days. I know Jyoti's carrying some kind of hand injury. So it's the Englishman Palmer standing behind the sticks. It's a very interesting matchup, these two. Both coming off the back of a win yesterday. Uppsala beat Malmö. In fact, everyone's beaten Malmö so far by 4 wickets. While Gothenburg Phoenix romped home against Stockholm United by 7 wickets. Good comeback from both of these sides, given that they lost their opening fixtures on day 1, albeit with a fair intervention from the weather. The good news is that it doesn't seem to be any risk of the weather impacting play today. You can tell by the slight shakes of the camera and the fluttering of the umpire's shirt there that it is quite windy out there. But the sky is a epic colour of blue. Not a cloud to be seen, which is a far cry from what we had in the last couple of days, especially day 1. Biblical storms and deluges of rain as we get to the end of the first over. 7 coming off it, 4 were from that first ball which flew away to the rope. And yesterday we had our fair share of icy wind. I think I was up to about 7 layers of clothing. But today, still not the warmest, but we'll very much take it. Delightful setting here just south of Stockholm. Jaspreet Singh then will bowl the second over for the Tigers. Tigers going to another one of their internationals, so they do have real experience in their ranks. Jaspreet Singh, almost 30 internationals for Italy, 24 wickets, also has a best of 4 wickets for 9. Of course, he chipped in with 2 wickets yesterday in that defeat of Malmö. 2 for 24 he finished with. It will be Pratik to face up Scott Steele at the non-striker's end. Scored an impressive 54 off 46 in Gothenburg's win yesterday. A few players finding form at the right time here as we enter day 3 of 5 of the league stage before big finals day on Saturday. A reminder that the layout of this tournament is 5 group stage games each, so each team plays each other. Top 4 of 6 go through to the semi-finals, and we have a classic semi-final setup: first place 4th, second place 3rd, before the big final, which will be played at 4 p.m. local time on Saturday. And that one has gone straight through, and it's an early wicket. Pratik, well, his highlight was the very first delivery, which was a beautiful late cut for 4. Since then, not much more to speak of, and right on the money there from Jaspreet Singh. First ball just drifted down the leg side, readjusted perfectly, and Phoenix lose their first in the power play. It's 8 for 1, and Jaspreet Singh showing just why he is such a prized asset for Uppsala Tigers, and well known across Europe for his skills. And he gets one to fly straight through, and Uppsala Tigers already pleased with the fact that they've won that toss, and it's paid dividends early on. Good news for the Phoenix is that they do have a fairly deep batting order. Jack Hogarth, leg spinner from Scotland, I'm sure he'll feature with the bat. Also got the likes of the captain Darshan Lakhani and Isalula Wafa, who we hope to see, because he's pretty unique in the way he bats. Bats inside out, bottom hand over the top hand. It's quite a sight to behold, and we've had our fair share of strange cricket so far. We've had Oktay in the previous game bowling right hand and left hand in the same over. And that was up against Will Basisto, who was sweeping and reverse sweeping, so all handedness went out the window. Will be, though, skipper Darshan Lakhani, who comes out at number 3 for the Phoenix. Warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. Thomas Martinez saying it looks breezy, but certainly clearer than yesterday. Well, say that again. We actually have a makeshift windbreak up here on the commentary balcony, which is helping us a lot. You can see the fluttering of all the shirts out there and the tents in the background as well, which tried to make a break for it at the end of day 1, and day 2 they just about survived. I think we've brought out the reinforcements, the extra tent pegs, to make sure that they stay this side of the fence. And keep your eyes out around the ground as well. You can see there, just at 3rd, there's that Daisy Box banner. Very proud of our sponsors, and they are so proud of their signage as well, and they're offering that if the ball is hit on the full to any of their signs and it hits the sign, it's a €500 prize for the batter, as that one's hooked away, but not with much power. Owen Palmer does the fielding. So you can see there one to the left. I can also spy one pretty much the opposite side, so I suppose for a big punch over long on. There's also one hanging up on the nets, which often come into shot when a big shot is played either by a left-hander over wide long on or by a right-hander over long off. Of course, a big thank you to all of our sponsors who've made this week of cricket possible, and of course the volunteers, the scorers, the umpires. They were all pushed to their limits in the last couple of days with the weather conditions, and have been rewarded today with the brilliant Stockholm sun. Just a protracted chat there between Scott Steele and Darshan Lakhani, the skipper. Scott just trying to get some runs on the board. It's an excellent over from Jaspreet Singh. Starts with a wide, but right on the money after that. Gives away just the 6 runs, and after 2 overs, Gothenburg Phoenix 13 for 1. If we cast back briefly to the game we saw this morning, which was a comfortable win in the end for Västerås United against Malmö Mavericks. Västerås put on an impressive 183 for 8. It was an innings with twists and turns. It was an excellent opening partnership between the skipper Will Basisto and Shaurav Sarkar. That one was worth 96. We thought from there they would push on and maybe get our first 200-plus score of the tournament. Malmö Mavericks, to their credit, came fighting back, and Västerås lost 7 wickets for just 51 runs. A little flurry towards the end, led by Kesrick Williams, scoring 38, unbeaten off 19. And then they did push their way to an impressive 183 as Karanbir comes back in to bowl the third over here for the Tigers. And Malmö kind of proved themselves to be a side bereft of confidence. Of course, going into that game, having lost their first 2 fixtures. 183 always seemed to be just a stretch for them. I have to say, in that first innings, credit to Jared Wilson, who bowled mighty impressively 3 for 15 and took a spectacular one-handed grab. But he wasn't able to get his side over the line in the chase. It was a decent opening partnership between Ashutosh Samal and Patrick Googe. It was worth 53, but Googe just went for one big shot too many, was caught on the boundary by Kesrick Williams. And that brought about quite a dramatic collapse. Second time in that game that we had a flurry of wickets. They lost 7 wickets, the Mavericks. Oh, that one goes, I think, straight off the helmet of Darshan Lakhani. The umpires will just have to make sure he's okay. He looks absolutely fine. Maybe see on the replay, from where I was sitting, that hit him flush on the lid. Doink. Yep, did. Seems to be okay. Almost headed it to the boundary. It was a dot ball in the end, and Karanbir immediately throws up the hand of apology. I suppose as a bowler, that is your job. You have to use everything in your arsenal to try and dislodge the batter. And it's 3 dots so far. Darshan Lakhani looks to be okay. Karanbir, if I were him, I'd go for the toe-crunching Yorker now, and he's just adjusting the field. So having used his one bouncer for the innings, or for the over, I should say, he's brought in deep square leg and pushed back deep mid-wicket. Maybe going for the double bluff here. Let's see what he produces. Just go for the length delivery, but misses his line. Back to the game this morning. In response then, Malmö Mavericks collapsed from 53 for no loss to 97 for 7. 24 runs falling. 24 runs accumulated for the loss of 7 wickets. Again, the tail tried to wag. In the end, they just about managed to not get bowled out. Speaking of bowled out, this one goes straight through the defences, and you kind of saw that one coming, didn't you? Darshan Lakhani just wasn't able to match the pace there of Karanbir. He got rattled on the head. Karanbir maybe got a bit too greedy on the next delivery, just lost his line, but bang on the money this time. And the Phoenix lose their 2nd wicket in the power play. Still not even 3 overs gone in this game. And Uppsala Tigers well on top here. Phoenix 14 for 2. In the end, Malmö Mavericks this morning finished 54 runs shy, so quite a dominant performance there by Västerås United. And you have to fear for the Malmö Mavericks' chances of getting through to the semi-finals now. Played 3, lost 3. Realistically, they have to win their final 2 games and win them big to have any chance of going through to the semi-finals. But the trouble for them is that all of the other teams in this competition have been taking points off one another. There's no clear runaway leader. If we take a look at the standings, Stockholm City, they've played 2, won 2. But otherwise, Västerås, they've played 3, won 2, lost 1. And Phoenix and Stockholm United and Uppsala Tigers have all won 1 and lost 1. It looks like an uphill battle for the Mavericks. They, of course, will come back tomorrow. They play the final game tomorrow against Stockholm United. Back to the live action then, and it's Baljit who comes in at number 4 for the Phoenix. And they need the Phoenix to rise here, because at the moment they're stuttering along, having been put into bat by Mohammad Chowdhury, the Tigers skipper, on genuine edge. Had they had a slip in, it might have been 2-2 for Karanbir. In fact, the pace at which he's bowling as well, there's no stopping that one. So 4 runs, and Baljit won't mind how they come for now. Straight down the ground. stand and deliver, and that's the best shot of the young game so far. Goes all the way for 6 runs. Baljit Singh comes out, decides that attack is the best form of defence. Another action-packed over comes to an end. A wicket, a 6 and a 4 in it. Gothenburg, well, the run rate's decent enough. They're on a 160 pace. They won't like the fact that they've already got 2 of their top order back in the dugout. Uppsala Tigers do have plenty of bowling options as well. Karanbir and Jasprit sharing the opening duties at the moment. Hamid Mahmood. In fact, looks like he's maybe not in the side this afternoon, but he picked up 3 for 35 in the last game. Shows the depth that they have in their squad. Anas Zahir, someone else who impressed yesterday, 2 for 19. They have options. At the moment, pace on is doing the job for the Tigers. Gothenburg Phoenix just haven't been able to live with the heat. That one's lofted in the air, and he's going to get lucky in the power play, so no one out on the offside. The chase is on. It's good work there done by Jyoti, the normal wicketkeeper, who does a good piece of sprinting there from the covers, running back over his shoulder. Manages to reel the ball in. They scamper through for 2. Decide for a while if they want to go for a 3, but in the end, Owen Palmer has the ball in his gloves and they sensibly decide otherwise. Tina Goff here taking you through the action. Vinny Sander will be back joining me very soon. He's just taking a well-deserved little break in the Swedish sun. We are sitting in the shade here up on the commentary balcony. Anytime we have any kind of break, we scuttle out into the sun like lizards. You have to say it's a beautiful setup here in Stockholm. 2 pitches side by side. Vantage point up here on the balcony. It's a real party atmosphere as well. We've had the DJ, we've got the food, got the drinks. Non-alcoholic, obviously. At least for us, I mean, spectators free to do whatever they want. Finally, the sun has joined us as well. So all the recipes for an absolute festival of cricket here at the T20 Nordic Smash. There's actually a festival of cricket worldwide today. Mentioned it in that first game. Of course, the men's test match has just begun at the Oval between New Zealand and England. England winning the toss there, deciding to have a bowl. New Zealand 12 for no loss at the start of the 5th over. Big hit, and it's a lovely strike up and over the covers. Baljit Singh continues to score purely in boundaries. He started off with a streaky 4. Then hit a majestic 6 down the ground, and this one right up there as well, just clears that front leg. Not without risk, exposes all 3 of his stumps, but if you hit it as cleanly as that, doesn't matter how many stumps are on show. India are playing Afghanistan men's in an ODI over in Lucknow. India 326 for 3 in the 38th over. End of the 4th here, meanwhile. Gothenburg Phoenix 31 for 2. And of course, there's plenty of action in the Women's World Cup with 3 games coming your way today. 66 for 6, Bangladesh are after 18 against Australia. So you imagine the favourites there to win the whole tournament will get another win on the board, and they're looking pretty impressive, aren't they? Be a huge surprise to not see them in another final. And then doubleheader in Leeds with India playing against the Netherlands this afternoon. Before then, again this evening over in Birmingham, Pakistan against South Africa. So plenty of cricket, and of course football with the World Cup continuing today. England playing tonight against Croatia. Before that, Portugal playing against Democratic Republic of Congo. It's the perfect day to put your feet up and enjoy all the sporting action from around the world. And thank you very much for joining us here. Going into the 5th over, and it will be Taz Qureshi to bowl it for the Uppsala Tigers. The tallest of bowlers here, Taz, but he gets a nice bit of carry through to the wicketkeeper, Owen Palmer, on that first delivery, before being imparted with a few pearls of wisdom there from Prashant Shukla. Calls of catch it, and it is taken. I thought it might have died in front of the Chad, but he leaps forward acrobatically and takes that cleanly in the covers. So it's another wicket to fall, and Scott Steele, having looked so majestic in his innings yesterday, scoring 54 off 46, just never really got going. Hand flies off the bat, which is always a bad sign for a batter. He ends up chewing up 10 balls, going for just the 4 runs. So a real day to forget for the Englishman. I'm sure he'll get plenty of opportunities to impress later on in the tournament. As for Chad, well, he took the bizarrest of catches yesterday off the deflection of the non-striker's bat at long on. On this occasion, a bit more of a straightforward dive forward in the covers. Gothenburg Phoenix in trouble here, 31 for 3. Still in the power play, 4.2 overs gone, as Yatharth Chauhan comes out at number 5 for the Phoenix. They're getting their wings clipped here. Remember, both these sides coming into this game number 3 with an equal record, one win, one loss. It's a perfect opportunity to gain that second win and really do your semi-final chances a huge favour. That's exactly what Uppsala Tigers are doing here at the moment. Blistering start for them in the power play. Often talk about the importance of the power play to the complexion of the game. Of course, there's still plenty of time after that for twists and turns, but losing 3 wickets in those opening 6 overs is never an ideal situation for the batting team. As for the bowling side, more than happy with this start. The second time a new batter has genuinely edged one to the non-existent slip, and well, could have been a catch had a slip been in place. Maybe could have and should have been a run out as the ball was launched back in. Let's take a look at this one. Well, this is the perfect angle to see where the slip might have taken it. The throw comes in, a direct hit would have certainly been out. It just doesn't get up for Owen Palmer. The half chance goes begging here. Yeah, Palmer saying, well, if you threw it straight into my gloves, I might have had a better opportunity. Lucky escape there for the Phoenix. Great hands there from Palmer. Makes so much of a difference if you have a wicketkeeper who's able to stand up to the seamers. It's not easy on this bouncy AstroTurf wicket, but Palmer has shown bravery actually throughout this tournament so far. Great set of hands. A few occasions where he's almost taken one in the face for his troubles. This has been an excellent over from Taz Qureshi, giving up just a single and picking up an all-important wicket. Can he finish it with a flourish? And it gets punched into the leg side. The shout is for 2, but Jyoti patrolling that boundary means they'll only take the 1. So at the end of 5 overs, Uppsala Tigers well on top here, 33 for 3. Big conversation to be had there between the 2 batters. Baljit Singh has decided that attack is the way to go here, having seen the carnage unfold around him. He's blasted 2 6s and a 4. Well, in fact, 2 4s and a 6 to get to 15. The bowling side have remained right on target throughout. Taz Qureshi backing up the good work of Jasprit Singh and Karanbir so far. Prashant Shukla comes into the attack, so the fourth bowler used for Uppsala Tigers as Vinny Sandhu comes back into the commentary attack here with Gothenburg Phoenix struggling 33 for 3.
Yeah, 3 early wickets. Not the start they would have hoped for, but so it's time to turn things around. 6.5 and over would equate to around about 130. They're going to project to 132. Baljit's a really experienced player. We've seen him leading Italy actually in the T10 format of the game. But he's a guy who plays cricket for Bergamo CC, a very famous club in the north of Italy. Well, stand and deliver job this time. And talk about the power that Baljit brings. He's got a really interesting pickup and technique. So he's one guy that if you kind of blurred out his face, I'd be able to tell it was him batting. And he has the same kind of pick up and downswing every time. That was a really nice shot. Cleared the front leg slightly.
He almost winds up and has that slight hesitation at the top before coming down, almost like a golf swing.
Yeah, that's a good comparison actually. Shukla bowling from the grassy knoll end today. Slip in place. Well, a very un-Baljit shot really this time as he tries to lift it up over the leg side. This is classic 6th over fever as well, you know, whereas the last over of the power play, he feels we need boundaries, we need them now. It's going to get more difficult in a second, but remember with 3 wickets down the power play, if you look at the numbers in T20 cricket, the odds go down dramatically for a team that loses 3 wickets in the power play. Gets scared straight this time, Baljit.
Did you have a nice lunch? What was
Had
on
a
offer?
lovely lunch actually. It was it was a nice curry, and in fact I may have had more than one lunch, so it was an indication that it was pretty enjoyable. This is cut away, and that will run away to the boundary. Nice bit of timing there from Baljit. Doesn't try to overhit this one, really. And that'll help the Phoenix cause. Also, and I was pretty keen to see Waffa with the bat.
Not yet.
They've deeped us. There was a bit of chat about him maybe opening or batting right at the top. Well, he hasn't batted in the top 5.
Keeping him back as a secret weapon. Bowling from behind the stumps here is Prashant Shukla. On that occasion, just trying to outfox Baljit with a different release point.
Well, Baljit needs a bit of the old Simba looking into the sky in The Lion King. Remember who you are, because he's not a slogger. He's a guy that's got a good technique. This time he's hit it. It's going to be wide of the fielder at long on. It'll run away for 4. No, Baljit, yeah. Keep that head still. Keep your shape. That's where he scores his runs and finishes the over with the bang. So boundaries to bookend the 6th over, 45 for 3.
Been a decent enough fight back from these two. Yatharth has only just come to the crease, but that conversation they had at the start of the over, Baljit just maybe saying to him, I'll be the senior partner here. Let me do my thing. He's doing his thing quite well at the moment, 27 off 13. Still got a couple of batting options to come. As we said, Isanola Waffa, Patient Charumbia as well, Cameron Ahmedzai. So they do have options. Jack Hogarth as well. Maybe have a bit more depth than a few of the other teams here, which is what they're going to have to rely on with those 3 early wickets in the power play. Power play, though, is now over. Fielding restrictions have been lifted. Maybe a chance for Uppsala Tigers to just consolidate on their good start. Make sure the boundaries don't start flowing for the Phoenix. It's a good delivery there from Taz Qureshi.
Yeah, hasn't he made a difference as well? Taz Qureshi plays this cricket for Albi Zalmi and knows this ground very, very well. Keeper up to the stumps. Been really impressed with the quality keeping in this series on the whole. Palmer, very good up to the sticks.
You were saying how much of a difference it makes to have a wicket keeper breathing down the neck of the batter. It's not the easiest skills at the best of times, let alone on this slightly dual bounce AstroTurf pitch. And he was in the firing line yesterday on quite a few occasions with the scoops and the ramps. But he's been doing a brilliant job so far. It just makes such a difference to have a presence behind the stumps. That's exactly why they brought him in. Bumper there, and well, there's the good hands on display. Takes it second bite of the cherry.
Yeah, it's probably the one for the over. It's very well taken by Owen. Didn't glove it cleanly the first time. It made the block, which was the main thing. But the key to keeping up to the stumps, especially on a slightly variable bounce wicket, is trying to keep your eyes in line with the ball as much as possible. So the further, once you start taking the ball outside your eye line, it's very hard to adjust to variable bounce or unexpected bounce. Well, that one is going to bounce off the stumps. And Stumpy didn't have time to blink there. Qureshi with the old 3-card trick. Bounce the Yorker. And the ladder knocks over Baljit for a spirited 27, but he's the fourth to go. It's 46 for 4.
It's been a blistering start for the Tigers as they have come roaring out the traps here. Taz Qureshi in particular. Well, we've had some impressive stats today from the likes of Jared Wilson, who picked up a threefer. I think in the end, there was 3 threefers in that previous game. And Taz Qureshi's already picked one up here in the space of 10 deliveries. More wickets than runs so far. Gothenburg Phoenix's woes continue. 46 for 4. Projected score 138, but that's not legislating for the fact that they're losing a wicket pretty much every 9 or 10 deliveries so far. And that's a big wicket as well. The only batter that's put up any kind of resistance so far has to depart.
It's time. Here's Waffa. Waffa's coming out number 6. Cross-handed bandit. And so I don't know. So, yeah, Waffa, he's going to certainly get a good reception. He's such an unusual player. We have seen a handful, no pun intended, of players around Europe using this technique. But for the players that haven't seen it before, they will probably find it pretty hard to believe that his grip, which is, he's a right-hander, but with his right hand on the top of the bat and his left hand as the bottom hand. And there he is. So, again, this is a nice little bit of theatre. If you haven't seen him before, stop what you're doing and watch, because Waffa is going out there with his cross-handed grip. Hit and run first up, and we'll get off the mark with a single. I suppose he has I won't say friendly face, because they're normally club rivals, but Taz Qureshi, also from the Swedish domestic competition coming in. So, again, it's probably slightly different to facing a former international bowler such as Keswick Williams or something like that. Yatharth. Let's just go through to the keeper. That will end the over. So it is 47 for 4 after 7.
I suppose the run rate isn't the worst here from Phoenix, but most of that was thanks to the hitting of Baljit Singh, and he's now back with his feet up, very much into the middle order here. Chauhan and Waffa, the rebuild job on their hands. I suppose if you've got Waffa coming in at number 6, you can still be pretty optimistic that you can get runs on the board, but it was another outstanding over. Taz Qureshi picking up the wickets. And of course, they've had Karambir Singh and Jasprit Singh opening, backed up with Qureshi and Shukla. So they've got quite a fearsome bowling attack here, the Tigers. Probably one of the best in the tournament, just in terms of depth. And we've had seam throughout as well. Interesting to see if they do turn to spin options at some point.
All right. So Waffa is going to face up. It's going to be Shuk. In fact, no. Is that Shukla? Looks like it. No, it's going to be Kudratullah Afzal who's going to bowl. So another Albi Zalmi man. And is he gone? He is gone. So we won't get to see too much of Wafa. It was a searching delivery from Kudratullah. Got that ball perhaps to just shape away on the breeze. Wafa pushing forward, gets a feather edge and sails through to the keeper, Owen Palmer. So yeah, regulation dismissal really, even if his technique isn't. And the Phoenix have lost another wicket now, 47 for 5.
It's all going wrong for the Phoenix here. Just the regularity at which they're losing wickets. They haven't been able to put any form of partnership together. Look at when they've fall a wicket at 8, 14, 31, 46, 47. Wafa, who we were so excited about watching, we saw him in the end. Just the 2 deliveries.
And look, it'd be easy if you'd never seen him bat before to write him off and say, oh, well, come on, that technique can't work. But trust me, I've seen it work more often than you might imagine. And so I hope he gets another opportunity in the series. You know, I really, really do, because yeah, he is certainly one player that is very rare in the way that he holds the bat. And you'd love to see him get another opportunity again. That was a pretty good ball, to be honest, from Kudratullah. Perfectly pitched out swinger, took a feather edge. And yeah, we've seen batters with their hands the traditional way get out early today as well. So not really too much to go on from Wafa today. But the new batter will come out, and it's going to be Karthik Sivakumar. Jeez, you know, normally when you have a tournament like this with, well, it'll be 18 matches all up, there's at least one game where there's just a rout. You know, yeah. When one team gets knocked over for a double-digit score. It's not looking great for Phoenix, put it that way. I thought with the weather, it was a batter's paradise. And I suppose it seemed that way when Will Basisto was batting in the first innings of the day, but hasn't been plain sailing for most of the other batters out in the middle today.
I suppose the wind is a factor as well, making the ball wobble around a bit, and that's the 3rd time we've had a genuine edge. We've had what is, I suppose for now, a pretty wide kind of gully slipish position in. I think they just need to get a genuine slip in, because he would have taken 3 opportunities so far, and on every occasion the ball's flown away for 4. So we've had 12 of the 47 runs come so far through that, from the 51 in fact, through that slip region. When you're on top of a side like this, you don't want to give them freebie runs that they don't really deserve. That's a testament to how well the Tigers have bowled so far. They're even considering bringing in another player. They do still have a fair share of boundary riders. They've got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep covers, and a 3rd. Good hands again from Owen Palmer. He is very brave in the way he stays down low until the last minute and knows he can always leap up like a jack in a box if he needs to on that occasion. Yeah. Takes it about shoulder height.
It's a lot easier actually keeping up on artificial compared to turf, where you've got foot marks and that kind of thing to contend with, or big cracks. Yeah, you'll find that actually the condition of the pitch is a bigger determinant of whether you can keep up or not, in my opinion, compared to bowler speed. And I think that certainly I would find I could keep up to bowlers of a certain speed on some pitches, but not others. That's a look at the dismissal for Wafa. He's disappointed. That's cricket. I mean, everyone's experienced it. And that brought Sivakumar to the crease. And 51 for 5. 50's come up, but at a substantial cost for the Gothenburg Phoenix. Yeah, so the fastest bowling I kept up to was probably almost 90 miles an hour, probably. Bowlers that might touch that. But only on surfaces that were typically pretty flat batting surfaces.
Yeah.
Because at that pace, any unexpected sideways movement or bounce is tough for a human being to adjust to at that distance. So as a wicketkeeper, you've got generally an extra 1 to 1.5 meters to see the ball.
Yeah.
Sometimes can make all the difference. So Taz Qureshi, 2 wickets to his name. Good hands there once again. So yeah, just to pick apart the technique of keeping up to the stumps. There's a few things you're trying to think of. You don't want to overcloud your head, but one thing is keeping your head in line with the ball. So for example, a ball that's wide of the stumps, you know, your kind of instincts might have you wanting to reach for the ball, put your hands to the side, and that's fine, and that might be fine. But if that bounces a bit more or a bit less than you expect, then you haven't, if the eyes are not directly in line with that ball, you're more likely to misjudge it. And if you don't get the middle of the gloves, typically you don't catch it, or you don't touch it at all. So that's where footwork comes in, because your feet moving sideways are the tool to keep your eyes behind the ball. So I used to try and visualize a line down the middle of my body, and that was the line that I was hoping to get to. Now, you can't always do that, because sometimes the balls are very wide. You can't get over there in time, but at least you're attempting to do that, and I found that was a pretty good way of thinking about it. It's a bit different to when you're back. When you're back, you have more time to see the ball, and then you probably want to get your eyes outside the line of the ball. I'll explain that in a minute. Once again, nice bit of keeping from Palmer. Because when you're back, you are really setting up for an outside edge, and so you're trying to take the ball on your inside hip or to the inside part of your body. So to a right-hand batter, that is to your left. So in any edge, it's going to go either to the middle of your body or even perhaps to your right if it's a thick edge. Whereas when you're keeping up, you're not really playing to catch an edge, you're playing to catch the ball.
Because you're assuming 9 times out of 10 there's not going to be an edge.
And the thing is, yeah, exactly. End of the 9th over, 52 for 9. I've had keepers say, should I not be trying to catch it a little bit outside? I said, look, that's nonsense, because you don't know how big of an edge it's going to be.
You can't legislate
some edges
for things that aren't going to happen.
Basically do not change the trajectory of the ball at all.
And
the little feather edges.
And they're the ones you have to try and go for, I guess.
Exactly. So don't overthink it. These days, I see lots of fancy things with keepers, and they look good with like all sorts of cable ties and everything. Look, in the end, catch the ball that is on the line as it's bowled to you. Set up to catch that ball. And I will say that there is a little bit of a skill to being able to catch more balls that are deflected and don't hit you in the middle of the gloves.
Yeah.
But that's a separate skill. I've had some keepers really try and argue, I'm catching it in, I'm setting up slightly to the right. I'm like, if you drop balls that aren't hit, that's not good keeping. Right?
It's the same way like a bowler has a stock ball. You have to have a stock catch.
Yeah, you have to have that's a good way to put it, like a stock catch. But keeping is interesting because there's different philosophies. I always think of it this way. Some people argue that this is right or this is wrong. I just see it as different tools that you try and compile in your career. And those tools include kind of where you stand, how you collect the ball. The actual skill is, I suppose, first to build a toolbox, but then to choose which tools to use when.
Yeah.
So I know in England, they tend to think in absolutes when they're coaching, and they think, okay, you need to stand in front of the stumps and come in, and that sometimes is the best way to do it, but not always. A little sweep here behind square, pulls up just inside. But that is an effective tool sometimes. For example, a ball that has bounced and is losing a lot of speed, then you may want to intercept it and go back and hit the stumps. But for a brisk throw on a fast surface, you generally want to give the ball an opportunity to hit the stumps.
Yeah.
And so that's just one example. There's many others. But keepers are a strange breed, a bit like goalkeepers, or what are other kind of standalone positions in sports that are,
I suppose, in
asterisks?
Baseball, you have probably the backstop is all.
Yeah, the catchers in baseball, they are mad.
Yeah, because they're literally face in front of the ball, aren't they?
And I've done that too, and that can be frightening.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
That you've done it or that it's frightening.
Yeah, well, everyone assumed when I picked up baseball, so I haven't played very low-level professional baseball in Australia, that I would play as a catcher. But the thing is, the catcher actually runs the game. And
It's very tactical.
Yeah, it's super tactical. Oh, well, just as we're talking about keeping, this one gets through Palmer. Wait and see what the umpire says here. Here's a bye. This is one among the toughest ones to take as well, because you are not expecting to have to take the ball so low. So he actually gets up a fraction too early.
You'd almost have to pat his gloves down on that one. It just goes under his fingertips, yeah, through his legs.
So catcher in baseballs is fascinating in that the catcher tells the pitcher what kind of pitch to throw. The equivalent of me being the keeper and telling you to bowl it right, quicker ball. And they use signals to do that. Into the 10th over, 61 for 5. And yeah, it's just a different kind of a relationship. Well, speaking of relationships, Tina and I are breaking up because I found something a little bit different. I'm going to experiment here because we're lucky to have back the one, the only Kesrick Williams joining us back in the commentary box. And Kesrick, first of all, well done this morning on a big win for your side, Westeros United. And I guess you're feeling a bit sunnier like we all are today with the blue skies here at the ground.
Well, I tell you what, the sun came, a bit of runs came, so I'm hoping that the wind continues to come for our team.
Yeah, 38 not out, and I heard they'll be taking a couple of cricket balls out of the match payments because you've lost a few on the long grass today with some of those big, straight, flat bat smacks. How did they feel off the willow?
Well, guess what? The captain told me that he's going to pay for everything, so I'm safe. It's not going to come out of my paycheck.
Well, talk is cheap. It's honestly, it was a pretty comprehensive performance. Wow, it's a really good piece of work down the leg side. We'll be called a wide. Fortunately for Karthik, he stayed behind the line. We were talking wicket keeping just then. We were on a bit of a wicket keeping nerd run. Have you ever donned the gloves? Maybe when you were a bit younger. Did you ever have a go at the position?
It's probably one of those parts of cricket that I've never really tried to take up because I mean the glove work, too much bending.
Too much bending.
And one of my best mates, Chadwick Walton. When you look at his fingers, it's all over the place.
Yeah,
So
tell me about it.
I kind of don't want to have broken fingers.
That's a little nick, but third's pretty fine. Yeah, I mean, most people look at mine and they can see some I got fixed, some I didn't.
Look like a goalkeeper.
Yeah, you look like a packet of twisties. I don't think I've been to Australia. Yeah. But no, wicket keeping's an interesting skill. And it's funny that you said, you wouldn't want to do that to your body, but then when you think of what you did do to your body by playing by fast bowling, that's actually way worse.
It's way worse. It's way worse. When you look at the biomechanics of fast bowling and what it can do to your body, it's to do that for years, like someone like a Mitchell Stark who would bowl fast for entire years, same pace, because some fast bowlers at some point of the year you may find them bowling a bit slower, but with this guy it's just consistent. So that's outstanding, to do fast bowling and do it for a whole year, even for years. So that's great.
Really good point you make is Taz Qureshi. Done a good job so far, 2 wickets to his name. Just worked for a single this time. And that's the other thing with fast bowling. That's why there is a lot of science and coaching around making sure you don't have a problematic action that could do your body damage over a big career or a big length of time. But then you have to balance that with some unusual actions that sometimes work for certain individuals. You wouldn't coach someone to bowl like a Malinga or a Bumrah.
It's unique.
But it is at the top level. It is an advantage, isn't it, to be a bit unusual because it's not something that the opposition can
I'll tell
practice
you one
against.
thing though, Vinny. Like in the Caribbean, someone like a Malinga, and a lot of Caribbean folks, especially probably in Barbados and Trinidad, would hear this and probably be like, yeah, he's correct. Someone like a Bumrah growing up in the West Indies, probably, this is a good shot straight down the ground, just a single though. Probably wouldn't have made it in international cricket because of his action. They would have probably tried to remodel that, change it up, because growing up in the Caribbean, you want to be like the Caribbean fast bowlers, probably like a Courtney Ambrose. And the perfect action in the Caribbean when it comes to fast bowling, everybody speaks about Malcolm Marshall. You know, they want you to be like that Malcolm Marshall, being firm at the top and stuff like that. But someone like a Malinga in the Caribbean, they would have tried to remodel that, and we probably wouldn't have seen a Malinga. So being unique is good because we realize what this being unique, what it did for cricket. A Malinga, a Bumrah.
Murley is the obvious example.
A Paul Adams from South Africa. You know, so if these guys were probably somewhere else, it would have been a different thing. But we're happy that we saw these guys, how they play their cricket, and they did well for the sport as well.
And you don't want to watch robots. You don't want to watch cardboard cutout clones either. If you're a spectator, Kudratullah coming on. He's another local Swedish player, worked for a single first ball. Yeah, that's the interesting thing, isn't it, about when to intervene. I also know I've played with players at the grade level that then have been called up, and I would say they've been overcoached and lost the magic that got them there in the first place. And sometimes,
this is a good length. That is the type of length that you want to bowl on this pitch. I realized something yesterday. When you look at the pitch, when it's overcast and when it probably has a little bit of drizzle on it, it plays different than when the sun is out. So today it sort of stopped. It didn't really come on the way how it would that it came on the first day. So there was a little bit of a difference today. So that is good. At least it's not a turf wicket, but it's one of those AstroTurf.
It plays
but
differently,
it plays
right?
different.
Yeah.
And you mentioned it as well. You did mention it. In Australia, you played on pitches where when it's dry, it's cracked underneath, and this one is powered down the ground, straight to the fielder, straight over the head. Misjudging it again. That fielder should have been a catch, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the tail of the tape today, hasn't it? The outfielders haven't reacted too well with the wind. And this is one that's fading. It's right to left as the fielder sees it. And again, he probably had another metre to give, didn't he? But never set his feet there.
Anas Zaya.
Yeah, Anas, unfortunately,
should have been back on the boundary.
Has to chase it into the long grass as the next ball's pulled away. That'll be another 4. So back-to-back for Yatharth. And Kudratullah going the journey. You know, it's really interesting what you say. And I also mentioned in that conversation that the good artificial pitches are the ones that can change in character and also can replicate a turf pitch. And what I mean by that is that there's some variation in them, but not too much. Don't know if you realise, but, oh, geez, this could be trouble if he hits. First he has to pick it up. That was a bit of a missed opportunity there for Taz Qureshi. But in Canada yesterday, there was a game called off between Netherlands and Canada after, I think, only 3 or 4 overs due to a dangerous pitch. Have you ever played on a pitch that you think has done too much? Is that possible to think as a bowler?
For me, it doesn't matter as long as I'm bowling first and my team is not batting first. But yeah, you do get pitches sometimes that you don't know what's going on. I'll tell you what, this year in the finals for regional for the tournament in the West Indies, a game was actually called off. The finals was actually called off because the pitch wasn't ready, and that was the final. And these things do happen. You do turn up to cricket and the pitch is not really, in the right place to play.
Fit for play,
it's not fit
and
for
famously
play.
in a test match in the West Indies as well against England.
It happened.
Unfortunately,
happened in the test match.
Fortunately for West Indies, they weren't batting, but they seemed concerned that at some point they would have to bat, and the game was called off. And I think after about an hour, it's an unusual occurrence, but I suppose safety is very important. I think sometimes we forget the cricket ball can be lethal.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna if you play cricket long enough, you're gonna turn up, and the pitches might not be favourable for playing.
But
it will happen.
You also said, and I agree with you 100%, the fact that surfaces are different around the world make our game so much richer and more interesting, and again, unique. I suppose you could say tennis, has the different surfaces as well, but I think cricket, they're such minute differences that make it such a spectacle.
It's a new bowler now.
Yeah, this is
Anas Zaire. This one is too short into the pitch, pulled straight out to mid-wicket. Yeah, another boundary here. They're chugging along nicely, the Phoenix.
So I'm going to ask you a random question, and we do like a random question here. Have you ever had a stoppage for something really unusual in any game you've played at any level? So, for example, my example is once I was batting and a swarm of bees came across the ground, and everyone went from being really tough to really not tough.
I've had a few scary stoppage in cricket. One time in Florida. They're playing
Alligator on the field?
Not an alligator. Lightning came right down.
Really?
Yeah, it was like what happened the other day, Monday.
Wow.
Lightning here. So it came right down, literally, and hit the ground at the back of the playing field. It was scary. It was the first time I'm seeing it, and I was like, oh, this is crazy.
I thought you could only be struck out in baseball, but maybe you could be struck out in cricket. Not the way you'd want to go.
Yeah, shot again into the pitch, hit out to the fielder at long on. Just a single.
Oh, Curran Beer's got to attack that ball. That landed about 2 meters in front of me, backed off. I don't think I'd be particularly happy if I was Mohammad Chowdhury there. Yeah, the value of the 6th wicket here with 7.5 overs to go.
Well, this is his second ball. Mode of operation here is going into the pitch short. Not sure that he's getting a lot of success with it. This one is a bit fuller, kept a bit low as well, and that's the area that you need to hit consistently.
I saw you down on the pitch almost like a surveyor. And were you studying the contours of the pitch this morning?
Definitely.
And seeing,
you can only see those, I would say, hills and, hills a little bit of gullies and stuff like that when you lie down and look at the pitch. Nice. But it's workable.
I love that because I thought, here's a guy that he's so in tune. He wants to get down. He wants to feel the pitch. He wants to know the pitch. He wants to, whisper to the pitch. Tell me where you want me to bowl.
The thing is, as an international player, you want to learn conditions as fast as possible. This is the first tournament. Possibly I might be back here next year. So, I mean, in a situation like that, this one is short again, pulled out to mid-wicket, just one. Again, you want to learn the conditions as fast as possible because coming in as a foreign player, your team is going to look to you to win you games. Now, I always say this, in leagues around the world, the international players are not going to win you the tournament. The locals will because they are the one that knows everything and know the condition more than anything else. And you rely on the local players to tell you a few things about the local players that you're playing against because you might not know these guys. So you want the international players to come and do well, but winning the tournament is based up on the local players, sharing that information to the international players so that when we get out there, it's a bit easier because it's just a week tournament. We have a week to blend, a week to get in, so it's not a lot of time.
It's really interesting, that information sharing element, which, to be honest, I never thought of it that way, but it must be paramount, especially when some of these international players are traveling so much. And it's nice to see that there's that interrelation between the local players and maybe the higher profile players that make the team tick.
And I'll tell you what, something that short into the pitch, just cutting it out at cover for one. And I'll tell you something that really works well in these shorter tournaments, especially when you come in as an international player that people are looking up to you. For example, you have JP Mead from Italy that's playing with us, just came back from World Cup. You have Basista, who is such a consistent player around the world playing league cricket. Myself, when you have the three of us in one dressing room, you're going to find the locals probably afraid to approach us. They're scared to come to us and ask us questions. But when you go to them, you give them joke, you make them feel comfortable. That's how you're going to build that, camaraderie around the team. Looking for a quick single.
That's another one that I think if he grabs that cleanly, Chowdhury, he's got a chance at a run out. Oh, I don't know if we had a slight collision here or maybe a slight slip. Let's have a look at what happened here in the replay. And kind of made the decision to go straight away. I think that Chowan needed some convincing. Oh, I think we booked for a yellow card for a dive in the World Cup. I didn't quite see what happened, but anyway, I think he's going to be okay to continue. Back live.
Speaking of the World Cup, I just want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Team you supported?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Australia, and Australia went a long time until they qualified for the World Cup. They only qualified 1974 for the first time, and then there was a 32-year drought before they qualify again in 2006. So we have done a bit better recently. We had a big win against Turkey in the first game, 2-0, and they're playing again Friday night. But I'll tell you something controversial, though. As an Australian, obviously, I'm normally very anti-England. Though I am, as a broadcaster, I'm neutral. I do tend to go for England in football, mainly because we never qualified.
That's a good shot. Really, really good shot.
Speaking of countries, so which country would you support in this World Cup?
I'll give you a hint. Soy.
What's that?
Soy.
Oh,
Portugal, Ronaldo. That's my team.
Yeah.
That's my team.
And they're on, is it tonight or tomorrow night? I think it might be tomorrow night.
I think they're on tomorrow night. Tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight. I think they're on tonight.
And tonight.
Yeah. Not
Yeah.
going to miss that.
We've
for
spent,
the world.
Tina and I have commentated together in Portugal. Portuguese cricket's super interesting as well.
Really?
Got to get you a gig over there.
Oh, I've got to come over.
You might not want to.
Might not want to leave.
Think about sunshine, beautiful club rooms. Don't know if you occasionally like to enjoy. They have special
Cup of
kinds
coffee?
Yeah, special kinds of ice.
Chai?
Special kinds of ice cream over there. If you go and ask for an ice cream during the day, they're more than happy to give you one. They had to bring in some rules that we were only allowed to have ice creams after the early years of the European Cricket League. Anyway,
Yeah, this one is smashed down the ground, straight to the fielder though. Straight out to Karan.
I want to ask you about your heroes growing up, though, because personally, I got into cricket by coincidence. It was the year, or one of the years, that the West Indies were touring Australia, 88-9. Viv Richards was playing Malcolm Marshall, Curtly Ambrose, Patrick Patterson, Ian Bishop, more. Jeff Dujon was actually my favourite wicketkeeper growing up. I loved the way he was behind the stumps. I know you're a little bit younger than me, Kesrick, but who are your heroes growing up in the West Indies?
So honestly, I grew up on watching Nixon McLean from St. Vincent. Playing. He played a few Test matches for West Indies. Brian Lara,
toured Australia as
Carl Hooper. Those are the guys that I grew up watching. Jimmy Adams, captain West Indies for a bit. Courtney Ambrose and Courtney Walsh. But for me, at that time, I never really had a favorite player until I saw Bretley.
Really?
Yeah, until I saw Bretley. I was like, I want to be like this guy. And then right after Bretley, I saw Stain, because I fall in love with fast bowling. But growing up watching West Indies team, you have a cricket bat, and every time a West Indian score runs, you put the name on the bat. Yeah, this one is a slow one. Oh, should have been a catch, Vinny.
Well, I was just fortunate. There was a pop-up leading edge that actually was equidistant between the bowler and his follow-through in the short cover. But just a fortunate moment for Charwan, because he had no idea where that was going to land. It just got over it, lobbed the ball almost perfectly like a tennis shot, but short of the fielder screaming in behind him.
It got a bit too big for him. It was a good slow delivery into the pitch. Yeah, trying to be cheeky. Yeah, over the head of the fielder there, and runs into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, well, a bold choice from Yatharth. The very next ball after that little pop-up almost catch. Difficult one to ramp when it gets really full. You'd rather full toss than Yorker. That was pretty well bowled by Zahir, but Yatharth Charwan had the answer.
Yeah, from the angle that we are now, it looks like he was literally closer to fine leg, that fielder.
Yeah, but he was actually to go fetch it. It's a very, almost unrampable. He made it rampable. Good comeback. That'll be the end of the 15th over. 96 for 5. Okay, so interesting. So Brett Lee and Dale Steyn were kind of your role models, I suppose.
Yeah,
have you been able to meet them?
Yeah, I've played with Dale Steyn in Jamaica. That's my first
Must
CPL.
have been a great experience.
Superb. It was like he's one of those players that simplifies bowling. He makes bowling looks easy. I can remember one time we were in the dressing room and we were discussing players, how we should bowl to this player, how we should bowl to that player. And I could remember we were discussing this specific player, and he was like, guys, it's fine. I'll deal with him. Leave him to me.
Really?
Yeah. And they were like, we still want to discuss him. He said, no, he won't go past me.
Let's not waste any time.
Let's leave him to me. Right? And he went out swinger, in swinger, gone.
Yeah. Man.
It was that easy. And I was like, how good is he? Another player that I've played with that, I'm like, these guys make cricket look so easy because they change so hard.
We've got a retired out here. Here we go. And Karthik's struggled a little bit. 14 off 18. You don't often see it. We see it quite a lot in Europe. But with 5 out, they're going to retire out. It'll be 6 wickets. So 96 for 6. Karthik 14 off 18. Obviously not the production they wanted. They want a fresh body out there. And it is the big hitting Cameron Ahmedzai who's coming out. So, I mean, you've played a lot of the short form. Are you familiar with the kind of elective retired out, giving up a wicket?
I've seen it a lot.
What are your thoughts?
It could work out for you. It could work against you because that batter, he's coming in fresh, and on a surface like this is it's not one of the best surface you can say to start on. You have to get a start, and sometimes the batter that is in, you prefer him to be in because probably 5 balls could have changed things for him. But then that new batter that comes in, if he's a good hitter of the ball, he can come in and start to go right away.
Ahmedzai is a guy I think would normally probably bat above him anyway. I know he's down the order a little bit today. Because we do principally T10 cricket, it is way more common than probably in any other form of the game. As Ahmedzai has announced himself by knocking one over the ropes. Maximo! That's what they hoped for. They pulled out the hook, as we say, and yanked off Karthik. And second ball, Ahmedzai is able to clear the boundary. But yeah, you're right, it is a gamble. So far, the gamble's paid off.
Yeah, definitely.
So, .6 so far in this over since Cameron Ahmedzai has arrived at the crease. Big French international. He was pretty thrilled at the World Cup result last night. I was with him. France getting over Senegal 3-1. With not before some hairy moments. But yeah, there's nothing really... I hear some people saying about the retired out, it's not cricket, it's not the spirit of the game. But you got to remember, it's retired out. So you are taking that gamble. You won't get that batter back.
A little bit of innovation there. Could get to the boundary. Really good shot. Saw a lot of that from Basisto earlier.
How about those reverses from Basisto? He's a master of that stroke, isn't he?
So good.
Yeah, the reverse coming out and, changes as good as a holiday. Sometimes I think about, there's a gamble to retiring a batter out who's struggling. There's the 24-yarder from Shukla, but the reverse comes out again. This one's hit even better. 1 bounce and 4 more as Child moves into the 40s.
Yeah, the most important thing about playing this shot is getting in position early and have that firm base to execute those shots. So far, so good.
Geez, again, wasn't an easy ball to play, that stroke, because it's right on line. If you miss it, you're probably a dead duck. But that'll be the end of the 16th over, 111 for 6. So, yeah, we in the T10 format, especially we have quite short boundaries, the average run rate's 12 to 13 and over. It's a chaos format of the game. It's a different format than T20 is what I would say. We often talk about, yes, it's a gamble to retire someone out, but it's also sometimes a gamble to leave someone there and hope that they can turn their innings around.
It's a massive gamble.
Inaction has gambles as well. Do you know what I mean? I often think it's a bit like a toxic relationship where you're hoping that, hopefully it'll change, things will turn around.
Hopefully it will work out.
And sometimes they don't. And no one knows the future. Here's Anas coming back to bowl the 17th over.
I just think he's going to swing for the fence. Looks a powerful player. Let's hope that the gamble works out.
At one point, let's not forget, the 5 down looked like they might get rolled for double digits here, but they have recovered. The only wicket they've lost since then was the retired out, which they elected to get Cameron to the crease. He's facing up right now. Hits that well into the gap. That'll be 4. So, yeah, the big French international, he's kind of almost grown in a lab for short form cricket. He likes to bowl fast. He likes to come out and, one skill that he's learnt from the T10 game is the ability to come out and hit boundaries straight away. He's one player that doesn't need those 3, 4, 5, 6 balls to be ready, bold enough to go for his shots. And so far, he started very well.
Looks like he came out of the oven. He's already baked, ready.
You're exactly right. I think he's batting a bit low here, but I can also understand, managers are jinking with their order every game and trying to give opportunities as well this week.
I also think he's one of those type of batters that they're like floaters. They don't really have that position that they bat. Yeah. They can come at any time according to how the game is going. And he's that type of player that it looks like he can come out bat anytime and he can get going immediately. As I mentioned, he's already baked. And he's going hard. Just the height.
Oh, no.
He left it.
Oh, no. Well,
It's definitely a keeper's catch. It went up. It was not far away from the keeper. The feel-out point was coming in, but he left it for the keeper. The keeper somewhat just looked at him.
yeah, communication
It just went
breakdown.
right up.
I mean, from our angle, it looked like they were really close. Palmer
Definitely a keeper catch.
didn't really put his name on it. He ends up probably 4 or 5 yards short of it. The other thing is the wind is blowing it back towards him as well, so he should have been conscious of that.
Yeah, definitely.
I
Come
will
on,
say-
Owen.
I'll say this as well. When you're up to the stumps to a seamer, you can... Sometimes it's hard to pick those up off the bat.
Looking to go hard again, out to cover. The feeler is under it. Chopping short again.
Having had a lot of experience keeping up to medium paces especially, you know, when you're in the outfield and there's a high ball, you get to see this nice kind of parabola and this arc as it comes down. But when you're up to the stubs and the ball goes up, you don't really see it on the way up. You kind of catch it at some point when it's already in the sky. I just think it's a classic case that Palmer didn't pick it up. You're right, probably was his catch, but you can't catch what you can't see unless it's some kind of virus. That'll be...
Going hard again down the ground.
So, yeah, my experience, like I said, going back to the West Indies chat, I loved the brand of cricket they played. I missed the kind of 70s, early 80s, mid 80s. I was very young, but I was 7 years old when I first started following cricket, and I really loved the way the West Indies played. And to be honest, that's the season that got me hooked on cricket from there on in.
Again, trying to be cheeky. And missed out on that occasion.
That's a very good take,
It's
actually.
the end of the over.
I mean, Palmer was completely unsighted there. And as a keeper up stumps, that's probably the toughest thing when someone's reversing or they're trying to ramp right in front of you, because you literally can lose the ball for most of the trajectory. So 17 overs in, and the Phoenix 118 for 6.
And just a bit of highlights there. Everything was really looking to get poured over the boundary. A few catches spill, I would say. A few chances.
We were talking about batters that can bat in any position, and floaters, and pitch hitting was something that kind of came in mid-90s, had its kind of moment as well. I know when I only started playing T20 at the very end of my playing career, but we used to talk a lot about batters that would like to bat after a certain amount of overs rather than necessarily in a position. Normally someone that might be your kind of 5, your 6, your 7. But, you know, they want to come in at around the 12 over mark, the 15 over mark, or in the second half of the innings. Even though I know you might say it shouldn't matter where you bat, but certain players like certain phases of the game. As we get ready for over 18, starts with a wide down the leg side. And is that something that would happen at the international level, where the order stays flexible in the T20 game?
Yeah, definitely flexible, especially when you're playing with a team like West Indies. You have so much power hitters. Playing West Indies, you're playing with someone like Andre Russell, Kieran Pollard, Rovman Powell, Dwayne Bravo, who's good at batting spin. So you have so much players that you can pack in different position, the batting order. And that's what West Indies bring to the international level.
Yeah.
Well, at the international level.
Yeah.
So much power hitters. Have a Christopher Henry Gale at the top. This one a full toss, just hit back straight to the bowler. Should have been a catch again.
So look, Chris is a very good example of someone that's played all around the world and more countries than you can poke a stick at. I've got a question for you, because you're a very well-travelled cricketer as well. What is, maybe apart from Sweden, what's the most unusual country you've played cricket in? And is there anywhere in the world that you would like to go or to play cricket that you haven't been yet?
Yeah, this one is mashed down the ground. Would it go? Yes, it did. Had enough legs to get over the boundary. Huge 6 again. As my good friend will say, Maximo.
Yeah, that's the Maximo, as we say in European cricket. That's the Chad down there, Chad Potkita. He took one of the most unusual catches I've ever seen yesterday. I don't know if you saw it, but Jarrett Wilson, the Mavericks captain, smashed the ball flat. It hit the middle of the bat of the non-striker and got caught at long off, and filed that one under U for unlucky. Can you believe that? That
Wide
could happen.
delivery, signal umpire.
Yeah,
It's into the pitch.
yeah.
I would like to see that again. Looked like it leveled out to me. I don't think it was a wide.
I think it happened just talking about balls bouncing off the non-striker and getting caught. It's happened a few times. It happened in a test match recently. I think England versus New Zealand a few years ago. I think Andrew Simons got out that way once, caught off Michael Clark at the non-striker's end and bounced back to the bowler. But yeah, that one yesterday, I've never seen anything like it. Off the spinner, dances, bangs it into the non-striker's bat, and to get caught in the outfield is so unlucky.
You've asked the question, the most unusual place I've played cricket.
Yeah.
That will definitely be England. Played in the Huddersfield League before I started playing international cricket. Went to play league cricket, shot into the pitch again. I didn't get enough bat onto it. Just a single.
Got a bit of pace.
A lot of damage done.
So England's the most unusual place to play cricket?
Yeah, it was Huddersfield League, and I'll tell you why I said unusual.
Okay.
It was Huddersfield League. I was playing with Hoyle and Swain. Big up that club. Much respect to that club. They really started my career playing league cricket in England, so enough respect for that club. We were playing, the pitch was really flat and nice. But if you're feeling on the offside to a right-hander that's batting, you're feeling up the hill, literally up the hill. And if the right-hander is batting and you're feeling on the leg side, you're feeling down the hill.
Wow.
So it was kind of weird.
They have some awesome grounds in England, really old grounds as well, that have been around for hundreds of years.
I'll give you a joke. So a batter was batting. I was feeling at mid-wicket, and he came down, swept the ball, but it ended up at mid-wicket. But it wasn't one of those slug sweep where he looked to get it high for 6.
Yeah.
He just came and sort of tap it, and it came almost over my head at mid-wicket because I'm down the hill.
I love that. Well, look, I played at a ground recently on a Croatian island that had a tree on the field, probably about 35 metres from the bat at mid on, with its own boundary rope around it. So it was like a boundary within the boundary.
Oh.
And that's where the scorer would score. Amazing. I've seen some incredible cricket grounds. And if you hit the tree, obviously that's part of the boundary. But you could also hit it over the tree and it could stop, and it wasn't a boundary. So that was pretty weird. That was like, I think
a few fields, I think, around the world, especially in England, do have that.
They have a few trees. Normally they're towards the edge of the ground. This one was more in the middle. This is up in the air, and I think it's going to get away from the fielder. It's a nice effort down there, but it will run away for 4. Meanwhile, Charles brought up his 50. It's been a pretty important innings because they were in all sorts of trouble. They were 5 down with plenty of runway still to come.
Well, it's the back end. This is a 19th over, so definitely going to be going for it. Smash again, through mid-wicket. Yeah, fielder have a lot of work to do. Not enough legs by the fielder.
Yeah.
Smash into the boundary for another 4.
Played the horizontal bat shots pretty well. They've been asked the question multiple times, haven't they? You mentioned it, Kesrick. They're kind of into the pitch tactics, but...
Especially to this batter. He has been scoring well through the mid-wicket region, and they have been bowling shorter to him, and it's not working, and they're not changing it.
They were 47 for 5 after one ball of the 8th over. And since then, the only wicket they've lost was an elective wicket. It was the one that was retired out.
And how things has changed ever since so it did work out for them.
Yeah, gamble paid off.
Yeah, trying to go full this time, finding the edge over the third man. Should get into the boundary again, another 4.
Yeah, they're rallying, they're kicking, aren't they, the Phoenix? And a lot of our viewers as well, like rising from the ashes like a phoenix after being 47 for 5. Now they're looking potentially at a kind of 160s type score with a good finish.
Phoenix, they're flying now.
Okay, so that was the first half of the question. Most unusual place you've played. I want to know, what about a country that you would like to visit that you haven't visited yet? And I know you are very well travelled.
Yeah, it's the first time in Sweden for sure. So would definitely love to go to Portugal. For cricket, that is. Not for football. I'm not that good with the footy. I'm not that good with the footy. No. I mean, I'm probably the best footballer in my family, and I'm not that good. But
you look
definitely
like you
would
play,
love to.
and that's good enough.
Yeah, definitely would love to go to Portugal. I mean, the fact that Ronaldo is from there. Yeah, this one is. He's looking to go down the boundary. Not enough. Feeler is coming in.
Yeah, never going to carry. And it was so high, there was an easy 2 there. You are so lucky, Kesrick, because we are so well connected in Portugal. We've been in lots of countries. We've probably worked in 25 countries each for cricket. But one of our good friends, Paolo, his family actually built the international cricket ground on their property. So they live like the equivalent of just over there. They have an international cricket ground, not too dissimilar to this in its nature, with the artificial pitch and the club rooms as well.
Turf pitches?
Not a turf pitch, but very similar to this. Not yet. They're working on it.
Hybrid? Looking to get hybrid in.
Yeah, well, Kamran, he made a bright 20 while he was there, but he's going to go off the last ball of the 19th over, 147 for 7. Karambir got taken to the cleaners a little bit in that over, but he went full, he went straight, and he was able to beat the inside edge of Ahmedzai. So the decision to insert him actually pays dividends. I think he's out for 20 with 1 over remaining, 147 for 7.
Yeah, it really wasn't bad at all. 20 from 13 deliveries. Really sort of carried up that impetus that they needed.
We are the only thing with Portugal and a lot of these countries, again, they're not necessarily bursting with cash, but they can definitely offer you something reasonably attractive, a good time, which is something we've had many times there in Portugal. The home of Port as well, which we got hooked on after too many tours over there as well.
Yeah.
And also they have really little beers. They have like 200ml beers. So you think they're not going to do any damage, but...
Well, guess what? It's not going to do any damage to me. I don't drink alcohol.
That's
at
good.
all.
No, well, you are definitely going to be safe from some of the dangers of Portugal. You can just enjoy the sunshine and you can enjoy the
Anywhere
the
there's sun,
hospitality.
I'll have fun.
All right.
It's the most important thing.
You know, Moises Henriques qualifies for Portugal. There are a few whispers that he might continue his international career. Very good
player too.
Very good player. It's been a bit of a trend recently. Joe Burns from Australia representing Italy. Ross Taylor representing Samoa. Obviously, Ross Taylor had a huge career with New Zealand. Players going the other way. Emilio Gay represented Italy in the World Cup, now playing Test cricket for England. So it's...
And I think he have West Indian connection as well.
Does he?
I think so. I do think so, but I'll do my research and I'll get back to you on that one.
Last over, it's Jaspreet to bowl.
Not a bad delivery. Looking to take him wide. Not sure if he has the right feel for that. Anything passing that feel at point is going to be 4 because that third man is very straight.
Yeah, I suppose is that straight because of the pace of Jaspreet. A little bit quicker than some of the other bowlers, so I think they're banking on a thinner edge that might fly.
Well, he's looking to go wide, so what I would do, I would probably bring that deep mid-wicket up and push back that point. Ask him to hit me out there to point.
Yeah.
And you have the field set, and he's doing a good job by it. So if that batter can get him out here with the pace that he's bowling, yeah, definitely going to get past that field at point.
Funny one, isn't it?
Anything to the right or left.
Sometimes also fields are set as decoys, aren't they, at this point in the innings? They want 2 here. I think they'll get it pretty easily. That's knocked into the gap at deep cover. But yeah, isn't that sometimes a tactic as well that, for example, you know, the obvious one, you put a couple back on the hook and the batter's probably expecting a short ball, and then you
have to
bluff.
set the feel for it as well. It's called a mock delivery. So you bowl it, but you have the feel set that you can bowl 2 balls.
Yeah.
So you set the feel in a way, and this could be trouble. It looks pretty close. Yes, he's gone.
Yes.
Finger went up immediately. No problems for the umpire there.
Yeah, it's very quick hands as well from Palmer, and a very good throw from Chowdhury at cover. It's just the hesitation, I think, that undoes Pawan Kumar in the end. He'll be run out for the dreaded diamond duck, goes without facing a ball. I actually think he wasn't expecting Yatharth Chand to run because he'd been dominating into the last over. If they'd both gone straight away, I think they'd probably get home, but I think at this stage, it's as much as who you want on strike rather than maybe gambling for 1 extra run. You can see the stop-start penalty. And in the end, falling just short of the line. Look at it. I love these quick hands from the keeper as well.
Just wondering if it's worth it at this point. The batter who is in and doing well is looking to try to steal a single that may get him out as well. So for me, I would say that batter should stay on strike.
Yeah.
You know, because you're the batter that's in. You're already on 65. You're bringing a new batter at the crease now with a few deliveries left. A dot ball here.
I think they'll probably run on anything here, to be honest. Again, I've seen more last over chaos than 100 lifetimes, I think, in the T10 format of the game in the 5,500 games that I've done. Patient Charambira is the new batter. And here he is. Does his job pretty well. I think they will be happy with a single here. Maybe not. They do come back for two. So a run's a run, I suppose, in the end. And Patient, he's no slouch with the bat. He gets two and brings up the 150 for the Phoenix. And that seemed a pipe dream when they were 47 for 5 in the 8th over.
But I have a question for you. Would you have gone for the 2?
Probably not. But I wouldn't have gone for the one before either. So I wouldn't have been in that situation. All right, last ball time. Oh, and Patient says, time to sit down and watch me bat. Maximo to finish. That's why they're there and I'm here, because that's a perfect
That's the
finish.
reason why we're here and they're there. Because it paid off. It paid off. Now the score is 157. Really well played by Phoenix. I think they kind of finished well. It kind of slowed down in the middle.
Yeah.
They had a good start, slowed down in the middle, but the tempo kind of built when...
Yeah. But they
yeah, at the end, it kind of built
Yeah.
at the end. So for me, I think it's not a bad finish, just according to how they come out and bowl. And the tempo sort of finished with them because they finished with a 6. So they're coming out to bowl with a bit of confidence.
Exactly. And, you know, we talked about, you know, the importance of who's on strike and trying to manipulate the strike, which is something that we talk a lot about in the ultra short form of the T10. But also, I think there's an argument for backing your players and backing your teammates. And Charambira is an all-rounder. He's come out, he's hit a 2, he's hit a 6. And really, couldn't have asked for anything more from him in his 2 deliveries. So the Phoenix will finish 157 for 8, led by Yatharth Singh Shahan with 65 off 49, 8 4s and 2 6s. Baljit Singh with 27 and Ahmadzai with 20 in that innings. Kesrick, hopefully you can stick around. Will you give us another 10? He'll give us another 10 in the first half of the next innings with Tina Goff. Just quickly, the bowling. 2 wickets for Karanbir Singh, 2 for Taz Qureshi, I thought was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 11, including 1 maiden. And apart from that, we saw two wickets split between Jasprit Singh and Kudratullah Mir Afzal. And Sahir doing a decent job as well, finishing 3 overs, none for 20. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. 158 for the Tigers. Will be on the prowl for their second win in the competition. Or will the Phoenix give you 2-1 after match 8? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Kesrick Williams, and Tina Goff will be back with you when we return to Sweden on a beautiful sunny Wednesday for more Nordic Smash T20.
Yes, we're back here at the Nordic T20 game between Gothenburg Phoenix and the Uppsala Tigers. Uppsala Tigers just needing 158 runs to win off 20 overs. I'm joined here with me, Tina, the voice, we call her here in Sweden. She's a bit cold.
Still a bit cold.
The sun is out, but she's a bit cold. And I can say that now because I'm a little bit warm, so I'm kind of cocky about it.
Yeah,
but
well, you know.
I don't want to get too cocky about it either, Tina, because guess what? It can change here in Sweden, so...
It can change, so, you know, be happy while you can.
That's the fact.
You never know what's going to come around the corner.
You never know, because tomorrow we can come here and it's all rainy, might be a bit of snow.
Please no.
Hail, you never know. We're in Sweden, it's the Sweden summer. Yes, that's what they call it here, but I'm not sure if it's summer or just Sweden weather. Because it's cold here in Sweden. Normally, say that it usually gets up to about 25, you know, in July. For me, that's a regular thing in the Caribbean. Probably sometimes we are usually at mid-30s, I would say. Yeah, I like it when it's hot. Normally we go on the beach and we chill and stuff like that. But
oh, you're teasing me now. I'll just go on the beach and chilling.
Every time. The Caribbean is a teaser. But guess what's a teaser? The 158 that the Uppsala Tigers have here to score. I mean, they started well in their innings, but they kind of lost it in the middle. And then we had that player that retired out, and then the player came in, and he started scoring well. 20 of 13 balls or so kind of get them going, and they managed to get up to 158. It's the Phoenix. And they have to do well to defend that. With the ball in hand is Patient from Zimbabwe. Long run up. Yeah, first ball short and cut straight to the field that point. First wicket for the Phoenix. Yes, they start flying early.
What a grab and what a start. Patient doesn't have to wait very long whatsoever. DJ pumping the songs, pumping the music. And Phoenix well up for this one. Just a bit of width. Bit of a stock delivery there from Patient, not too much, but again, it's one of those that's too straight to cut. And that's exactly what happened. It's the skipper, Mohammed Chowdhury, who has to depart for a first baller, Kartik Shivakumar, taking the grab. Patient
delivering the first blow here, Tina. Pretty sure it's one thing that he's not patient with, is taking wickets.
Absolutely not. He doesn't have to wait very long whatsoever. Early wicket then.
I think I'm going to start to call him Hurry. He's hurried to get those wickets, Tina.
Hurry is his name. Well, wicket fell after 7 deliveries in the first innings, and it's taken just the one for the Tigers to lose their first. Brings out the Chad, who's such a tricky customer, such power in his striking. He's got a bit of a rebuild on his hands here. Still 158 required.
Probably going to show a bit of patience, is Chad. Losing the wicket the first ball. Not a great deal of pace from Patience. But the long run-up, probably the longest run-up in this tournament, off the 30 yards. Remember, all the way from Zimbabwe.
I mean, his run-up's not that long that he's running all the way from Zimbabwe, but it's still pretty long.
Yeah, it's pretty long, yeah.
Yeah, we talked a bit about the run-ups yesterday, didn't we, where we've noticed that a lot of the European players have to adapt because they play on different AstroTurf pitches, different surfaces. But Patient is one who is sticking with his tried and tested run-up.
Again, trying to keep that line outside off stump, but a touch too wide this time.
Yeah, first innings was interesting, wasn't it? They were 46 for 4, 47 for 5, and we thought, well, this could be an early afternoon tea for us, but a great recovery led by the middle order and led by Yatath Singh Chauhan, who remained unbeaten on 65 off 49. Little cameos from Kartik, who took that catch, and from Kamran Ahmadzai as well. In the end, they managed to resurrect the innings, and 157, probably about par for what we've seen so far in this tournament. The Tigers still feel like they're in with a chance, but obviously first ball wicket doesn't help their cause whatsoever.
Yeah, and it's all about momentum, Tina. I mean, they finished pretty well in their batting innings and came out and then pick up a wicket the first delivery. that's really just going to put your tail up, and definitely patient tail is up because he has been bowling that line around the off stump, asking the batters questions, and that's what's most important. So far, he has been hitting his areas, and if he keeps it there, he should be good. Don't want to be too short on this pitch because when the sun is out and it's dried out, it sort of sticks up. So it's easy to play that cross-batted shot. So for me, it's all about consistency, a loud appeal from the field at mid-wicket and move his umpire. But that's what you want, that bit of consistency, probing around the line of the off stump or top of off stump. If you can do that well with the ball passing across the hip height, that you should be fine. But anything above that, it sort of sits up and it's easy to play that cross-batted shot.
Kind of what we saw on that first delivery. It was sitting up, but it was just too straight for the shot from Chowdhury. That's nicely played down the ground, although it's cut off equally well on the ring. Will just be a single, as fielding there done by Yatath Chauhan, who's been the real star for the Phoenix. You can see there with the bat, 65 off 49, end of an eventful first over, 33 for one. I'm sure the Tigers would hope it was 30. There you go. It was just probably the right height to cut, but just not the right width. He needed another half meter to really throw his hands through it.
It looks like he wasn't too ready for that delivery either, because I just kind of feel if he had showed his hand at it, he probably would have gotten it over the field at that point. But it was just kind of he sort of just guided to the field at that point. It was too easy for dismissal. But pretty sure the Phoenix wouldn't mind that at all. He's back in the dugout. Oh, the Scott steals now with the ball in hand.
Yeah, he wasn't able to contribute much with the bat on this occasion. But he's very strong with the ball. He opened the batting and really struggled a bit, 4 off 10, before he was caught out by Chad. So he has the opportunity here to return the favour.
That one is a bit short into the pitch, kept a bit low. No damage done, just hit out to the field at cover. Dot delivery. Yeah, again going across the batter, bowling from around the wicket, so his whole intention to try to just push it across the right-handers. Yeah, cutting again, straight to the fielder. So this is good. This is good dots here for Phoenix.
Again, as a chasing side, you're always going to feel the pressure of dots. Mini maiden there, 3 dot balls in a row.
This time too full. You don't want to be too full on this surface. Yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy from Karen Bear. Just hitting that one over, this time over the field at cover. He's that type of player. If you get too full, he definitely not going to miss out. And that's a lot of players here in Scotland, especially the European players. Anything too full, they go hard at it. And again, a full toss, a fuller delivery. Just smacked out to cover. Definitely going to get into the boundary. Another 4. Over that started pretty well is now back-to-back boundaries.
That one went all the way as well, so 4 and a 6. Well, in fact, well, it said 4. It said 6 on the screen, goes for 4. That'll teach me for not paying attention. And they have sent someone out now. Remember, in the power play, so only 2 allowed outside the ring. There is now deep covers.
Yeah, this is not too smart here from Steele. And why I will explain myself when I say that. You just brought up the long on.
Yeah.
And you push back the field that sweep, but then you go full. You have to be able to bowl it in an area that he has to cut. So you cut the ball out to the field that cover. That's what you want. Yeah, but finishing that over with a boundary again is Karen Bear. Yeah, the score moves on to 15 for 1. It's the end of the over though. So a good over for Tigers. Yeah, just showing a little bit of a highlight how he started the over, looking to go across Karen Bear, which he couldn't really hit him too much, and then he went full. And after that, all those fuller deliveries got smashed. End up bowling a full toss as well that was hit out to cover for 4. So I'm guessing that he needs to realize what's working for him and get back to that. Use the pitch, use what's there. Again, patient. Working on that shorter side. A good lifting delivery. Just guide it down to the fielder there. Backward point, just a single. Usually starts that way, Chad. Start that way the other day as well. The game yesterday starts pretty slow, but definitely packs a punch. Hits the ball over cover nicely. So when you get these sort of batters batting, you need to get rid of them, because the longer they bat, the better they get.
100%. He knows he's the kind of player that if he builds his platform, he can push on.
Yeah, looks a bit more pacey, is patient. Yeah, using the surface nicely. A long run up. As Tina mentioned, ran all the way from Zimbabwe. Pretty sure he's tired now.
I know. It's that wind. If you've got the wind behind you, you can run all day.
Why not?
Set some world records, Usain Bolt style.
With this kind of weather, it makes you bowl 10 overs on a chart. Reminds me of England. League cricket. Yeah, this one is badly lined on the leg side. Pulled, helped. Around to backward square. Another boundary for Karen Bear. Scoring in boundaries now.
Yeah, Karanbir Singh is maybe a slightly different batter to Chad in that, as we were saying, Chad is a slow burn, but when he gets to top speed, to mix metaphors, then he's absolutely one of the most explosive players out there, whereas Karanbir kind of has just one setting. Yes, it's taken him a bit of time to get there, but you can see that's 3 boundaries in the last 4 deliveries for him.
I think they complement each other well. One just rotate the strike pretty early, and the other one just really go at it. Fuller length delivery outside the line after some big appeal. On move is the umpire. Probably just bat hitting the surface. And I think this is the issue that we have here in this tournament, is the level of inconsistency. You start bowling one line and it's working for you, and then you sort of change it to probably just look for something different. If it's working for you, go ahead, continue, do it.
It's often the trap you fall into as a bowler, isn't it? That you don't have that patience to keep doing the same thing that's going well. You think, okay, I haven't got a wicket in 4 deliveries. I'm going to try a slower ball. I'm going to try a cutter. When sometimes it is just about doing the things right and doing them repeatedly, because at some point then the batter feels like he has to do something different. And that's when they force themselves into mistakes. They try and play a stupid shot. So it's almost a battle of wills. Who's going to blink first between the batter and bowler? And Patient is bowling excellently here. Just that one boundary. Again, Karanbir, the kind of batter who wants to hit the big shots.
Trying to go big again, just over the head of the fielder there at mid-on. There you see it again, that length. It's sort of hard to get over mid-on and mid-off. So that length that's the length that's going to cause some problem. The end of the over, though, the score is 22 for 1.
It's that length where you can't really put your hands through the ball and you end up trying to muscle it, which, I mean, you did very well earlier in that if you have, like, brute power, you can do it. But Karanbir, who's someone who has such amazing timing, if he can't get his hands through the ball, he ends up just trying to muscle it over. That's when you get yourself into a bit of trouble.
I think it's something that you have to practice, being able to hit the ball off. Let someone like a Carlos Brathwaite actually, when he's in the nets, he put himself under pressure to hit those length balls straight back. Yeah. Kieran Pala, Rahman Powell, those guys actually practice to do that, because probably one of the hardest balls to hit in T20, apart from Yorkers, is that hard length, you know, coming into that hip area. And these guys back themselves to hit it straight back. So if you can back yourself to do that and you have that sort of power, why not go right ahead?
It's almost a baseball shot, isn't it? You've got to...
Andrew Russell is good at that as well. So
I suppose
we have so much power players in the Caribbean.
And I think it's because of your pitches as well. You have a bit more of lift, whereas in England, you're more likely to want to play straight bat through the line because you're waiting for a bit of nibble, you're waiting for a bit of seam, whereas West Indies, maybe just a bit flatter, harder pitches, you can play those jabs without worrying too much about what's happening below.
And that's the Chad Meister going over mid-off. You don't want to give him those arms. It was too full and with a bit of width as well. And sometimes it looks like he just chips the ball with the power that he possesses.
He's built like a fridge, isn't he? In the nicest way. He's
a deep freeze.
He's an absolute unit. And I don't know if you know about these signs that we have throughout the ground. The Daisy Box signs are great sponsor. And Chad, maybe he should know about this as well. So if you hit those banners on the full, €500 in your back pocket. I think Chad, more than anyone, could do it.
I'll tell you what, man, this is gone again, over cover. This time it's Chad. Another boundary. He's really getting in, and they don't want to be too full to him because that's when he gets into his role. Those Daisy Box, somebody got $500 for me then.
It's got to be on the full. So
it's on the full.
Kesrick, your mind is ticking now. You're like, okay, skipper.
It's on the full. It was on the full. Yes, it was on the full. Thanks for telling me, because that one that I smashed today was on the full. Bang. I like Daisy. Definitely. Bang on the full.
Get us the video evidence.
It destroyed it as well.
There's a Kesrick-sized hole in the banner.
Yeah, it destroyed the banner at long on. It was on the full. Bang. Thank you, Daisy. Cash in the pocket.
You're going to have an action replay on that one, I reckon.
I'm the replay. I can tell you that much. Bang on the full. Thanks for telling me that. I didn't know that.
Your mind is racing now.
It's racing. I'm going. Look, I'm lining up these daisies now.
You're like, skipper, put me in.
I'm lining up these daisies now. Cha-ching. That's it.
9 off the over so far. Pawan Kumar is the bowler. Karambir looks like he's in the mood here, but also can be Mr. Sensible. Of course, he's such a big batter. Not only for the Tigers, but of course for Austria as well.
Yeah, the thing is understanding what you're good at. When you can smash the ball the way how Karambir and Chad smash the ball, there's no need to go helter-skelter. It's all about understanding what you're good at. Rotating the strike when you need to rotate the strike. But whenever it's in your area, you go right ahead. And this is what I'm talking about. But smash straight to the fielder down there at long on. Just a single. And that's what you need. When you have players like this at the crease, you have to be able to rotate the strike, and then when it's in your area, you can go helter-skelter. This is what both players can do. Yeah, Chad just shifted gears a little in those last 2 balls he played. Or the first 2 balls in this over. Back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, sensible. That's the length that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's the end of the over. It's a dot to finish. The score is now 32-1.
Good recovery from these two after that the earliest of wickets on the first ball. Losing the skipper early on, but the Tigers haven't panicked. And these two, a wealth of international experience between them. It's the Portuguese-Austrian alliance, the lesser spotted one of those. Chad, he's got the good touch for a big man, got nice hands, but when it's in his slot, he absolutely launches himself at it. He's going along now nicely, as is Karambir, and it looks like they've gone back to patience, so it's an interesting choice here. Frontline bowler bowling 3 in the power play.
Yeah, it's definitely looking for another wicket, because removing one of these batter will kind of slow things down for them. The other batters that they have in the Uppsala Tigers team probably are not as powerful as these 2 guys, but really they are good batters.
You clearly see this.
Mohammed Chowdhury is one of those batters in the Uppsala team. Not really as aggressive as Karambir and Chad can be.
Clearly see this as the partnership to be broken.
He's gone.
Yeah, Chowdhury, blink and you miss him. He was already there, first ball, and then gone. And, well, blink and you miss that one. That's the shot that Mohammed Chowdhury probably should have played, as that's a lovely backward cut there from Karambir. I suppose what he did there that Mohamed didn't do was just waited for it a touch more and leant back on it. Mohamed went with quite heavy hands to go straight to point. On that occasion, though, Karambir just used the pace of Patient, leant back to make sure he got it up and over the ring. Lovely execution.
I think that one is a little bit closer as well. Chadri delivery had a bit more weight on it, but it was a good shot, good execution from Bear. Yeah, good delivery. Fuller, Yorker. It's just a singler from it though.
As a bowler, is there any occasion, if you're opening the bowling, where you say to the skipper, keep me on for all 4? I mean, 2 and 3 is kind of the regulation. Is there any chance where you're like, no, I want to go all 4?
In T20, according to your bowling attack, if I usually see it in spinners though.
Yeah.
Yeah, in spinners, I usually see left arm spinners. If you have a left arm spinner or even off spinner bowling the first over and they're doing nicely, you just have them bowl the 4.
Yeah, they tie up an end, right?
But for fast bowlers, highly unlikely that they will just. It's highly unlikely they bowl the 4 at the top unless you have someone like a Narayan, a Badri, a Bravo, you know, a Russell, a Williams in your bowling lineup that you know that they can cover the back end.
Yeah, I suppose then it's less about what you can do at the front end and more about what you would be missing at the back end if you don't have any overs left to bowl, right?
Yeah, for me, it's according to who you have in your team. Because if you know you have, like, say, like, for example, you have like a Jerome Taylor bowling your new ball and he's bowling well, you'll be like, okay, Jerome just run through. You know, because you know he's going to swing the ball, you know he's going to seam the ball. So that's sort of fine, but highly unlikely it do happen. Yeah, this one is going big, big. Definitely going to get the legs to get over the boundary for 6.
Hold the pose, Karambir Singh. Looking ominous here for Gothenburg Phoenix. They've kept with Patient. He comes to the end of his third. 22 for 1, his figures. He's got 1 left, so it will be interesting to see if they hold him back. My instinct would be that they will, because he didn't look quite as potent in that last over, especially with these two at the crease. So 44 for 1 at the end of 5. Bang on the target. In fact, a touch over it are the Tigers. Chad and Karambir. If both of these click at the same time, they could make light work of this target. Then again, Phoenix, 1 wicket and things could change entirely.
Yeah, the lengths change in this over, especially coming to the back end. Got a little bit fuller. And going back again to inconsistency. Being able to hit that area more than half of the time. It's a new bowler now. It's Cameron Ahmadzai. So he definitely have to try to get a enroll here for the Phoenix team, because both batters look like they're gonna just go at this point.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who the Phoenix turn to. Scott Steele, of course, opened the bowling along with Patient, but his 1 over went for 12. Pawan Kumar, that change didn't really work either. He went for 10. They've thrown it to Cameron Ahmadzai to see if he can make the breakthrough. Kind of bustles in, doesn't he?
Yeah, trying to go big, going on the gong, but just hiking it through the square leg region for a boundary of the first delivery. I remember this is the last over of the power play, so they're trying to maximize the power play. Still trying to do it safely, though.
That one was a bit streaky from Chad because he threw everything at it. He was still able to get enough power to get to the rope. It was very much a miss-hit 4, but he won't mind. It's 4 in the scorebook. Inching their way to a half century, which would, of course, be a 50 partnership between these two, as well as the wicket fell on the very first ball before a run was scored. Is that Mr. Maximo bringing up the chai teas?
Yeah, good shot. Too much width. It was short into the pitch again. Yeah, just helping it over the backward of point fielder. Another boundary.
Big smiles for these two out there. Partnership of 52 coming in quick time as well. Just 31 deliveries. That time a bit more control. Just a almost dismissive flick of the wrists there from Chad. He's going along nicely, 20 off 10. As the T-man comes into the commentary box. Thank you very much. I mean, the tee yesterday was a literal lifesaver. And that's going to not be saved. And that's flat as you like. And that daisy box is almost...
It's getting lined up here, Tina. It's getting lined up by Chad. They're trying to finish the power play with as much as possible. 58 for 1. You don't want to be there to Chad. He likes it full. The power that he possesses is sort of just a chip.
It's a
and
chip,
it comes
isn't
off
it?
the bat like the bat is a rubber.
It's like the flattest of flat sixes. It's remarkable power. This time leg side, he hasn't got this one at all, though. He stands and watches in horror as his wicket falls. And just as we were singing his praises, Chad absolutely fuming with himself, so much so he literally doesn't move because he knows he's thrown his wicket away. 4-4-6 wicket. That's a tough pill to swallow for the Portuguese international. Phoenix won't mind, though. They pick up their second, 58 for 2.
Yeah, it was a slower delivery into the pitch. That same length again, Tina. Yeah, easy catch for patience. A lot of patience under that delivery, I'll tell you that. Because if he had only dropped that catch, but good catch, good steady concentration. Definitely an easy catch for him, I would say. How pleasing it is to see the back of Chad. Just 26.
Easy catch, but a pressure
really
one.
Getting into it, though, Tina.
I mean, you're happy, Kesrick, because he's not threatening your daisy box banner.
I tell you what, the more players hit that daisy box, it would be good for me. I think actually 2 players hit the daisy box. I think JP Mead hit it as well yesterday.
On the full? Are you sure? I mean, Vinny and I have been eagle eyes. I think you just want some payouts for your teammates.
Nah, but I know for sure that I hit it. I know for sure that I hit it. The first 6 that was hit today from my bat, hit it straight on it. I didn't know, actually. I didn't know that was the payout.
Had you known, you were marching off the pitch straight away, demanding your money.
And well, now I know those errors are basically my type of errors. I should put one across by mid-wicket as well. I like to line up the mid-wicket.
Love Wayne in the chat, giving Chad the old Chuck Norris treatment. He says the Chad was once bitten by a snake, and after 2 days of excruciating pain, the snake died.
Oh.
Well,
sad for the snake.
Chad's innings has died a death here, and I think he'll be so frustrated with himself. He put himself in such a powerful position as that one just spits up at the new batter. Our man Randhawa has joined Karambir in the middle.
I just think that Cameron did his homework, and you can't be too full to him, and that's the point. And more often than not, you have to be in those areas. You have to be consistent on this pitch. Can't be too full, and this one is too full on the pads and flicked out to mid-wicket for another boundary.
Yeah, just trundles along, and it's an expensive over despite that wicket coming off it. I suppose you'd probably argue that they would take those 19 runs in exchange for Chad's wicket. So maybe still in the balance here. The current run rate is more than comfortable for the Tigers, going at over 10s. It's just the fact that they've lost those 2 wickets. That is the end of the power play then, 63 for 2. So you'd imagine Phoenix are going to push out those fielders now. They need to protect the boundaries. You see 3 of them flow in this over. Significantly, though, Chad goes for 1 big hit too many. That was that brutal 6 down the ground, but the very next ball, that one goes high up on the bat, high up into the air, and then comfortably into the hands of Patient as Pawan Kumar comes back on to bowl the first over out of the power play. He went for 10 runs in his first over.
I would say this though, Tina, like you would want to say when you've gone back-to-back boundaries and then a 6, you'd want to say got 14 off the over the first 3 balls. Let's just lay back a bit, get a single. That's 14. We're looking at 10s.
Yeah.
But really and truly, a player of Chad class, you're looking to hit that any day.
Right.
So you would want him to go at that again. Unfortunately, only just find the top edge. It was a slower delivery from Cameron. Well bowled to him, I would say. How unfortunate is that?
It's
because
one of those.
They would love. I swear to you, Phoenix is so happy to see the back of Chad
Absolutely.
right now.
We're not, because he's great value, but it's easy for us to say in the commentary box, isn't it? Hit 3 boundaries or hit 4 boundaries, and then the next ball just go for a single. But in reality, Chad's someone who backs himself, as you say, to hit that shot every single time.
Yeah,
that's why he was so fuming with himself, because it was there to hit. It was pretty much kind of shoulder height, and just misplaced it on the bat, went high up on the bat.
Yeah, and the type of player he is, you would expect him to hit that any day. You definitely expect him to hit that 90% of the time for 6.
Luckily, though, for Phoenix, it was one of those 10% of the times where he miscues it. Half an appeal there, but it was high up.
Yeah, and that's the length that we're talking about. No ball called by umpire.
A very rare no ball.
Free hit.
Count on one finger, one hand, I think, the amount of times we've had.
Definitely.
Had free
you can
hits.
count it on one hand.
I think maybe that's the second one of the tournament. Certainly haven't had too many at all.
I'm guessing it's because of the shorter run-up for most of these fast bowlers, why you're not really getting the no balls. Free hit and offer. Powered out to mid-wicket, just a single.
I have a theory on free hits. I've shared it with Vinny, and it's something called free hit amnesia, which is, I think mostly as a fielder, maybe as a spectator as well, as soon as a free hit happens, you're like, right, okay, free hit, can't get out on the next ball. But then the ball goes up in the air for a catch and you immediately forget. And then the amount of times we've seen a catch taken on a free hit and people celebrate. And it's like 10 seconds ago, the umpire signaled free hit.
I'll give you a story. I was playing for Jamaica against Trinidad. Brendan McCullum was going great guns.
Yeah.
Bowled a no ball. Umpire signal, no ball, free hit. Bowled him a slow ball and a free hit, and he tried to go again straight. Top edge, ran back, take the catch, bowl and cut, and I was out there celebrating.
Got Brendan McCullum out, absolutely.
And everybody's
buzzing.
like, throw the ball. And when I catch myself, I was like, oh, I messed it up.
It makes you look like a right melon, doesn't it?
Tell me about it.
That's the free hit amnesia. Because you're so excited, and I suppose in that moment, especially when you're the one taking the catch, everything is just tuned in on taking the catch. You've forgotten everything else that's happened in the world.
I'm telling you, I was out there, full-blown celebration.
I was
so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed, Tina. It happens.
Walk of
happens
shame.
to the best of us.
At least you didn't throw the ball in the air in celebration and it went over the boundary or something, because that would have been Hall of Fame stuff if you did.
I even said, any day, because I got him out a few times before. It's like, any day. And then he was like, any day for what?
Oh, no. Sledged by the batter's never a good look.
Yeah,
that's not a good look either.
There, backward point. It's not a bad over at all. You don't want to be giving away any freebies. Put him back, Karen Bear on strike. I want to try to keep him off strike as much as possible. Bowl most of your deliveries to Arman because he just get in. So he's going to soak up a few deliveries. Try to get Karen Bear cold. That is the only how you're going to pull it back.
Very good point. Karen Beer loves to be on strike, loves to be hitting those bombs. Can't do it from the non-striker's end. He's on strike here, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Whenever you give away these free singles, you put a batter on strike who is striking the ball well. And this is what happens. 4 runs. That finished the over. So a bounce to finish things off. The score is now 72 for 2.
Very comfortable on the run rate, aren't they? Going at over 10s, 86 runs needed. They keep on going like that. And if Karanbir Singh stays in, you'd imagine this is a procession. But we've seen enough T20 cricket to know that things are not quite that straightforward. And the Phoenix just have to keep plugging away, keep trying to make those opportunities. As you say, Keswick, they've got to be quite tactical here. Give Karanbir the one. Try and get at Randhawa. I suppose Karanbir will say, well, if you give me the strike, I don't care about ones. I'm going to hit boundaries.
So in these sort of tournaments, it's all about, you know, the mindset, how you think the cricket.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to be one step ahead of everyone and how you want your team to play. And as long as you do that, you should be fine. You meet a batter who is not hitting the ball as well as probably like a Karen Bear, and he's on the non-strikers end. You want to get him on strike. Let him soak up most of those deliveries. And then you meet a batter who is striking it. You keep the feelers on the circle. Give him that single. Get him off strike.
Got a bit leg spin in the form of Jack Hogarth here, who's bowled very well so far in this tournament. He had to bowl in the worst of conditions on the first day with a soaking wet ball in gale force winds, which is pretty much a leg spinner's nightmare.
I'll tell you what, so a leg spinner would hate it. On the first day here, a leg spinner would hate it. So the ball is wet. You're bowling on a surface that generally just skids on the ball. So you have to be very meticulous in terms of the pace that you bowl with. And that kind of gets difficult.
Yeah, the surface is giving you nothing, isn't it, as a bowler? Maybe something here and there, you were getting very up close and personal with the surface, but you haven't got any cracks or footholds to target.
Not a lot of leg spinners in this tournament. I'll tell you what we have a lot of. Left arm spinners.
Yeah, they're in fashion at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, they're in style. If you're a left arm spinner, come to Sweden.
Yeah, we take all sorts.
Yeah, they love the left arm spinners here in Sweden, I'll tell you that.
I love watching a leg spin action. I love watching reverse sweep as well. Is that one in the mould of Jack Bassisto, Will Bassisto even? Doesn't quite go all the way though. Just run through for two. Have you ever tried kind of bowling spin? I know you're very much a conventional,
I'll tell you
fast,
what.
angry, fast bowler.
I'll tell you what. So I started my career bowling spin and as a batter.
And what happened? What changed?
Just fell in love with fast bowling. This morning I was having that conversation with Vinny. My first love for fast bowling, it was really Brett Lee, then Dale Steyn, you know, and that's when I fell in love with fast bowling. Before that, I had a cricket batter, and every time a West Indies batter score runs, the name is changed on my bat. So it was Shanda Paul, it was Brian Lara, it was Carl Hooper.
Yeah, quite a few to choose from.
Yeah, I had a lot. It was Sherwin Campbell at some point. So I had so much, but just a singlet to finish things off. Not a bad over from Haggart. The score is now 78 for 2.
Yeah, just 6 coming off it. Yeah, you
So,
must
yeah.
have had a lot of batting idols.
So I started I actually made my national team the first time as a number 4 batter, bowling
Okay.
off spin.
And what age were you when that kind of shifted?
It shifted at the age of, say, 17, 18.
Okay, so quite late.
Yeah, 17, 18, I started to fall in love with fast bowling. And it never changed. I mean, it did a lot to my body, I would say, but
Yeah.
in the next life, I'll do the same thing.
Yeah.
But I'll probably do it different in a sense of probably taking care of my body more. Because when you're young, you're a spring chicken and you just want to run in and bowl.
You don't want to stretch.
You don't want to stretch after. The
cool
game is
down,
finished,
yeah.
pack my bags, I'm home.
Yeah.
You know, but you then, when you get older, you then sort of fall in love with stretching. So change your bowling again. It's Dash and the captain is with ball in hand.
Yeah,
He has to do something special here.
Skipper feels like if something's going to happen, he's going to have to do it himself. He's the 6th bowler to be used. Hasn't really happened for any of them so far. Probably say patient has been the best. This one goes up in the air, calls of catch it, and it's taken.
Definitely easy catch for Steele. Yeah, he came on, hit the right arrows. It was slower outside the line of the awesome. So it was sort of an error that Bear had to kind of reach for it. Picked up a wicket of the dangerous Karen Bear for 39.
Yeah, that's the one they wanted, and he just didn't get across to it, did it? It's quite a wide delivery. He just plants his foot, tries to heave it straight. I think if he got himself out to that one, would have been sent into orbit. As it is, though, sent into the hands of Scott Steele, and that's the wicket they wanted. the captain comes on and he makes it happen. 78 for 3, and I think this game is back in the balance.
Yeah, definitely. I love the reaction of the captain, though. As soon as he bowled that ball and he saw it went up in the air, he turned around to the field like, please, please just take the catch. Easy catch for steal, though.
I mean, maybe without naming names, but sometimes as a bowler, or maybe in the positive way, you bowl it, the ball goes up in the air, you see who's under it. Sometimes you're just like, fine, wicket, all good. Is there times where it's been, oh no?
I can name a few.
I mean,
not
on your
in the
head,
West Indies team, though.
On your head, Pierre.
No, we haven't really had bad feelers in West Indies team.
I mean, the West Indies teams are pretty known for their
we have
incredible fielding.
And the thing is, if it's one thing that the skippers was really good at, is putting the right feelers in the right position. Yeah, that one just going down the leg side. Good delivery. Not a bad start here from Darshan Lakhani.
Yeah, Owen Palmer, the new batter. Tough ball to face first up, but he's seeing the funny side. Have a look at this on the replay. I think it's always sliding down. Yeah, probably a bit of height involved as well.
Operating on the fuller side. Yeah, just a single out to the field there at extra cover. But yeah, you never really had like a West Indies team with bad fielders. You have like a Ravman Powell at mid-wicket, Russell probably going to stand at long on, or probably mid-wicket and Ravman at long on. And then you're probably going to have a Pollard at long off. So you never really had bad fielders in positions that you're not comfortable with. Sometimes you have a Carlos Brato to stand at mid-wicket because of his height.
Yeah.
This is a loud shout. They're causing some problems here, Darshan. Picked up a wicket early. Second delivery, skipper brought himself on and already causing some problems. If he can finish this over with a dot, definitely gonna pull the game back in a balance for his team.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant ball. I'm not quite sure how it missed everything. I don't know if they're appealing for a bit of an LBW or a feather edge through. Nothing doing. What an excellent over. Comes to an end. Just the one run coming off it and that all-important wicket of Karen Beer. This game swings again. 79 for 3 off 9. I suppose you certainly have teammates, and I'm sure you did for the West Indies as well, where it's a skyer, they're underneath it, and you just know it's going to be a wicket. Just people just don't drop them.
I can tell you, I could remember one time Andrew also dropped a catch. And after the game, we were watching the highlights, and the commentator was like, oh, save that tape, because you don't really see it.
Yeah.
You know, as long as it goes up, there are times when it goes up, and you see someone like a Ravman Powell, Andre Russell is under it, and you're already celebrating because you know he's gone.
Yeah.
You know? Kieran Pollard, can't remember I've ever seen him drop a catch. I'm pretty sure that he did, but can't remember him dropping any catches like while we play together.
Hogarth back on. Starts with one that just drifts down the leg side.
I tell you what, with the way how things are going now for the Phoenix, if Hogarth can bowl a good over here now, it's really going to put some pressure on Uppsala Tigers. That would be 2 back-to-back overs with the dangerous Karen Bear back in the hut.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if there was a win predictor, it'd be pretty much on 50-50 at the moment. Can't call this one. 79 needed and 64, that's the equation. For a while, it was pretty much a runner ball when Karen Beer and the Chad were out there, but it's slowed down significantly thanks to that intervention from the captain. Darshan Lakhani bowling 5-dot balls, picking up a wicket as well. And Jack Hogarth is returning the favour at the other end. It's 3-dot balls now. Pressure rising here on Owen Palmer.
Yeah, just cut out to the fielder there, deep cover. Sweet boundary. Just a single. Yeah, the singles are really not gonna kill the Phoenix presently.
No, they'll be more than happy to bowl overs without boundaries, because as you say, that run rate's up towards 8 now. A couple of extras won't harm the cause, though. Hogarth just overcorrecting.
Tell you what, though, Tina, there's a lot to like about Sweden. It's first time here. Like the greenery.
Absolutely.
A lot of trees around. The air here just feels, really, it's just really clean.
Yeah. Have you been anywhere else in Scandinavia to get to the end of the 10th?
Wouldn't be going anywhere with this cold.
I think, yeah.
I haven't seen anywhere else apart from the hotel. We're just trying to figure out something here regarding how much balls have been bowled.
Yeah, first ball was a wide, so it should still be 1 left in the over. Hogarth just had 2 that skidded down the leg side. There will be 1 left. Make sure to correct that on the scoreboard. But yeah, Scandinavia as a whole, beautifully green, lots of water, clean, fresh air. It's just a nice place to be.
I had some water from the top this morning, and it's good.
It's like drinking from a proper spring.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Clean and fresh.
Final ball was important then, because there were runs scored from it. So that will now be the end of the over. I think just a correction being made to the score. Whatever happens, though, it was a good over from Hogarth. Doesn't concede a boundary, so that's 2 boundaryless overs for the Tigers and the Phoenix. Yeah, doing all they can to stop this run chase.
Yeah, so 2 good overs back to back. Sort of just put a little bit more pressure on Uppsala Tigers.
Halfway mark then, and you'd say this game still very much in the balance. As unsurprisingly, Darshan Lakhani continues having gone for just 1 in his first over, but he immediately concedes a boundary, just drifts down the leg side on this occasion.
It's trained down the leg side. It's trained down the leg side for a bit. Badly line delivery and well-deserved boundary was punished by Arman. You don't want to ease the pressure.
No.
You've got to keep it there. You've got to keep it going.
It's like building the pressure, and 1 bad ball and suddenly it's like letting all the air out of a balloon. Especially when that required rate is not too dangerous. It's only around 7.3. And they're above that at the moment. So for Phoenix, it's very much about trying to get wickets. The only way it feels like they'll win this game is getting into that tail.
A missed opportunity. Yeah, bad glove work there from the keeper.
Yeah, head on hands.
Been a run out.
Hands on head on hands, all of the above. He just doesn't gather it cleanly, does he?
Yeah, it was a bit of uncertainty if they want to come through for the run.
Felt like he was treading water.
This looks pretty close. Definitely another wicket. The slower delivery from Darshan picks up another wicket for his team. Skipper doing the job with the ball. Arman, I'm sorry. You have to go.
Lakhani, another vital intervention there from the skipper. And another wicket falls just as the Tigers feel like they're getting back on top of this run chase. They lose a wicket at a key moment. Let's take another look at this one. Yeah, I'd say that's a fair call. Certainly not going to go over the stumps, just a question of whether it's going to clatter into leg stump or not. Big appeal, and the skipper showing plenty of passion, getting his man. So 2 relatively fresh batters at the crease now. Owen Palmer is joined by Jaspreet Singh and Keswick Williams, after a good old stint in the commentary box, takes a well-earned rest after his win this morning as well. So thank you very much to him for joining us again.
It's meant to be short form cricket. He's only meant to bowl like 4 overs. We've given him 20. I think he's...
Well, I was asking him earlier about whether he's ever bowled 4 in a row in a T20, and he was even reluctant to do that. So 20 in a row is a fair game.
You'd have all the coaches saying, no, he's going to get burned out if you had to bowl 4 overs in a row. Can't do that.
Tough life, isn't it?
Anyway, hey, what an interesting game, hey? They were absolutely taken to T-Bone Town early, but not for the first time in the tournament. Few wickets changing the game. Nakani, the captain, performing for his side. Couple of strikes. It's Jaspreet Singh, the Italian international, who has come out at number 6. What do you make of it? There was a bit of Chaddington early. He was striking the ball nicely, but again, just maybe one rush of blood, one poor decision, one miss hit, making all the difference.
Absolutely. No one needed to tell him that. As that one's flicked away for a single. He was the most frustrated out of anyone. 3 boundaries in a row, looking in imperious form, and
they were going to bring the digger out to remove him off the field because he didn't
want to go.
Like, wasn't really going anywhere, was he? 90 for 4 after 11.
There was some metaphorical self-flagellation going on out there in the middle, and did change the game a little. It's reminiscent of Paddy Googe this morning, going for maybe just that one big shot too many. But as I was saying to Kez, it's kind of easier to say from here, because if that one big shot goes for a boundary, then we would have wanted him to keep going and going.
As they say in life, you never know where the line is until you've crossed it. A line between aggression and insanity. That's the beauty of short form cricket, though. Geez, Darshan yelled his lungs out there and didn't have to wait too long to get an answer in the affirmative. Seemed like a good decision, I agree. Hit it back, hit him in line. Would have cleaned him up. Hogarth on now. Driven very nicely. In fact, that's into the gap. It's going to go all the way for 4. Really nice shot from Owen Palmer.
Good point made by Thomas in the chat, that this is exactly the point where Phoenix almost revived their innings. They were 88 for 4 and managed to push on. Well, in fact, no, they were 47 for 5. I was reading the wrong
47
score.
for 5 off 7.1.
96 for 6. So even in a worse position than the Tigers are now.
And from that point, the only wicket they lost, for a while at least, was a retired out until the very end.
So it's certainly not over. Tigers just need to build a partnership. One big over and they're pretty much down to less than a run of ball, so they don't need to panic quite yet. They're going to push for a 2 here, and it's good running in the end from Owen Palmer. He made the call himself, knew that he would be running to the danger end. Gets on his skates and gets back in. Jack Hogarth been bowling well so far, hasn't been rewarded with a wicket, but has been economical and bowling well in tandem.
Yeah, Hoagie's a real cult figure already. He's won a few fans around the ground with his animal-like approach to the game. I won't like this though. It's a little under edge and it gets past the keeper. Slowing up. And just pulls up inside as Kuma does the fielding. But still, they run well and they get 3. He hasn't really had too much going his way in the series. There's Jack, Scottish-based player, lives in Dundee. Would he be the best leg spinner ever to come out of Dundee?
I'm going to say yes.
I will say yes too. Happy to be corrected.
Population of Dundee?
Population of leg spinners or people?
Population of leg spinners, possibly 1. Currently 0.
Currently 0. Jack's abroad.
You going Dundee bigger or smaller than Guernsey? What did we say Guernsey was?
Bigger.
We said Guernsey was 64. Jersey was...
Dundee's got to be bigger than 64,000.
Jersey was 104.
Jack, like a jackrabbit, runs after that and breaks the run of scoring. Been 11 off the first 4 balls. Well, better than that, really. Been good in the field as well, Jack. He's had plenty of tests in the first 10 overs.
150,000 Dundee, bigger than Jersey and Guernsey.
Up in the air, into the gap, in the outfield, pitches just inside, and that'll be 4. So, well, in the end, that over will go for 15. So a handy one for the Tigers. They try and stay on the right course. 100 comes up during the over as well. After 12, it's 105 for 4. Who have you liked so far with the ball? Obviously, Nakani with the double strike. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I thought Scott Steele was unlucky. He opened the bowling, was a bit of a victim of the power play and victim of the fact that Karambir Singh is quite a fearsome batter, because he got hit for 12, but they were all in 3 deliveries, so he went ... 444. Sure, we might be able to see him again later in the innings. And Pawan Kumar, it's decent enough as well. Kamran Ahmadzai is usually so reliable. He got in for a bit of punishment as well, but did pick up that wicket of the Chad, going for 19 runs. And it was one of those overs where you thought, okay, if you can give away 19 runs but pick up an important wicket, you'd probably take it. But we're yet to see him back into the attack. Looks like the captain will continue into his 3rd, and why not?
They've got the run rate required under control, 6.6 required. The question is, can the Phoenix grab a bunch of wickets? Almost here. That's a French cut under edge, running away, and in the end, I think it just does kiss the rope, despite the best efforts of Wafa. And the Tigers, luck's a fortune for them. Palmer nicks that one to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs.
I won't mind them any which way they come. Nakani has bowled brilliantly so far. Not too much he could have done about that one.
Frustrating time. There's been a few of those little nicks get away, more than usual. Nakani hunting a 3rd wicket. Slower ball. Pretty well done by the keeper, Pratik, to stop that going for more. In the end, they do get 1 extra, so 2 free runs, and yeah, it's getting pretty close to the now or never time, isn't it, for the Phoenix?
This is also getting exciting because of this game, but also I'm unzipping my coat for the first time.
Well, settle down, viewers.
There's still 5 layers on underneath, don't worry.
Happy birthday, Johnny. As get a single out to deep square leg. Can confirm that Tina's zip is approximately 40% down and slowly going down further.
The music's on as well.
This is where we missed the Comcam, really. Not quite the Marilyn Monroe JFK happy birthday, Mr. President, but still potentially 7 overs to go here. They want 2 here. Did hit it pretty slowly, and that's excellent running from these 2 to get through. Turning 1s into 2 is such a crucial thing in this T20 format.
We've seen that quite a few times, actually, haven't we? 2s run inside the ring. It's been a tournament that's notable for its good running between the wickets, which is something we don't often say at tournaments across Europe.
Yeah, happiness is well run too, sometimes. I remember playing a lot of 20 over and 50 over cricket on the big grounds in Australia. It was it felt like you're doing your pre-season out there, because it just seemed to be a shuttle run. Quickly run, face up, run, especially if it was a slow bowler operating that didn't give you too much time to catch your breath.
I think it's quite an underrated skill as a batter to be heaving lungfuls of air back in while you're trying to keep your head steady, trying to concentrate.
Yourself, yeah.
You've got your heartbeat pumping in your ears if you've run 2 or 3 in a row. Suddenly you've got to face someone.
You start to see getting out as some sort of relief you might get, at least on a cardiovascular level, if you're getting towards the end of the innings. But yeah, they've got it down to run a ball at the moment. Tigers certainly in the box seat here. That'll be the end of the over. So, oops, the Tigers, 114 for 4 after 13.
They have now, with a couple of decent overs, most importantly not losing wickets, got the rate down to pretty much a runner ball. Well, a runner ball from here would take us to a super over. So again, Tigers just need to put a little partnership together to see them over the line. And unsurprisingly, the task for the Phoenix is the exact opposite. 1 or 2 more wickets and suddenly Tigers' nerves will raise up a few notches. Lakhani, 2 wickets so far in his 3 overs. Looks like we'll have a change of bowling here because there's a brains trust assembling at the top of the mark with some adjustments being made in the field. And the cap has been taken off by one of the bowlers here. Just trying to work out who it is as he's chatting to the captain. Jaspreet Singh facing up and then here, the start of the 14th over. Owen Palmer going along nicely, 19 off 16. From right arm spin into the attack. Musa Ahmed will be the new bowler. That's bowler number 7 being used here. Again, Lakhani shuffling the pack. He himself has just the 1 over left. Hogarth has 1 over left. Otherwise, he's got Patient. Might be a case of having to bring Patient back in earlier than he would have liked because he can't afford to let the overs tick away. Calls of catch it, but I think it's going to go long and it's going to hit the top of the sight screen. First real shot in anger there from Owen Palmer, and he gets a whole of it. That partnership now worth them 33 off 16, and that's a good rate, to be fair, for these two.
Yeah. Time to raise the bat. Geez, they've gone wrist spinner for wrist spinner, bringing Musa on. I think he asked the right question there, but Palmer had the answer. A credit to Musa here, the young man, because, oh no, Wafa, what's happened? That's just a regulation stop down at long off. And he's let it go straight through the long barrier. It's busted through, and that's a fielding error that results in another boundary.
That's exactly what you can't afford when you're pretty much going to run a ball. Should have been a single. Owen Palmer certainly thought it would be. And it goes nutmegged. We'll see that in the World Cup later, I'm sure.
Now in the air, and it'll fall safely. I say, Musa, I like the pace that he bowls. I think you need wickets at this stage to get back in the game. He's a wicket taker. I know he might be expensive as well, but it's a gamble probably worth taking. Even that 6 down the ground, it's beautifully hit, but if it wasn't quite hit that well, it's an opportunity for one of the fielders down the ground.
Tough situation for Musa to come into here. Doesn't really have time to get up to speed at all. This time he'd be hoping that Wafa gets everything behind it, closes his legs, and he duly obliges, but 14 off this over. It's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Tigers, or maybe what the vet ordered.
Wayne just telling us a little bit of a story in the chat. He likes it here. Umpire not impressed. He says no thank you. I mean, one of those ones where the batter never seemed to actually move, so, or the movement was minimal. The question was, had he dragged his foot playing the shot, where did he end up? It was quick work by Pratik to whip off the bails and remove the stumps from their adhesive base. But, yeah, in the end, give a nod out. Watch it here. There is a bit of movement from that back foot, but I think it's the toe pretty much stays on the ground the whole time, and there's no real danger. This will give us a look as well. Again, the toe doesn't really move in the immediate before or immediate after the stump removal. So I had a good look at it. It says not out, 128 for 4 after 14 overs. Cruising at the moment. Gothenburg Phoenix. Remember, these two teams 1-1. coming into this game. That one's worked away nicely, using the pace of Pawan Kumar. Palmer really is timing the ball beautifully. Helps himself to another boundary.
Going along nicely, Palmer. Again, one of those batters who's taken a while to get into his innings. But suddenly now the shackles are off. The Tigers are racing away. You had a story in the chat.
Yes, I was going to say that Wayne, working down at the bottle shop, which is like an off license or a liquor store.
Yeah. Because you can't buy alcohol in supermarkets, right?
That's true. Yeah, doing God's work. They rarely get tips. It's not really the custom.
It's just a...
If you do, maybe it's a few bucks. I didn't even know you could give them tips.
I suppose you can always give someone else money in any situation.
Well,
sometimes you get stuff in
law,
return.
not all situations are equal. Pick up and throw, but pretty well judged single from the two batters. Apparently a lady gave him $100 tip. I've got to say, that's got to come with conditions, Wayne.
Well, that's what
Thomas
thought.
The old Wayne wink. It's the famous.
Maybe she was already spent all her money in another bottle shop and was half on her way to a merry night and said, here's $100 bucks.
Tries to muscle this down the ground. Just slices away from the fielder there, so once again they'll be able to come back for two. Do you think perhaps she had a big coat and had shoved a few whiskey bottles in it and
felt bad?
And 100 was her way of keeping Wayne quiet.
Moral good and moral evil in the space of a couple of seconds.
Kind of.
Oh,
I suppose some sort of quasi-Robin Hoodish tale. Nips back a bit from Pawan.
I've noticed it increasingly in coffee shops where doing God's work, the baristas, but they make your coffee and just kind of put it at the end of the counter. And now increasingly they ask if you want to pay a tip on the machine.
There's no real cost for them to ask because the worst you can say is no, which you wouldn't have anyway.
Most of the time, fat fingers.
There's I've seen a deep dive on tipping. I don't want to get too random questioning because it's not the last game of the day yet. But yeah, especially in America, shocker.
Yeah.
It's like.
That's because they're not paid a living wage.
That's true, but I'm not even talking in that situation, which is, in restaurants. I'm talking about like you'll go like check in at the airport and it'll be like with a robot and it'll be like, would you like to leave a tip? Like who's tipping a robot? It's just, would you like to throw this money away? Would you like to hand a few cents or a couple of dollars over to our corporation?
At least if it's a charity one.
Why don't we have a tip jar?
I mean,
would anyone tip us? People,
silence.
Give us your answers. If you know what's good for you, give us the right answer. Anyway, into the 15th over, 136 for 4. Yeah, there's one thing for you. That's something for the ideas board. The comms tipping jar.
Well, there is like these buy me a coffee sites, isn't there?
Yeah.
Where people who kind of site admins and stuff like that, they then say, if you appreciate my work, buy me a coffee.
So literally, I think the one I'm thinking of wasn't an airport. It might have been literally an automated coffee thing where it's like a robot and it's like, hello, would you like a coffee? And then it's like, here you go, would you like to leave a tip? I'm like, no, you're not human yet. I mean, eventually they'll take over.
They'll remember your non-tipping when the machines take over.
They don't hear this conversation, our new robot overlords. But yeah, there's a great John Oliver deep dive on tipping and the fact that it's maybe getting a bit out of control. And that's separate to the debate in America about tips-based professions having an incredibly low minimum wage to the point that sometimes actually losing money at work, which I suppose season 2026 is kind of familiar for me. Anyway, 16th over, 22 required off the last 30. Really, only a huge batting collapse could upset the Tigers here. I've got to say, though, I always think you can't take money from one life to the next. So it's normal for me. It's not where I live in Europe. In most places, it's not kind of expected, but I don't mind rounding up and,
I think I would tip more, and I tip the appropriate amount, but I think I would tip more if it was just a roundup.
Yeah.
Just because it feels like less of an investment rather than having to calculate it. And
I've got to, well, in America, it's very particular. It's vibes-based tipping, I'd say, in Europe. It's vibes-based. Right? I've got a great tipping story from the recent European Cricket Series in Prague. And a good friend, Mars, Hungarian international and manager with us at European Cricket. He went, and the currency in Prague, it's not the euro, they have crowns. It's approximately 25 crowns to a euro, about 15 crowns to Australian dollar, around about 20 something to a US dollar. But anyway, he went somewhere on the first night. Again, everyone struggles with working out what it is with the currency. And
we're having that struggle here, aren't we?
That's fair enough, yeah. They have crowns here as well, different crowns. That's better fielding in that he did stop the ball. So he went somewhere, grabbed something to eat, and he left a £4 tip, thinking it's kind of like $4 or €4. And I thought, puffed his chest out. He told me later, like, they're not very friendly here. I left a few extra numbers. And they seemed annoyed. Right now, bowler might be annoyed as he's been hooked away, and it's gone all the way. Maximal. Cameron Dhamazai trying to find that magical length, but really, Jasprit was sitting ready for it, and he rocked back onto the back foot, hit it handsomely over the leg side boundary. Maximal.
Looking ever more likely here that the Tigers will get themselves over the line, and another win to add to their collection.
Long story short, he tipped them approximately 16 cents. So
don't spend it all at once.
So he tipped them about 16 cents on, and I've got my one more currency story, which I might not have time for the way this game's going, because this is going to be another boundary. Geez, that's a really good shot from Jasprit. Collapsed that back leg and escorted it over cover point, cracked to the boundary into the 16th over. The next one could be the last, the way things are going, with just a few to get. 10 runs to win from here. It's 148 for 4. I was in Bali and I went to like this really obscure street, not even street, someone's house, I think, Satay. But refrigeration wasn't really on their priority list, and spoiler alert, I did end up getting incredibly sick after this meal. But before that happened, I polished off 34 satay sticks, and they told, and rupiah is their currency, and it's got so many zeros, you can't keep track of it, give or take a zero. And they ended up saying, it's like 102,000.
Right.
Which I don't know how much that is even now. Maybe $15. And so I think it's INR, or no, IDR, if you're looking it up, which Tina is right now. You might as well go 100,000, not one. Anyway, so here I was, and I was like...
€5.
Yeah, okay, I was like, you know what? Here's 150,000.
Treat yourself.
Yeah. Big man coming in. Give him a little win. Look after the family. Patience back, last roll of the dice, but throwing the dice off a cliff at the moment. So I'm thinking, then I'm already walking down the street with a partner. I'm just giving them and they're running after me. And I'm saying, don't. I'm like, it's a big elaborate scheme. They brought the whole family out to chase me and thank me. Oh, no, we want to give you something else. And so bearing in mind, I gave them, the bill was about 100,000. I gave them 150,000.
Yeah.
I'm
You're a good guy.
Build me a statue. In the air, and with the wind, that's going to sail for 6. Straight over the Inca Pyramid. Maximal Palmer to 44. One more of those. Bring up the win and a half century. What a good shot.
Yeah, he just leant on it. That's, I think, Tarat doing the fielding on the other field.
That's the best kind of warm-up. That's live ammunition. Anyway, long story short, they were chasing me, not to thank me, but I hadn't given them 150,000 euros. I'd given them, I was talking 150,000. I'd given them 15,000. And I miscounted the zeros.
So while you were smiling, waving down the street.
So I gave them approximately 50 cents, ate all the food, gave them 50 cents, walked out with a wink and just basically saying no, no, no. As in like, no, that's all I'm paying. And they weren't thrilled about it. Luckily, it was just a misunderstanding. But let's just say my attitude changed upon the recount. Here's patient Cherambira.
Still quite expensive food poisoning, though. Owen Palmer, 45, not out. And, well, he's looking for the overthrows, and the fumble means that he is going to get through, and kind of the story of the last couple of overs here for the Phoenix.
Well, if he finishes with a boundary, he'll bring up his 50, and I've got to say he deserves it. He's had a really good game, Palmer. Good behind the stumps. And now with the bat, he's played some really, really good attacking strokes. Again, wants to strike back and gets it in an unlikely fashion. 2 to win. Whoa. Jeez, that's really close. And the stumps are shaken but not stirred.
It's the leaning tower of Pisa on those stumps. The duct tape doing its job. And they again managed to scramble through for overthrows.
Yeah, it was actually pretty tight on that direct hit, but umpire said he was home. Again, we'll have a look at this. Again,
Looks like he's probably in there. I mean, you can't see anything because the umpire's standing right in the way.
yeah, probably not the ideal position to make a run-out call.
And the bat's grounded.
I had a sneaky feeling that it was really, really tight. And we never really get a good look at it. So in the end, the final decision is not out.
Seems academic at this point, given just the 1 run needed.
If Jasprit is a team player, we'll block these 2.
Nope.
And that is going to be it. It's game, set, Maximo. Well, Jasprit here at the moment, didn't he? He was millimetres away from being run out. And in the end, he trots the overthrow and sends match 8 into the history books. Karambir Singh, the player of the match, with 39 not out, as well as 2 wickets in the first innings. But, yeah, I suppose, tough one for the Phoenix. Although they did well to make a game of it after being 47 for 5 in the first innings, they were still a few short, and I think it showed up in the end. Uppsala Tigers will be happy with the result. They go to a 2-1 record. Of course, let's not forget Chowan, 65 not out. It was a fighting innings in the first innings that helped them get to that 157. But in the second innings, it was Karambir that got them going with 39. The Chad, 26 off 12, appeared after the first ball wicket of Mohammad Chowdhury. Randhawa with almost a run of ball, 15, and Owen Palmer finishing things off, 47 of 29, along with Jasprit Singh, who hit the winning strike, 29 not out, and in the end, just on a day where I thought 180 might be closer to par, it showed up as the Tigers ran away winners with 19 balls to spare, winning by 6 wickets. Bowling-wise, well, Chambira tried hard. He took a wicket, as did Cameron Ahmedzai. I thought Jack Hogarth bowled reasonably well again without too much luck. Lakani with a couple of strikes that made the game interesting, but really a couple of good partnerships put the game to bed in the end. We'll have the Stockholm Derby coming up, starting in half an hour's time. Toss will be coming up shortly, and that will be match 9. And, well, Stockholm City, they've been going pretty well. Stockholm United, though, well, they started well, but had a bit of a shocker with the bat yesterday. They'll be hoping to rebound. And our first ever Stockholm Derby, United versus City, will pick your side. And join us back in 25 minutes for that one. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. It's great to have Kesrick Williams with us. And, of course, Tina Goff will be my commentary partner when we return for the last game of Day 3, live around the world. You're watching the Nordic Smash T20.
1 point after the Navy. आप बांधना कहते हैं, आप बांध कहते हैं, कैसे बांध यहाँ पे बच्चे को बांध दिखा दो जलवा कवर करता है ना, मुझे लगा हमारे टीम का। बाद में बात करेंगे 10 एक मिनट आगे बोलो भाई जो है ना अरे दूसरा प्रॉब्लम है ये बाद में खालिद ब्रदर खत्म करिए ना पूरा कर रहे हैं कल ना बेचारे इमाम ने मुझे बोला कोई कीपर नहीं है दे दिया 1.5 घंटा कॉल करके ये कौन सा कीपर नहीं था अरे मालिक मेरा भी देखना सी मैंने की होया
Hello and welcome back to the Nordic Smash T20. This is the last game of the day, day 3. And it's hard to believe, but after this game, we will be halfway through the first ever Nordic Smash. This is our first ever Stockholm derby. It's United versus City. Well, I know there's a big rivalry in a certain city in the north of England where United take on City. And it always splits the audience. And these two teams have had their share of success so far in the tournament. Stockholm City, the only undefeated team in the series. They're 2-0. Stockholm United started well on day 1, but kind of lost their way on day 2. Couldn't put a good score together. And it'll be interesting with United being sent in here. And Danushka Gunatillika found it hard to get going on his last trip to the centre of the Bochurka cricket ground. Here we go with Hassan Ali, the Italian international, to get us going. Maybe not yet. Hassan, coming from his experience in the T20 World Cup for the Azzurri. Geez, he's such a promising talent. And he'll be hoping that he can make a difference here early on. Get a big wicket of Gunatillika, who has Test and ODI experience. Down the leg side. This might have taken a bit of the pad. There's a big appeal, late appeal from the keeper. But in the end, it'll be dot ball. That's a sign that it did actually hit something. So, Hassan Ali, big left armour. He's travelled a lot for someone that's pretty young. I think he's only 23 years of age, if memory serves me correctly. Also has experience playing cricket in Australia. Wind blowing left to right on your screen. No real swing for Hassan so far, though. Gunatillika, yeah, just not quite showing us what he's truly capable of so far. On 170, 180, I think is the par today in these conditions. A bit more batter friendly. Interesting to hear Keswick Williams talking earlier about the change in nature of the pitch since it's dried out. Maybe not skidding on, maybe not hurrying the batters quite as much, and maybe not as many surprises as we saw earlier in the week when we had those rain-affected matches. Hassan, 3 dot balls, pretty good start. One of the issues for United yesterday were the amount of dot balls. 56 dot balls in 20 overs. Really isn't good enough at any level of T20 cricket. Sabi Zahid is out there with Dasun. The wind throwing off Hassan a little bit in his run-up. A big swing and a miss this time. So 4-dot balls, and the ghosts of yesterday. Hassan. Let's get something on this. Gunatilaka. Not really pushing hard, and we'll have to settle for one, but it is the first run on the board for Stockholm United. Welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Reminder, we've got the desibox.co banners around the ground. If any batter hits one of those on the full, then they will collect €500. Also, I've got to say a big thank you to Stride and to 19 Yards for their support of the Nordic Smash T20. Also, we've got the Stumpy in, so wonderful to have that support. Hassan really cannot get his run right at the moment. Also, Brand Mavericks, I think they deserve a mention. Of course, brand new tournament. Many of the companies, both locally and abroad, seeing the opportunities in European cricket, and in this case, Swedish cricket. Plays this with soft hands. Does Zabi Zahid. That will finish the first over. So just 2 singles off it. And Stockholm United 2 without loss after 1. So we can see where Sarul Kanwar bats today. Didn't see him yesterday. The word is that he wasn't fit to bat, although we did see him in the field and did see him even bowl a couple of overs. Hassan, despite not really being in rhythm, got away with it. Tejan Indamanuru will be the bowler in the second over. We've seen him in this role. Yeah, spinny seconds, you might call it. Teja's role, likes to bowl the second over and, I'd say, sneak through it. He's done more than sneak so far in the series. Has a happy knack of picking up an early wicket. Zabi Zahid will face up. Let's see if he wants to go after the Dutch international. Zabi pushes, doesn't beat the field. Gunatilaka, non-strikers then, never really in a position to push through for a single there, but I suppose it wasn't really on, but he hasn't been hitting too many boundaries. Certainly the running is going to become more and more important in those circumstances. That one's completely diddled the fielder at square leg. Only costs them 1 in the end, so probably doesn't cost them anything. Pushed away in front of square, a lot of side spin on that ball. So let's have a look at this matchup with the left-hander on strike. Teja coming around the wicket. Angle it in and turn it away. Tries the reverse this time and gets it nicely. Gets it up over the top of the infield. We've seen the reverse be a very effective strategy so far on this field. Gunatilaka has his first boundary. He'll feel a lot better after that. Just hasn't been happening for this player who is so talented, very experienced as well at the top level. He's a risky shot, that one. We talked about that a lot. Pesisto played it excellently earlier on in his 69. There's two fielders waiting for a catch if it's miscued, but that one wasn't. And there's a third fielder coming into play as well, the point or the reverse square leg, depending on how you look at it. Still only 5 off this over. Nice shot. Plays through the line and gets the contact. Maximo! Anushka opens the shoulders and sends it over the ropes for the first sixer of this contest. Badly needed as well. And tough going so far. Might need a replacement ball after that as well. There was a fielder hovering there at long off, but really had no chance, became a spectator. And now, see another reverse. That won't be a wide because he switches around and loses his leg side protections. Sneaks past the keeper in the end. I think run is the call. Off the bat, it will be the end of the second over. So 14 without loss after 2. Warm welcome to everyone in the YouTube chat. It is the last game of the day, so feel free to throw in your random questions. Long days here, but there's plenty of sunshine to work with. Shara Pereira to bowl. It's funny, in that first over, Hassan got good results, but he just seemed to not have any kind of rhythm or confidence in his run-up. And so I think he said, look, bench me for now. We've got a really good option in Ish. He's bowled brilliantly in the series. Must have been a little feather on that because it was given a run in the end, that last ball. So yeah, jump in the chat. Nordic Smash T20, good to have your company. So a reminder that we've got the women and girls coaching clinic this weekend. Go in the Stockholm area. It's advertised for women and girls between the ages of 8 and 28 years old. Pereira has worked away. A couple of fielders behind point, but they can't save the single despite the direct hit. But Zabi had run through, so I won't get more than one. Again, I would say some of these little things matter. Vestros United have been top class with their running between the wickets, and probably at the other end of the scale have been Stockholm United, who've ambled more often than not. That was an opportunity I think that some other teams would have taken for an overthrow. He's given him out. Well, the ball that was angled in towards Zabi Zahid. And Pereira will get the result. Well, change is as good as the holiday, as they say in the classics. This will be an interesting one on the replay. Yes, given LBW. Got across, I mean, yeah, probably top of the stump's height. Only question was it going on to miss the leg stump or was it crashing into the stumps? I think in the end, it's a fair decision. Zabi probably felt it was going down the leg side, but it was pretty straight. And he'll be the first to go. So 16 for 1 in the third over. Pereira striking early in his spell. Disappointing for United. They wanted a bit of an impact from Zabi, and in the end, not able to do too much. Well, it's going to be Zabi's brother, Khalid Zahid, come out at 3. 1. Wraps him on the pad as well. Gets away from the field, so they'll come through for a leg bite. See that one just missing with the angle that Pereira's bowling from, so a good decision. Certainly wasn't the same ball as the ball before, where the appeal was upheld. So Pereira, oh well, at both ends of the innings. This one's not his best effort. Be a bit wide of the mark. Yeah, it was a funny old innings from United yesterday. Team that really impressed with the bat on day one, but couldn't have been more different really on the second morning. I'll be hoping to sort those issues out. That's a really good shot from Gunatilaka. He lifts it handsomely over long on. Maximo. And that's what this guy can do. We just haven't seen it often enough this week. That was a kind of slot length, wasn't it? Allowed him to get on the front foot, get under the ball. And it actually was a no ball as well. So a front foot no ball. And in addition at 6. So a free hit. As Pereira's over, threatens to go off the rails. You might argue it already has. We're only halfway through. He's got 1 for 10 off 3 balls. Now he'll pick this one up, and that'll be another boundary. So, well, Pereira also having some rhythm issues, I think, from this clubhouse end. And basically an 11-run ball there. Just what Stockholm United needed to get their innings going. Pereira. You trade the 14 runs for another wicket right now, I think. And Atilika looking dangerous. Drives this on the up. Goes pretty briskly to mid-on, so he turns down the run. Basically halfway through the power play at the moment. I wonder who might bowl the next over. Typically, Tage has only wanted to bowl 1. Typically the second. Tries out the short ball, but there's nobody back at deep square leg. So Pereira, what a weird over. It does have a wicket, but it's an expensive one. 18 come off the third. As Gunatilaka finally recaptures his mojo. It will be the end of the third over, 33 for 1. So Pereira, not really giving any sort of consistency in that over. We'll get a change of bowler. So 4 overs and 4 bowlers so far. I suppose it's nice to have so many options available. It's going to be Purav Mukesh Thakur to bowl, and nice to see him in the lineup. Seeing him for the first time in the series. Here he is bowling to Khalid Zahid. Beautiful looking shot. Should get 2 here. An easy 2, really. Fielder Nina Manura will be disappointed he wasn't able to stop that a little bit more effectively, and it runs away for an extra run. Khalid Zahid's a really experienced player as well. Veteran of the local circuit. Played a lot for Sweden. He's relishing this opportunity to test himself in a new environment. Bowled by Purav this time. Right up in the block hole. Knocked out for 1. But here's another kind of challenge now for Purav Thakur, as he's going to bowl to the vastly experienced Anushka Gunatilaka. Field changes for the left-hander. They go a deep backward square and a deep point, just in front of point. Oh, this actually gets cracked into the non-striker and bounces away. I think they were thinking, is it sporting to run? But I think that probably would have been 4 if it hadn't have hit the non-striker. Oh, look at this. It's another ball that goes bat to bat. Well, I don't think anyone thought we'd see so much bat on bat action this week. Of course, at least that one didn't get caught like the one yesterday. Pereira fields it cleanly and fires in, but not before they're able to complete a single. Yeah, that was a crazy dismissal we saw yesterday. Thick inside edge this time. Stockholm United, after an underwhelming start, I suppose the difference between now and yesterday is they've kind of caught up a little bit, haven't they? So he pushes, finds the fielder though, so that'll finish 4th over. Much better one for Stockholm City. No boundaries in it. 6 off it, and the score is 39 for 1. Great to have the music at the ground as well. That's a funny one, wasn't it? Not funny if you get hit. I actually have been in that position where I was on 95 once in an under-17s match, and my partner hit what I think might be the hardest ball ever, and it broke my arm. Wasn't that fun? Wasn't a friendly fire. Anyway, Hassan Ali is going to have another go at this end. It's been a problematic end. Although Hassan, you look at his over, only went for 2 in the first. He lost his run 3 or 4 times. He's having another crack at it. Here's the wind he should be bowling with. Wow, what a shot from Danushka. Shapes to ramp and just kind of helps it on its way. That is such a skillful piece of batting from the Sri Lankan international. Hassan hasn't really been swinging the ball away from the left-hander as you would expect him to do with this wind. Comeback ball for Hassan Ali. Oh, in the air, and unfortunately, fielder not quite able to hold on. Shariz Ahmed picks up the ball, but it was to the mid-wicket fielder. And we'll check it out on the replay. It was in the air and not too handled in the end. Again, no such thing as an easy catch in cricket, but at this level, you expect that to be taken. Now hit down the ground, and this will run away for another boundary. So that's chalk and cheese, really, compared to yesterday. Tilaka looks like he hadn't picked up a bat in a while, but he's rediscovering the old magic today. Sun's out and time to have some fun. 30 partnerships up in pretty quick time as well. Still in the power play, over and a half to go in it. One not quite out of the middle of the bat. Outside half, down to Purav. Tilaka calling for a new bat here. Not too happy with that one after the suboptimal contact. This one wraps Khalid on the pad. They'll get through for a leg bye. Hello to Charles, who's watching from the USA. Nice to have you with us, Charles. Of course, not sure if you're much of a soccer fan, but ramping up for big Friday night in Europe clash, Friday afternoon in North America. USA versus Australia. Now opens the shoulders here and launches it. And Tilaka gets that one going, one bounce four. It'll bring up the 50 as well for Stockholm United. End of the fifth over, 53 for one. It's hard to believe this is the same team that we saw first up yesterday. I suppose it's completely different conditions. It's later in the day. We'll say, I've had experience too, playing early in the morning. And sometimes, yeah, I just don't think God necessarily intended when he created cricket to have 9 a.m. matches. So maybe that's a bit foreign as well. But Tilaka certainly has found the right note here. 42 off 21 and counting. Jeez. Such a great swing of the bat there. Get off was up, so pretty risk-free shot. If you get any decent contact, should go over that fielder. Purav will get another over. Liked his first one, only went for 6. Tempted Yorker, comes out as a full toss, and thick outside edge from Zahid's going to fly away from the fly away to the boundary. Got a bit of pace about him, doesn't he? Purav Thakur. Zahid was able to get that bat down in time. Watch it here. Tempted Yorker, I think. With the pace of the ball, was always going to find the rope. Back to live action. Just loses his shape here a touch. Good comeback from Purav. Again, keen to make a good impression. Well, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Oh, they wanted a little bit of magic and they found it, and it's Tija Nidamanuru that delivers. The Dutch international in the right place at the right time with the right skills to reel that one in. And Purav gets something for his efforts. Let's watch it again on the replay. Oh, yeah. You got to love the athleticism. Almost goalkeeper style there from Tija. Grabs it with two hands, and Khalid, he walks off shaking his head. He's the second to fall, 57 for 2. Geez, that's a top-class catch, isn't it? He prides himself on his fielding. Have a look at it one more time. And I suppose it also just breaks the game open a little bit and allows Tija to bring in his troops and have a bit of a chat to them, because they did start well. They've kind of lost the plot a little bit. I also love there that he doesn't use the ball to break his fall. Makes sure that he kind of uses his body to take the impact and turn slightly. It's technically a really good catch. And Musa, his fellow Dutchman, the first one over there to say, well done, skipper. So Purav gets his man, and it's nice to see that Sarul Kanwar is fit to bat. I know there were some concerns about him not batting yesterday. Had a specific injury that didn't allow him to bat, but he was brilliant the day before. He's 89. First one keeps it low. Purav gets through. I'm happy he's been cleared to bat. I'm sure everyone would love to see him and his swashbuckling style. It was very effective and allowed him to carve out a professional career in India for many years. He looks keen to get on with it straight away, and maybe a little bit lucky to survive that one. He's losing his shape slightly. Thacker. That one's beautifully carved away behind point from Sarul, who'll get off the mark with the boundary. Well, he's made his intentions very clear, hasn't he? Well, his third time lucky for Kanwar, and it will round out the 6-over power play, 61 for 2. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the Nordic Smash T20. And joining me once again, my partner in the commentary balcony, Tina Goff. Welcome back, Tina.
Thank you very much. Warmest part of the day now as well. It's positively tropical.
We'll say, though, you did say you'd taken your zip down 40%. Now it looks like we're more like 65, 70%.
Oof. It's getting steamy.
We're still not taking that jacket off. I can understand. We've felt some things, haven't we, over the last couple of days. Shariz Ahmed's going to bowl now, something a little bit different. He's a wrist spinner. A Dutch flavour to this Stockholm City lineup. Shariz. It'll be a different sort of challenge for Tilaka. We'll say that in Sri Lanka there are a lot of these kinds of bowlers. I call them kind of like new age spinners.
Yeah.
You know, almost some of them bowl over the wrist, some of them bowl what I call little doorknobs, where they kind of the ball rolls out the front of their hand. And he wants to go reverse first up, and he gets a good ball for it, doesn't he? Gets a bit of length to play with. And Gunatilaka moves within reach of a half century, moves to 46. A good start. Always good when you win the battle with a new bowler first up.
Absolutely, you want it. show them who's boss, get on top of them, and that's exactly what he's done here. Straight out of the Will Basisto reverse handbook, although that one was a bit more of a kind of stand and deliver, whereas Will gets into the classical one-knee sweep.
It was interesting, and Keswick made a really good observation. The key to that shot, and again, it's not a shot that I can really relate to because I think I only attempted it once in a game, and it was more as a novelty than anything else. But as it's become a mainstream shot, I think the key, as Keswick said, is to be in position early. So I think sometimes when you're batting, you maybe, for example, if you're planning to dance down the pitch, you might not want to tip your hand and show them you're doing it. But I think with the reverse, it seems to me that it's important to get in good position rather than try and leave it so late that you're fooling. Goes up and over the top. That's going to bounce just inside the rope. 4 runs. Excellent shot from Sarul. But yeah, just going back to the reverse again, having not played the shot or practiced the shot, and really not being playing in a universe where the shot was considered an acceptable weapon to try. I thought that was an interesting observation because you do really have to be set because you do want to be still enough to see the ball well because it is so difficult to execute.
It's almost a hockey shot, isn't it? They always teach you in hockey you've got to be kind of still when you're hitting the ball to get that cleanest of strikes. Speaking of clean strikes, that one wasn't bad there from Sarul. So Shahriz Ahmed's gone for 9 in his first 3 deliveries. Taken down a little here. Has he got to come back in him? One zips through a little quicker. And we'll just be single on the 45.
Looks in a mood, doesn't he? Kanwa. Not wasting any time, trying to move this game forward. They desperately missed him with the bat yesterday.
Yeah, it's no surprise that the reversal of their batting fortunes has also coincided with Dashan finding a bit of form here. 47 off 23. And Sarul as well. Early signs that he's in the mood.
Yeah, no doubt. 2 real weapons at the crease for United. Sure is. And often you see his opponents get on top of him early in a spell. It's been one of those occasions, hasn't it? This could be another boundary. It will be. Drops a fraction short. You know, his real weapon normally is getting right up in the block hole. So Shariz, again, maybe affected by the wind. It is very breezy. No one's looked comfortable with that end, pace or spin. His over ends up going for 15, and United galloping away at the moment. They're 76 for 2 after 7.
Excellent start here, despite losing those early wickets. Started with that reverse, and that kind of set the tone for the over, and Shahriz Ahmed maybe just thrown off by the fact that the batter seemed quite comfortable with the bowling that he was offering and didn't have a response. Goes for 15. Ishara Pereira will come into the attack for City.
Did take a wicket, Ishara, but didn't look too comfortable bowling at the clubhouse end, so they're moving him back to the grassy knoll end. Got the wicket of Zabi Zahid, LBW, but his over ended up going for 18. This is such a danger partnership, isn't it? United building right now on 217 pace. Again, left hand, right hand, always a headache for bowlers and for fielding captains. Not a bad start from Pereira. Interesting they decided to take off Thaco. Done a pretty good job. I think the umpire just telling Ish, oh, you can help me out if you get off the pitch a little bit quicker. To be fair, the ball was hit back at him, so he's entitled to be in a position to field the ball. Driven, but this one won't beat the ring. Interesting mid off up in the circle, which is a bit of a challenge, isn't it? That's being laid down to Gunatilica, who certainly has the ability to drive over the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, it feels like they're almost daring him to do that. They are out of the power play, so they can send the fielders back. I suppose these two, they've got so many hitting areas that it's difficult to know which gaps to try and plug. Danushka now just one away from his half century. Decent over so far, though, from Pereira.
Kanwa pushes and sends back his partner. Having a bit of a look at Pereira.
They've used 5 bowlers early on here.
Yeah.
City kind of maybe signs that the batting side just getting a little on top of the bowlers. They don't really know who to turn to. I do feel like you've got to give a bowler a go. It's easy to take someone off if he's hit for a few, but got to find your rhythm. Pereira, good example of that. He got hit for 18 in the first over, did pick up that wicket. He's come back with a much tighter second. Shahriz Ahmed, interesting to see if he's given the grace of a second over, having gone for 15 in his first.
Yeah, it's been a funny one because even though they have picked up a couple of wickets, I wouldn't say any bowlers really settled that well. Probably Parav was the one that felt most at home early. But yeah, different proposition when you can defend the outfield a little bit better with 5 outfielders. And let's be honest, we said it early, they probably haven't been running between the wickets based team, have they? We mentioned with the 56 dot balls yesterday. So I suppose with more outfielders, you're confident enough you can stop boundaries and keep ones as ones. Clipped away by Kanwa to one of those aforementioned outfielders. That'll take us to the end of the 8th over. So a much better one from Pereira. But Gunatilica has reached the 50 mark during the over. 27 ball 50 for the Sri Lankan international. At the end of the over, 80 for 2.
A nicely constructed half century from Danushka.
The funny thing, first over really struggled, but it's almost like he flicked the switch and regained the timing. And receives a warm reception from the Swedish crowd upon reaching the milestone.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen a batter struggle early doors. It's been a pitch where it seems that a few of these batters who have gone on to get big scores have started pretty moderately, sometimes just going a run a ball or even less than. Someone with the ability of Danushka is always going to be able to put his foot down.
Shahriz is getting a second over like this. I mean, obviously the first one didn't go to plan, but I think it's more him getting it wrong rather than it being a bad matchup. He needs to get full on, maybe a little bit quicker through the air. Like this. Well, Shahriz, did well to get across there. Couldn't pick it up. Might have had a sniffer to run out if he had got it cleanly in the hand. I will say though, we haven't had 100 yet in the series. Danushka's halfway there. Certainly have had the 3 figures threatened on a couple of occasions. Kanwa, his partner, was one of them. Resisto a couple of times. As Gunatilica elevates. Can't quite get the power of the elevation to get it out of the ground. We'll have to settle for a single. This is lifted up to square leg, and it will get away from the fielder. Vaidya is the man out there. That looked like a wrong-un from Shahriz. But he may have picked it. A lot of overspin on that delivery regardless. And a nice looking sweep shot. Played it late enough that it went behind square, so it got away from the fielder who was just in front. And some of the youngsters getting a good look at that one as the ball whistles past them for 4. 200 pace at the moment for Stockholm United. Again, I just think he has bowled a better length, even though he did go for a 4 last ball. But you're not accustomed to Shriz dropping the ball too short.
Got a bit of drink chat in the chat, which we can go to at the end of the over.
And I've got a simple one for you before we go there.
Okay.
This is in the air. Fielder goes back and slipped through his fingers. Harkarat Singh. Not an easy one with the breeze. The ball was kind of drifting further and further out of his grasp. It's probably a half chance, but I feel like it's a big moment in the game. The 30 partnership comes up. And Shariz will be disappointed that that one wasn't reeled in. Before we go to drink chat, which I'm very excited for. Obviously, United and City, famously. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is Manchester
Stockholm.
United, Manchester.
Manchester.
Sorry, second thing that comes to mind after Stockholm City, Stockholm United, Manchester City, Manchester United.
Yes.
I was thinking there must be other City United cities. That one always takes out the umpire. Just shows you how well this guy hits the ball. Blink and you'll miss it. Before you knew it, it was crashing into the sight screen. So classy shot. Gunatilaka moves to 55. After 9 overs, it's 91 for 2. Any others come to mind? I can think of some where there's a United, like Dundee United, but I don't think there's a Dundee City. Talking football teams, mostly.
Yeah.
Internet, let us know what you think.
AI is not understood. Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday, yep, that's not what I asked.
Partial credit. I'm looking for City United. Because obviously, and my grandfather actually used to work at Manchester United in the 60s. So that's kind of the team that I'm affiliated with. And so that, of course, that comes to mind.
I think the trouble is there's not too many other sports that have names like United and City. So it would only be football, and I think not many have that. Obviously, Stockholm is, I'm sure, harking to the Manchester rivalry.
Yeah. Maybe. There's a Melbourne Victory, Melbourne City in the A-League, which is the Australian competition.
Well, my team's Birmingham City, but then it's Aston Villa, which doesn't really work at all.
There's no Birmingham United.
No.
Birmingham United. So it's weird. In Australia, we say Birmingham.
They do in America as well. It's very upsetting.
But I try and do my best. I do hold a British passport, so I feel a kind of moral responsibility to say it right.
And that was a really valuable thing for a while.
I tried to explain to my partner how to say Southwark.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Which is spelled Southwark.
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 There's a toaster near me which is spelled Towcester.
Oh, yeah.
That's toaster. Worcester, of course, is a good example.
Yeah. She can't even quite make the TH sound. It's not in her language. So I said, try and say it. She said, let's move on.
Yeah, my mum struggles with the TH sound as well because it's not in German either, especially the THS. So things like maths and month. Germans they just go for the month or the math.
All right, so Moose Arman's going to get a bowl with his leg spin now. He starts with more of an off spinner around the wicket. He's quite a versatile bowler, Musa. Part-timer at best, I'd say. Can be effective. Known mostly for his hard-hitting left-hand batting. He's definitely shaping to bowl off spinners here. Push and run. Now, here's a good bit of running from these two. Interesting. I suppose when you've got the ability to bowl wrist spin and off spin, typically you bowl what would turn away from your opponent. So you might bowl leg spin to a right-hander, you might bowl off spin to a left-hander. But it also depends how you're feeling. I think that's a bit different to someone like Gulami, who can bowl off spin both hands and feels equally good all the time. But especially leg spin is a bit of a harder skill to perfect and be consistent with. By the way, I'm excited because at the end of this over, I'm going to jump into the chat and we are going to go into that drink chat that you were just talking about.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. In fact, it's almost 5 o'clock here. In 10 minutes.
Stockholm City by the time we get there. This is the kind of day that I do associate with hopping into the middle of Stockholm, and with all the waterways, there's ferries, there's a lot going on. Djurgården is one of my favourite areas. There's the ABBA Museum here as well.
I'm in.
The ABBA Museum is, I mean, maybe we should have stayed a couple of extra days here. I know we've both got to go pretty quickly after the tournament due to other commitments. But ABBA Museum in Djurgården is definitely worth a look. Certainly feel a lot more safe going there now as opposed to our 2021 tour where it became a COVID hotspot.
Yes, not because of the tour.
Not because of the tour, it just happened to be ground zero for an outbreak. Lifted up and hit beautifully. Geez, that is a massive hit from Kanwa. Maximal brings up the 100 for Stockholm United.
That was just a swish of the bat. Didn't seem to try to hit it too hard. Pure timing there. Just lifts it over for one of the biggest hits of the day so far. And although Stanushka, who's got the half century to his name, you wouldn't count against Harrell following him. 28 off 16, and these two building a valuable partnership. The 100's up with that 6 as well. And the partnership now worth 43.
Wow. That really took off. Musa with the quick ball. Almost goes all the way for 4. Geez. The pitch still has a couple of surprise bounces in it. I will say as it's dried out, it's played a lot better. And this just gets deflected away from the keeper. Yeah, really got that one to lift against a batter who's dominating at the moment, Cyril Kamwa. Time to pants off that one, but straight to the fielder there, Shetty. And that will take us to the end of the 10th over. So we're at the halfway point, and Stockholm United, look a completely different outfit to yesterday. They're 103 for 2 after 10 overs. Over to Tina Goff with a deep dive on Drink Chat.
Well, it all started because, of course, Johnny's celebrating his birthday
today.
Happy
birthday again, sorry.
Happy birthday.
Haven't said it for a while. Hello, Johnny. Happy birthday.
He's enjoying a much-deserved cider. Strongbow, so one of the popular ones.
Can I interject quickly?
You may.
There's a great Strongbow ad in Australia where everyone's talking, and then this guy does a big, like a, when you put your fingers in your...
like a wolf whistle, but more like a come over.
Yeah, and all the glasses smash in the bar, and then the bartender's like, sweet, dry or draft. They were the 3 types of Strongbow.
Nice.
Tell me if you remember that ad. Anyway, go on.
And then Wayne comes in asking if, first Johnny said he was having a cider. Wayne comes in and says, what kind of cider?
Yeah.
And he suggests Dickens cider. And apparently you're a big fan of...
I like my cider just plain.
Apparently Dickens cider is a brand in Australia. It's not in England.
Heard a few people feel a little bit more relaxed after one of those drinks, after a Dickens cider. But really consume it carefully. Okay, time for some left arm spin from Archon Vaidya to start over number 11.
Some weird brands in Australia.
Yeah, I've got a few. Some other brands that distract our attention. Yeah, because I remember that once I was in a bar and someone looks like they're enjoying their drink. Lady a few spots away from me and what's she having? And yeah, they said, yeah, she's having a Dickens cider.
It is a real drink.
It's a real drink, yeah. Get your mind out of the gutter, everybody.
It's not made its way over to the UK.
No. We like to stay local. You guys got some pretty interesting... We love food chat last game of the day. Well, Gunatilica is in a mood. That one is hammered over the leg side. Maximal, and he swings his way into the 60s.
It's actually a Canadian company, Dickens.
Is it?
Yeah.
Right. How about Spotted Dick? That's a food in England. Tried that?
I have.
I'm talking about the food, not the condition.
I've tried the food.
Yeah.
Good with a spot of custard. Warm spotted dick.
Mm. Well, lift it up. This is another one. Throw a new ball out there because no one's finding that one. Gunatilica to 68. Vaja brought on to try and stop the bleeding, but it's backfired with back-to-back sixes. Kind of just turning into the wheelhouse of Danushka Gunatilica. Gee, some of these sixes are big boy sixes as well, aren't they, Tina?
They are. They don't do things by halves, these two. Really threatening to go big here. Could we possibly see our first 200-plus score of the tournament?
Yeah, or even if you include the Viking Cup. We didn't see anything over 177 there. Back to live action here. Right, a good comeback from him. Gets this one to kind of bend away from the outside edge. As Gunatilica was trying to repeat the dose, it'll bring the over to its conclusion. Pretty interesting one for a number of reasons. 13 off it, and the score 116 for 2.
I'm now intrigued by Swedish alcohol. You know, when you think of Sweden, you don't automatically think of an alcoholic drink in the same way that you would other countries. The Swedish alcoholic drinks centre around robust traditional spirits, which feels very Scandinavian, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
And you have state-run Systembolaget locations, which are the exclusive retailers for take-home alcohol. So I guess it's kind of similar to the bottle shops.
We know this from when we were here last year down in Landskrona. And we were trying to get our hands on a particular type of drink, but they're pretty strict with when they're open here. See some of those clean hits from Gunatilica in the last over.
Swedish cider is a thing.
Okay.
True Swedish cider is made exclusively from fermented apple or pear juice. I suppose it's kind of the same as most ciders. But true Swedish cider is apparently.
Okay, well, we are in Sweden, let's not forget. This is the Nordic Smash. And yeah, speaking of Swedish food and traditions and drinks, let's talk surströmming. Surströmming.
Let's talk about it.
Do you know what it is?
Is that the herring?
It's basically fermented rotten fish.
Is that the one where, I think, aren't you banned from taking it on airplanes or something?
Oh, you can't eat it inside. Like,
right.
A restaurant might give it to you in like a can and say, go to the park. I'm going to put a video in the chat.
Are you saying how, like, Swedish teenagers do what English teenagers do in the park, but instead of cider, it's fermented herring? Just on the park bench.
I'm trying to think of a delicate way to put this, but it smells like something that you wouldn't be putting into your body, put it that way. One jumps up a bit. And, there's been a couple of balls that have jumped from this end, haven't there? And this is Musa Ahmed bowling again. This is lifted up in the air. Fielder comes around and holds on to it. Little bit of a bobble there. But it's certainly the wicket they needed. And look who it is. It's Purav Thakur. Hasn't he made an impact? So the century curse continues. Gunatilica look good for the 3 figures. Has to walk off for 68. Musa Ahmed with the big wicket. And it's 117 for 3.
That's a great grab on the run there. It's coming at him at quite a speed, and Purav Thakur makes no mistake. It's an important wicket, as this partnership looked like it might have been taking the game away from City. Ends up being worth 60. And it's the end of a brilliant shift from Danushka. 68 off 37, including 8 fours and 4 sixes, but he does have to go again. I think he'll be kicking himself just a little. It's not the first time we've seen a batter get beyond 50 and then not be able to convert to the big score. Sarawak Kanwa still there, 33 off 20.
Yeah, so going back, this will be interesting as well, because this looks like Farhan Chowdhury, who has a very distinctive swagger to the crease. Seen him for Pakistan Skafrening and then known as Genesee Stockholm in the European Cricket Series, and he's known for whacking the ball. It's the first time we've seen him in the series. He's got the old Richie Richardson style nacho hat.
Almost got kind of the modern day cowboy look about him, doesn't he? Swaggering out to the crease.
Yes, I've got a few weird Swedish food things to share with you. Musa. Funny, he's just kind of funny knack for what's necessary, abandoning the wrist spin and going to kind of mixture of finger spin and just kind of medium pace short deliveries. Which wouldn't have been on my radar, but he's really gotten something out of the deck. Chowdhury off mark. But yeah, certainly the circuit breaker they needed. They still got to deal with Sarul, who's obviously been in pretty good form. Kanwa goes after this one. It's another huge hit. Could it be a DesiBox.co €500 prize? Oh, it's actually gone too far, but it has gone over the practice nets. Maximal. What a strike by Kanwa to finish the over. 124 for 3.
Still a decent enough over there from Musa Ahmed. Important to break that partnership. Don't think Stockholm City will be sleeping easy until they get rid of Sarul, who is looking to pick up exactly where Danushka left off. 39 off 21 now. Farhan new to the crease with the cowboy hat on.
Yeah, so here's some weird Swedish food traditions.
Yes.
Surströmming, we talked about it. It's the king of the weird stuff. Smells like Drain's old fish, fermented doom. It tastes much milder than the smell. I don't know if I will ever taste it. Intensely salty and savoury. Best attempted with beer, schnapps, and Swedish supervision.
So anything that just drowns out the smell.
Basically. How about lutefisk, which is dried fish rehydrated with lye. Yes, lye, which is that alkaline stuff. Also associated with drain cleaner. So a lot of it seems like they're just drinking something that is approaching poison.
Isn't that what you put kind of on dead bodies to make them stop smelling? And
so, yeah, I think it is. The result is pale, flaky, translucent, and jelly-like. Traditionally served around Christmas. Is Purav getting another over. Chowdhury clips it away nicely for a single, and back to Kanwa, who once again is looking good. Then there's svartsopa, or black soup, which is, it's a southern Swedish dish made from goose blood. Traditionally linked with St. Martin goose dinners.
Yeah, okay, I mean,
are you getting enough goose blood in your diet?
I guess if we're going on bloods, you have pig's blood in black pudding, don't you?
Yeah,
So
that was actually the next one
Yeah.
on the list. Manipulates this one to leg side, and Musa.
a lot of these things sound worse on paper, I think.
Exactly, but I think the first one, Surströmming, is actually pretty
Smells
bad.
worse
Yeah,
in life.
yeah. So the blood pudding is, yeah, like you said, what we call black pudding. Often the Swedish twist is serving it with lingonberry jam.
They love a lingonberry, don't they? There's a lingonberry juice in the breakfast buffet.
And one kind of random one is kropkakor,
Bless you.
which is a potato dumpling. But actually, I like this one, the smörgåsdorster.
What's-
It's
Say
just
again?
a sandwich cake. Looks like a birthday cake. Actually, layers of bread, mayonnaise. Oh, say that again for me. I've got that in my ear. Smörgåsdorter. No ball called here. That's not going to be a good result because it's also disappeared. So it's going to be a 7-up, no ball, +6. Purav bowled so well, actually, I think, given the circumstances. He's lost the handle on that one. No ball plus 6 and a free hit to come. Just before we look at this, which we probably don't want to see again if you're a City fan. So free hit coming up. Still 3 balls to go in the over. Yeah, so it's like a birthday cake, but it's a sandwich cake. Layers of bread, mayonnaise or creme fraiche, seafood, salmon, meat, cucumber, egg, prawns, decorative savoury toppings. Choose what you like.
I've seen this one before because I think they made it on one week on the Great British Bake Off. And it's one of these things, have you seen this internet trend of like horrific, sorry to our Swedish friends, horrific 70s and 80s cookbooks?
Oh, yeah.
And they have kind of these these kind of recipes in.
Very kind of outrageous.
Like blancmange-esque.
Yeah, what's the word? Busy food.
Yeah, and this is definitely falling into the busy food category.
Well, this is Sarul getting busy with 50 of 24 balls, the second half century of the innings. Yeah, the players that went missing yesterday, they are back, and they're back with a bang, aren't they, for Stockholm City. Stockholm United, I should say. Stockholm City trying to remove them. Sarul brings up his half century of 24 balls. Been a good knock. Missed the first 1 or 2, but hasn't missed too many since. Purav is left scratching his head. 5 4s and 3 6s in Sarul's half century. Anyway, if you are an expert on Nordic food and cuisine, let us know. Of course, there's probably a word that I'm thinking of that most people know in the English language that comes from Sweden for a lot of food out on the table.
Smorgasbord.
Love it.
Well, a smorgas, I think, is like an open sandwich. I think a smorgasbord is a board of open sandwiches and the like. We often eat a smorgasbord.
And we often use the word figuratively, don't we, in English? Not even just describing food. Wow, he's gone. That finger went up very, very quickly. Sarul goes to the well once too often, tries to hit across the line. And once again, we see a batter making it to 50, but not really able to go on towards the 3 figures. There's still plenty of time in this innings. But another danger man departs. Sarul, his second half century of the week. And he has to go. And Purav gets the last laugh after 13 overs, 142 for 4.
It feels like maybe one of these innings that can go one of 2 ways again. We've, not for the first time, seen a batting side start off like a house on fire and a couple of wickets, and suddenly they've been reined in once more. How many times have we said now we could see a 200-plus score? In the end, it finishes up somewhere near 170, 180. Still, they're in a very good position here, 142 on the board with 7 overs left. But City, we're hoping if they get 1 or 2 more wickets, and especially now that they've got rid of the 2 set batters, that they can keep this to a score that they'd be confident to try and chase down. With now both of the half-centurions back in the hut. Kanwar 54 off 26. Danushka 68 off 37, and it's been no real contributions from anyone else yet. 14th over here. He started off again. Ishara Pereira coming back for his third. I quite like this move. He's a wicket taker. He always targets those stumps. Has picked up 1 wicket so far. The LBW of Zabi Zahid.
Window of opportunity now. And this could be another one. It should be another one. It's Vaja. Goes to the ground, and so does the ball. And I really am surprised at how many catches have gone down today. Maybe I shouldn't be given the swirly conditions, but Vaja looked like he'd rather be anywhere else there towards the end. He slightly misjudged it again. This is so high, and it's basically moving from his left to right. So see at the last moment, he's falls back and can't reel it in. Very lucky moment. Could have been another batter out. Farhan having a life on 3.
It was a tough one. He almost caught it on the way down. He was on the floor before the ball was. Almost got lucky. Instead, it's the batter that got lucky. Has another life.
Yeah, catches with matches, as they say. The new batter has come out now. Soiful Alom. This is in the air, but it's going to taunt Vajra, who basically makes it personal to win the race in the Bermuda Triangle. 3 fielders all converging. But just feel that, as you say, another couple of wickets, you're really getting down the lower order. You can break the game wide open. Don't forget Stockholm City, the only undefeated team in the competition. Short one, surprises. Sorry for that time, I think. Pereira has a lot of good tools, doesn't he, as a bowler? He's got the short one, he's got the Yorker, and can bowl at either end of the innings. He's been given out by the umpire, which is another way of saying that's your one bounce for the over. What do you got for me?
Update from the Women's World Cup.
Yes.
India, well, we said Netherlands be a big game for them. India scored 209 off their 20 overs. So
Okay.
it'll be a big chase for the Netherlands, but you never know if someone like Babette or Heather or Stair gets going.
Reminds me of Ireland versus England, the Men's World Cup, about 15 years ago, whenever it was.
Stranger things have happened.
300 and plenty, which in those days felt like about 600. And Kevin O'Brien, never forget watching that innings. It could be an opportunity, right? Chowdhury abandoned the cowboy hat with the pace of Pereira. It's probably a smart option. Good Yorker to finish the over. 146 for 4. Yeah, you mentioned how much. Tell everyone how much cricket there is again. India, Afghanistan men's, England, New Zealand test. Assume it's still raining.
No, 166 for 4 New Zealand after 48.
Ah, cool.
Jacob Bethel took a great catch on the 45. Tumbling effort.
Plenty of, speaking of tumbling efforts, you can see the replay of Vajra putting that one down. Also, Women's World Cup, smorgasbord of action today.
I like it. I like it. Australia beat Bangladesh in the World Cup by 9 wickets. Took it taking less than 10 overs to get to the 78 posted by Bangladesh. Yeah, Netherlands about to start their chase against India. Afghanistan men are going to fall short in their chase of 403 set by India in an ODI. And then later today we have Pakistan women against South Africa women. Live from my home city at 7:30 tonight. Then there's also plenty of Women's One Day Cup action in the UK as well. So don't know where to look. Certainly you want to keep your eyes on this one.
Nordic Smash T20. Can you believe we're halfway through the tournament? Feels like we're just getting started.
Time flies when you're having fun. And the sun makes so much of a difference. My spirits have been lifted. Well, his spirits will be lifted here, the bowler, as that one's plumb as you like. Shariz Ahmed barely needed to appeal. The umpire put his finger up by the time the ball had even turned around, and another wicket falls. And again, potential another innings falling apart here.
And it's a different sort of challenge for Chowdhury, isn't it? It hurries on, ends up in all sorts of a mess. He put his back foot across. He's looking to turn it, but it keeps low. I say keeps low. It skids on is probably what I'm trying to say. It goes under the bat, the angled bat of Chowdhury. And, you know, one thing about the umpires here in Sweden, they're not really the masters of suspense, are they, with some of these LBWs? And I'm not saying that they're incorrect decisions, but they are, their processor speed is right up there with the top umpires in the world, because they said, yeah, that's out. I don't think that Chowdhury could have too many arguments. So Anurit Singh comes to the crease. 5 down, 147 on the board.
Bad news for Stockholm United and bad news for England women as well, because Nat Brunt has been ruled out of the next 2 games with a calf strain.
No way. I feel the pain though, as a member of the dodgy calf club.
I've got dodgy calves after running on the treadmill this morning. My first mistake was running.
Is that a humble brag that you're at the gym at 6 a.m.?
Maybe.
Where was my invite?
Open invite. Do you want me to come knocking on your door?
I was otherwise engaged.
In the land of nod.
Sure is. Last act, and difficult to come out and face straight away, although Anurit has other ideas as he pounds this one through the mid-on region for 4. It's a good strike. I suppose the key with Shariz, and I'm glad I haven't had to face him, but you end up probably having to play him a little bit more like a medium pacer than a spinner, because it's not a huge side spinner of the ball. Does have a decent wrong end, but a lot of it is it's his briskness, it's his slipperiness, which is his weapon. It catches a lot of batters out, especially if they're new to the crease. That did look like a bit of a wrong one. That gets worked into the leg side for a single. So the run rate still is over 10 and over. I suppose you question with 5 wickets out if they can keep that pace up. And traditionally, you think the last 5 overs are going to be the highest scoring, but it's not always the case. I think when you get to really 20 overs and less, you're always trying to score at a decent rate. Nice bit of work behind the stumps from Rohit Bailey, who's into the side as well today. He's got an important job with the gloves for Stockholm City. Sure is. That was a decent over there. 32. He's conceded in 3 overs. Does have the 1 wicket, that LBW during the over. 5 overs to go then. And it's 152 for 5.
Well, if the rate continues like this, then the elusive 200-plus score may continue to elude us. Projected score is 203, but especially after that LBW, which almost wasn't worth appealing for, it was so plump. The run rate has slowed, and Shariz Ahmed has come back strongly, having gone for quite a few runs in the first over. He's pulled it back, although that was a nice boundary down the ground. It'd be interesting to see then who the captain turns to for these final 5 overs. Pereira, Taka and Ahmed all have 1 over left. And then it will be a choice between Hassan Ali, Musa Ahmed and Vaidya, and of course Teja could bowl himself. He's only bowled the 1 over so far, went for 12. But a lot of the bowlers have been a bit more on the expensive side, but that was of course during that big partnership between Danushka and Kanwar.
Yeah, well, they've got out of that jam, haven't they? But they're not out of the woods yet. Stockholm City. Musa being back in the side, he's been used quite a lot as a bowler, but I think his main weapon still is batting. He adds another dimension to their batting lineup. They've got a real Dutch flavour with 3 genuine threats with the bat from the Netherlands, with the Ahmed brothers and also Teja Nedumanuru. When you look at Zain Naqvi, someone like him up the top, potentially. Get them off to a fast start. Probably 2 here as it beats Ishara in the circle. Big man, I see him at least trying to get down to the ground, but it's a long way for him. You do get back for a couple.
Did you see this thing? And I'm pivoting to football here, but
Please.
It was funny. Marcelo Bielsa, who's the coach of Uruguay, quite a well-known football coach, he was doing media before the tournament. And they all do these kind of headshots and these celebrations and, you know, just so they have footage for when they might need them.
Yeah, sure.
And he just refuses to engage with it. He doesn't even allow his photo to be taken. He's just looking down for the entirety. And he's like, I'm not a model. I don't want to do it.
And they've just done it anyway.
Yeah.
So like, we've got to get something.
So now it's become more of a thing. No one would have batted an eye at his photo shoot, but now him just refusing to look at the camera.
So it's not... It's a defiant refusal, seems like it.
And then he just walks off after 20 seconds of not looking. Here we go, back to live action.
Close.
I think the dive probably saved him here. We'll take a look at this on replay, but a shake of the head from the quick draw umpire.
Yeah, I mean, better throw. It wasn't a bad throw, but better throw, I think, would have been out. And as it was a bang-bang call. Musa finishes his over. He's got 1 for 25 off 3. 16 overs down, 157 for 5. I think it's one of those ones that you just described that I think the comments would be gold on social media. So 4 overs to go. Anarit and Soiful trying to get them up towards the 200, but kind of predictably that run rate's actually dropping when normally you want it rising at this stage. That's the weight of the wickets that City have been able to capture so far. As Hassan Ali, the big Italian left armour, is going to come in to the attack once again. Ideally, they'd want him to bowl 2 of the last 4. Hassan's a really good story. He is cricketer that's gaining a lot of attention as well. Again, he's a guy who has lived in Italy for most, if not all, of his life. He speaks fluent Italian, speaks English, multilingual, really good ambassador, good role model, I think, for young European cricketers. He's had experience playing in Australia in quite high-level country cricket in Victoria, and I'm telling you right now, that is tough cricket, notwithstanding the fact sometimes you have to drive hours to get to a game. I suppose that as a European cricketer, he's probably used to that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a tough environment to succeed, and you gain respect for your performance, and he certainly did that when he was there and was asked back again. It's a good sign. Nicked, but it's a little bit too fine for the fielder who was lurking for an outside edge, and Pereira in the end trots to the boundary, can't catch up with it. Bit of luck there for Soiful Alam, but he does take 4 runs.
Don't mind which way the runs come at the moment for United, as this innings has, I certainly wouldn't say ground to a halt, because they're still looking on a healthy 162. That rate has dropped though below 10. These two just trying to add a last few overs dash, see if they can get somewhere near 200. Yeah, Hassan Ali's only 23 as well. Already played for Italy 11 times, of course featured in the World Cup, took a wicket against England, took a wicket against the West Indies. So whatever else happens in his career, he can claim that and tell the story to the grandkids. Good recovery ball there as it's just knocked down the ground for a single.
Yeah, see what they've got left in the tank here. See the difference in scoring rates, these two. Basically 20 off 20 between them. When they had Pinatilika and Kamwa going, those two were flying. United fans will be wishing they could have kept going. Kanwa striking at 208 and Pinatilika 184. It does go after this one though. Holding up in the air, fielder circling, takes the catch. Classy stuff from Tejan Idamanuru. Well, he's taken a couple of catches in this innings, both quite different in their nature. But regardless, he's such a solid fielder. Does what's asked of him. Again, leading by example. The 6 wicket goes down, 163 for 6.
Again, another catch which isn't easy, but if you want anyone underneath it, it would be Captain Teja. He takes it, tumbles to the ground. Again, wickets keep on tumbling as well. 163 for 6. Jakarti, the skipper. Sight for sore eyes. Maybe would have expected to see him slightly higher up in the order, but here he comes down at 8. I suppose he's got free rein now to swing the bat with 18 balls left.
Big couple of overs. Jakarti's coming in and really sensibly he's thrown himself down the order a little bit after he, unfortunately for him, was a bit of a handbrake yesterday during that first innings. As we get ready for the start of the 18th over. And don't forget, there's a lot going on here at the ground, not only the Nordic Smash, but Stride are supporting the girls and women's training session. Suggested between 8 and 28, but really all ages welcome on Saturday. They do some great work, really innovative in the I suppose the dissemination of coaching materials and training manuals. Goes into nutrition and these kind of things as well. You can use the code Stockholm10 to get 10% off. Special offer at the moment. You can look them up, Stride with 2 eyes in the middle. If you put that into your search engine, and you get all the details. And also I've put the link in the chat a couple of times.
Yeah.
Don't forget also 19 yards. I know that we were talking a little bit about that yesterday as well. 19 yards. Also huge supporters of of the Nordic Smash T20.
Yeah, grateful to all the sponsors here, to their generosity and their support. And I've had the pleasure of trying Stride Out, the app myself. It's certainly an innovative way.
Was it their idea for you to go to the gym at 6 a.m.?
Yeah, the app told me to do it, so I did it. I'm at the mercy of the
Maybe
machines.
there's still hope for me, although I'm not necessarily in their target demographic, but you can always learn lessons.
You're never too old.
Isn't it great to see people getting around the Nordic Smash? Of course, desibox.co as well, catering partner, and also providing opportunity for one lucky batter to win 500 euros if they can strike a Maximo into one of the desibox.co signs.
Kesrick was convinced he hit it earlier. Funnily enough, he was only convinced of that fact after I told him about the cash prize.
I think I know the one you're talking about. Went miles over. I assume it has to be direct. You can't hit it to a fielder who just keeps batting it up and then and whacks it into the sign.
They have been generous. They've put a few signs around both ends. And both sides of both ends as well. So, bit of target practice for the batters out there.
Should there be a commentary version where one word in the dictionary gets picked at random, and if we happen to say that word during the broadcast, we win 500 euros?
Like sirens start going off and streamers. There's like balloons above us that get released. Yeah, I'll be for that.
Swing and a miss. The Seufel.
I want to go back to the tip jar that we...
End of the 18th over, 167 for 6. Yeah. Robots are getting tipped. Surely we're getting tipped.
We're humans,
the players are normally really complimentary of our work. Do we just go around with the hat at the end of the day?
Yeah.
I bring out my jacket.
When they're in the team huddle at the end.
Guys.
You need to go to the winning team because their spirits will be high. It's like trying to go to a drunkard for a tip.
Well, we put it behind a paywall where they have to listen back to their clips in silence, and if they want to unlock the commentary, they've got to pay. Now we're talking.
We're going capitalist. I love it.
Makes the world go round.
Shara Pereira bowls out then. 1 for 30 off his 4. Decent enough effort. Hassan Ali has got 1 left. Just a question of who bowls the 19th, and it looks like that question has been answered in the form of Shariz Ahmed. Taka could maybe consider himself a little unlucky he doesn't get the nod, because he's picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 32. Shariz Ahmed 1 for 32. Musa Ahmed 1 for 25. So toss up between those 3, but Shariz gets the nod for the all-important 19th, and you'd imagine then Hassan Ali would bowl the last one from the grassy knoll end.
There is a theory that Shariz likes to bowl from this end because his hair looks better. Never out of place, is it? That way, kind of almost like an 80s wind machine video clip. Kind of keeps it off his face. Look at him. Good bowler. Good human. Have another wicket here. Fraction short. Shut up. Can't really time it. And have to settle for 1.
So that 200 certainly seems like a distant dream. Expected score up in the 180s. Shariz Ahmed started this 19th over well. I've got some excellent news as well, Vinny, because that sun is going to be beaming down on us in about, say, 20 minutes. Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Quick single.
It's nice to have some direct sunlight. The old vitamin D.
I can just about get it if I kind of hunch down. I'm just going to slide lower and lower in my seat. Almost horizontal at this point, but worth it for a few rays of sun. Great over so far from Shariz Ahmed. Low full toss, miss hit They're going to push for 2 here. The ball is in hand, and I think he's well short there. The finger of doom is raised. It's a bit of a bat plug as well to add to the misery. So I don't think he even ever really got over the line in attempting to slide his way to safety. Good throw there. Shahriz Ahmed whips the bails off. And it's the 7th wicket to fall for Stockholm United.
Good throw, wasn't it? Basically, Trez just had to catch the ball, and he was close enough to run the batter out without too many dramas. Good bit of fielding this. He's running to his non-preferred side. Fires it in, bounce throw. Yeah, excellent work. So it'll be the end of Soiful Alam. Doesn't quite break the runner ball barrier. Over and a half to go then. So, sure is. Gets a wicket, kind of. There's Jakarti. Push for 2 again. Puts another batting partner in danger, but this time it's legged out. Rajput, the new batter, having to work pretty hard. They do get 2 more. It's funny, it's going to end up around about kind of 180s, I'd imagine. Maybe around about 180. Which I tend to think, based on what we've seen today, is a bit more parish than the 165, 170 we were talking about when the field was heavy. Pitch seems to be playing a bit better as well. Shariz slides this one on, and it'll be a leg by to finish the over. Stockholm United 174 for 7. Paul is heading off. Good on you, Paul. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. And Johnny Heasom had a bit of a calendar question. Around then, it is true that there's, on ECN, there's international women's cricket from Switzerland. There's the Quad Series in the first week of Hornchurch, and during the second week of Hornchurch, or during the weekend where there's no cricket in Hornchurch, and then the first 3 days was week 2, there's an ECS in Zurich, which is the same location as that Quad Series. And good news is, Tina, I think that's next time we'll get to work together.
Yeah, apart from, I suppose,
tomorrow.
Parallelly on the 14th of July. In,
oh, that's
Lord's.
right. Yeah, I'll see you at Lord's. We'll be doing the MCC SCG. Tell me more about that game. So the travelling side from Australia, is that right?
Yeah, so there's a travelling side from the SCG. I think they said they were bringing 20 players, a travelling party of 40. They're all going to be pretty good players. They'll be kind of grade standard, women's grade standard from Australia. So I'm imagining probably county-ish standard here.
Okay.
And they're playing a double-header at Lord's on the main pitch, playing against Middlesex in the morning and then against an MCC side in the afternoon.
2 games, is it?
Yeah, double-header.
Am I on the rack for both games then?
Yeah, I think we've got a commentary team.
All right.
Maybe
so this
three or
means,
four.
am I getting cucumber sandwiches then?
No, you're getting. Oh, maybe. Oh no, I think
Am I getting lunch at Lord's?
you are. But I think.
But what do you mean, but?
So that the players go into the players' dining room. The umpires go in the players' dining room.
Will my accent get me into?
Yeah, your suit might get you in.
40 people. You said 40 people.
I think they want to do a barbecue afterwards in classic Australian fashion. You definitely get food. It might be a case of it being in the workers' quarters rather than in the dining room. But
I don't mind that.
I'll make sure you get in the pavilion.
And it's women's cricket, am I right?
It's women's cricket. It's the day after the women's test match on the women's test match pitch. So hopefully it will have been used for all 4 days. And then the 5th day will be the SCG day. So it should be a very cool day. Hopefully the weather holds.
It's funny that the first thing I thought about commentating at Lord's wasn't the cricket, but it was the potential of a Lord's lunch, which is pretty famous.
It is pretty epic. I've been on the receiving end of it as a player and as a, I suppose, employee.
My time will come. Maybe one day I'll be able to grace the turf. Yeah, so that's great. So yeah, Middlesex in the morning and MCC versus SCG in the afternoon. 14th of July. Put it in your calendar. I certainly have. I'll be in London. I love being in London because they're in May for a few days. And a few London representatives in this tournament as well. This is hit pretty well into the last over here. Might as well go for 2 here. Chakati pulls rank and says, no. Now I'm the captain. In fact, he always was. Hassan Ali switching up to that grassy knoll end to finish the innings. Again, finding it hard to find the ropes. Chakati once again will have to settle for a single.
It'll again be one of those where the fielding side probably the happier of the two, just because they've been able to drag this game back to more of a balanced proposition. This one goes high up in the air, should land safe. It will skip away. The fielding will be done and they will scamper through for a second. Well run. So 2 balls left. 179 then. 2 balls left. Hassan Ali is Mr. Reliable at the top of the bowling, well, top and bottom of the bowling for Stockholm City.
2, 1, 1. And so 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 off the over. But actually it's 8 off the over. I think so. 18.4.
180 is up, and Hassan Ali will consider himself pretty pleased if he manages to get out of the final over without conceding a boundary. Just 1 ball left now. And again, it's an innings that's ebbed and flowed. Of course, a relatively early 2 wickets, but then that big partnership between Danushka and Sarul Kanwar. It's just fallen away once more after they've departed.
Hassan's on world record pace for losing his run. I think that's about 6. Now he's done it at both ends. But anyway, I mean, yeah, you're right. Those big wickets have totally changed the complexion of this innings. It looked like up and away 200 plus. Swing and a miss. Keeper will have a crack. Would have been out if he'd hit, but he doesn't hit. A bye to the score. And that will be it. So, as it stands, the score in the 180 region, setting a target of 182 then in the second innings. Looking at the scoreboard, a couple of real key innings there, weren't there? Tilaka had a bit of a slow start to his innings, but ended up with 68 off 37 balls with 8 fours and 4 maximos. 54 for Kanwar, his second half century of the series, which he scored off 26 balls. They did the heavy lifting. No one else really able to go at that same rate. In fact, it wasn't until Rajput came out really late, 4 off 3. He was the only player to hit run a ball or better. It just shows you the impact those 2 big wickets had. That big partnership of 60 in 6 overs, setting up this score of 182. Bowling-wise, well, I've got to say I really like Purav Thakur with his 2 for 32 off 3 overs. Was one of the better performers when that big partnership was going on. Singles for Hassan Ali as well as Ishara Pereira, Shariz Ahmed and Musa Ahmed all chipping in with wickets. We will take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Tina Goff. There you go, 183. That's the confirmed target. 183 for City to remain unbeaten. Or can United bounce back and throw this table into chaos? We'll take a break. Sun's out. Join us for the exciting conclusion of day 3 when we return to the Botkyrka Cricket Stadium in Stockholm, Sweden for more Nordic Smash T20.
क्या नहीं माइक नहीं है Welcome to Nordic. Today we are blessed with a beautiful sunny day in the city of Stockholm. Right now we have the third game of the day. What? Between Stockholm City and Stockholm United. Stockholm United has put up a score of 182 runs. And Stockholm City 183 to win the match. The conditions here are amazing conditions. Nice, beautiful sunny day, 25 degrees. And we have Mr. DJ Worldwide. All the way from Europe. DJ Worldwide. All the way from Europe. We would like to thank the organizers of Nordic match, Mr. Manuji and Sanjay. The big Saturday Cartoon Media team, Big Saturday, and Wikipedia for covering the event. And the fans and visitors for making this tournament an amazing success.
Warm welcome back to the T20 Nordic Smash, where we have the Stockholm Derby, United versus City, with United having posted 182 for 7 in their 20 overs. Stockholm City then with quite a formidable run chase ahead of them, 183 needed to claim bragging rights over the City here. It was an innings that ebbed and flowed started with an early wicket. Zabi Zahid going for just the 2 runs. But luckily for United, Danushka Gunatilaka, a player with Test experience over in Sri Lanka, boosted his way to 68 off 37 deliveries, hitting 8 fours and 4 sixes. The biggest partnership was between him and Surya Kanwar, which took the score from 57 for 2 up to 117 for 3. So that partnership worth a productive 60. And there's a couple of flurries at the end from Soifar Alum and Anurit Singh, which got them up to a good total. I think they might have been a bit disappointed given the platform they set at the start that they didn't get a 200-plus score, a score that has eluded us so far in this tournament and in the Viking Cup last week in the international tournament. So it's a pitch that maybe doesn't have quite as many runs in as we would think. I suppose it's also testament to the bowlers for keeping on plugging away, as Zayn Naqvi will open up here for his side with Musa Ahmed leading the charge and starting off with an edge for 4. Zayn Naqvi, when he hits it, usually stays hit, and the Italian international gets the run chase off with a boundary. Anurit Singh bowling then for Stockholm United. But Naqvi is someone not only has represented his country, but has represented his country at a World Cup. 6 runs against the West Indies. I'm sure he would have liked a few more opportunities, but he's got a chance here to show us and show the world what he can do. We go into the final innings of the day then in a finally sun-bathed pitch here in Stockholm. The sun is even streaming into the commentary balcony here, which is very good news. Anurit Singh making sure that his fielders, the only 2 that he's allowed outside of the ring, are just so. One of them is a deep square leg for the left-hander. And the other one down at 3rd. So you imagine here, I suppose it's stating the obvious, but the power play all important for Stockholm City. With quite a big run chase on their hands, they can't afford to come out of the trap slowly. Despite the fact that 2 early wickets were lost in the power play by United, they were going on at quite a rate, going at pretty much 10s for the first half of the innings. It was only the consistent wickets that fell in the latter half which halted their progress. Anurit Singh has bowled well here. Unlucky with that first delivery being edged for 4, but he's been right on target and has just cramped Zayn Naqvi up for room. This is quite a formidable opening pairing for Stockholm City. Musa Ahmed, also someone with international experience, played 15 ODIs for the Netherlands. His last appearance for his country was back in 2024. He'll certainly have ambitions, though, to perform on the international stage once more. Only 28, so plenty of good years ahead of him. Zayn Naqvi only 24, so both these players with a lot of talent and potential to grow even more. Get to the end of the first over, then 8 on the board. A required rate around 9.2. But as we've seen in almost all of the successful run chases in the tournament so far, and most games have been won in the chase, 1 or 2 big overs can always shift the momentum back in favour of the chasing side. And for the bowling team, conversely, it's about keeping on picking up wickets to break that momentum. But you say here at the moment, it's a delicately poised game. It's tough to call. History favours the chasing team in the tournament so far, but you would say a lot hinges on the likes of Naqvi and Ahmed. And they have, of course, got Teja Nidamanuru, the captain. Another Dutch international who played a wonderfully timed innings yesterday. He started off probably the first 15 balls or so. He was going at a runner ball. And we thought maybe he needed to pick up the pace, but it's exactly what he did. And he just shifted through the gears, ended up getting a half century. Seeing his side to victory against Västerås by 3 wickets. Both these sides, remember, have won 1, lost 1, so it's a very important game in the context of the tournament. That one's flicked into the leg side. There is a fielder out there, so it should just be the one. At the moment, we have Malmö Mavericks rooted to the bottom of the table. They're winless through 3 games so far. And otherwise, it's very much a fight for those top 4 places. One side will miss out. At the moment, Stockholm United are occupying that spot by virtue of the fact that the game they did lose to Phoenix yesterday was quite a thumping loss by 7 wickets. Up in the air, and it's gonna drop safe and skip away for 4 runs. Doesn't quite get hold of it, but enough of the bat there of Musa Ahmed to get the second boundary of this run chase. It's always risky as a pacer. Ankit Rajput going for the bumper when you've got no protection out. And that Musa Ahmed could pretty much throw his hands at it, knowing that it was a relatively safe shot. Rajput, unsurprisingly, then corrects his length on the next delivery. Gothenburg Phoenix currently in 4th spot. Of course, they lost the game earlier today. And that one has been lost as well, as it's nicked behind. And Ankit, having corrected his length, gets the perfect line, and it just takes the edge of Zayn Nakvi's bat. And that's a big wicket to fall for Stockholm City. Just a genuine nick there. Let's see if it just tails away from Nakvi just a little. Yeah, you can see loses his shape on the hit. Head goes flying skywards. Rajput almost gets kneecapped for his troubles, but he does pick up the first wicket then. And a destructive batter makes his way off the pitch. Zayn Nakvi isn't able to provide us with fireworks on this occasion. Stockholm City then 15 for 1, still 1 ball left of the second over. And it looks like it's the vice-captain Samath Shetty coming out at number 3. Again, international experience up and down the order for City. Samath has featured 4 times for Sweden. High score for his country, 16, so he'll be hoping to contribute a few more runs here for Stockholm City. With just the 1 ball left of the second over. Chase is on there, and they just scamper through for 2. So it's an excellent over from Rajput, going for the boundary, but most significantly picking up that wicket of Zayn Nakvi. So at the end of the second, Stockholm City 17 for 1. That was nicely played out. Half stopped there. The chase then was on for Khalid Zahid. Yeah, interesting comment from Wayne in the chat saying that they have a third from ball 1, implying it's a negative field setup. Yeah, probably would agree with you there. You often see the pacers having 1 behind the keeper early on. I don't know, it feels almost like an ego thing, saying, oh, I'm going to bowl so quick and so well that all they'll be able to do is nick 1 down to third. I will say it's tough as a bowler in the power play with just 2 fielders allowed outside the ring, and you almost make life tougher for yourself if you put one of those behind the bat. Going into over number 3 then, the 2 fielders out are at deep square leg, and get up out of my seat. Yeah, at third. So interesting kind of hedging your bets fielding placements here from the skipper. Of course, Shadab Jakarti is the captain for Stockholm United, someone with international experience of his own, played in the IPL as well. So there's lots of talent on show across all 6 franchises here. There's a testament to the quality of the tournament and those involved, that they're able to pull in the big names for, of course, what is the inaugural season of Nordic Smash. I'm sure they're hoping it's the first season of many, many. And don't forget, the women's tournament will take place in August. That'll be over, I think, 3 days, featuring 3 teams. We're hoping to get Gunjan Shukla on commentary tomorrow. She's in the Gothenburg Phoenix setup for the men's team, but also hugely involved in women's cricket here in Sweden, captain of the national side. That one's hit down the ground, and despite the fact mid-on and mid-off are pretty straight, neither of them will be able to chase that one. DJ gets the tunes on. It's a nice hit there from Musa Ahmed. The elegant left-hander. Again, one of those where he knows that doesn't need to overhit it, sends it right back where it came from, past Anurit Singh, the bowler. Comes back with a slower ball. One of those slower balls that was signalled by the extra grunt. The old double bluff slower ball, but it does trickle past Musa Ahmed and almost rolls to the wicketkeeper. It's Walid Rashid Rana with the gloves on for his side. And well, maybe not quite sure what he was appealing for there, given that it bounced to him about 4 times. Seeing if there was a nick on it, unless we've enforced the 2 gloves, 3 bounce, lesser spotted regulation. Hi to Johnny in the chat. I hope you've had a wonderful birthday so far. I hope you've got lovely plans with the family this evening. I hope England win the football tonight as well to cap it off. But have a good one. Sure, we'll see you again in the next couple of days. Anurit Singh here just struggling with his lines. That's already 3 wides for the over. Unusual to see a bowler struggling so much with his lines in the second over of his spell. I suppose mitigating circumstances, the left-hand, right-hand combination. So he does get it on the mark, but they're still able to scamper through a run as that is stopped by the tumbling Pranav Yadav in the covers. So the run rate here is more than comfortable. They're in fact above it, Stockholm City. Just be conscious of not losing another wicket in the power play. Maybe since there's so much cricket on at the moment, not just here in Sweden, we'll do a little around the grounds at the end of this over. If you do have multiple screens at your disposal. Of course, you've got to stay with us here on the Nordic Smash, but there's plenty more action in the cricketing universe, the ever-expanding cricketing universe, isn't it? Following the action here in Sweden, but there's games over in England. The game in India is finished. India winning by 170 runs against Afghanistan. Feels like this over may never finish. Anurit Singh again. Just cannot get his line right. In some ways, the wides aren't helping him for another reason, because every time they're able to run on a wide as well, it messes up his line once more because the left-hand, right-hand combination rotates. Just needs to get himself out of this over now. Well, in some ways, Samath does him a favour there because he hooks it away for 4 runs. Had he left it alone, it would have been another wide. Anarit Singh maybe owes him one just to say, yeah, okay, put me out of my misery. End of 3 overs then, and they're going at 10s. Stockholm City 30 for 1. Quick round the grounds then. New Zealand were put into bat by England in the first day of the test match at the Oval. 208 for 5. Say for modern test cricket standards, that's pretty good going. Baker picking up 2 wickets. Glenn Phillips and Tom Blundell currently in for the Kiwis. Of course, Women's World Cup action. Netherlands were always facing an uphill battle against India. India posting 209 for 5 and Netherlands in return 57 for 2 in the 9th over. Fortunately for them, both their openers already back in the shed. Earlier in the day, Australia beat Bangladesh in the Women's World Cup relatively, well, very comfortably by 9 wickets inside 10 overs. And then the action doesn't stop this afternoon as well, with Pakistan women playing South Africa women live from Birmingham at 7:30. So plenty still to come, not only here, but across the cricketing universe. Stockholm City, meanwhile, will be relatively comfortable with their star as Danushka Gunatilaka, having top scored in the first innings with 68. Gonna bowl some of his right arm around. And again, well, should have left that one alone, Musa Ahmed. Not only does he strike the Q end of his bat, but it would have been a wide. Just struggling with extras a touch here. I'll say they are as a team. In fact, it's just Anarit Singh as an individual, 4 wides in that 1 over. Not what we expect. That one's been hoisted away. And already Stockholm United quite flat in the field. Haven't been helped by their bowling. We all know what it's like in the field when you're defending and your bowlers just aren't helping you out. There's nothing you can do when they're bowling extras. Danushka got away with one on the first one, didn't get away with this second one. Musa Ahmed gleefully hits that one away to the ropes. Still in the power play, so 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. Better line from Danushka. Probably could even get it darting across the right-handed Samath a touch more. Just risking straying on the pads a touch, and we know that's where a lot of the batters like it. Especially from this side as they hit into the wind. We've seen some of the biggest sixes come this way. Well, I will say the wind has very much died down, entering the nicest part of the day here in Stockholm. That's the delivery I was hoping Danushka would bowl, just across the right-hander. Shetty trying to cut that one, but we've seen a few times batters get themselves into trouble with a ball that's just not quite wide enough to be cut. After that rickety start, Danushka's found his lines, just 1 ball left. In fact, that is the over. 4 overs gone, 35 for 1. So a solid over there from the Sri Lankan test cricketer. Interesting to see if he continues to tie down one end. Svini joins me back in the commentary box for a run chase that's quite delicately poised at the moment.
Yeah, just kind of sneaky stuff from Gunatilaka, getting through that over pretty quickly. Not going to the boundary. Stockholm City, yeah, pretty comfortable, I think, operating at the rate with wickets in hand. Nakvi the only wicket to fall so far, caught behind of Rajput for 7. Still batting to come as well. I think probably see Tejinder Manuru next. Shriz Ahmed likely to feature in the middle order as well.
Yeah, Anurit Singh really struggled with his lines in that second over. Didn't bowl a single extra in the first over, but 4 wides in the next. A couple of them quite costly as well, as they're able to scamper through. He's going at 10s. He's just, again, maybe just distracting himself a little with things that are going on around the field. Just needs to concentrate on that line and length. That's much better. And that's that top of the splice of the bat that Kesrick was talking about earlier, the length that you want to bowl against these batters.
Yeah, I wonder why they've even kind of jarred the hands of Musa Ahmed. He got a bit of bounce himself when he was bowling from this end earlier. Glanced away. Bit of a chase for Chowdhury. Covers the ground pretty quick for a big man. Fires in a reasonably powerful throw, if not the most accurate. I have to settle for a single. Yeah, Musa hasn't quite hit top gear. There's a little bit of the start with the bat of Danushka Gunatilaka. But just like Gunatilaka, I think that Musa could click into action and really surprise us all. If you know him pretty well, you wouldn't be too surprised. Big swing this time. Ball skews behind square and it will get to the boundary. So 4 runs. Samarth making his intentions pretty clear. Just noticed, I was speaking with Kesrick earlier, and probably mentioned a couple of times when you've been in the box as well, Tina, that a lot of batters are, well, they're not winning the run-a-ball battle in their first 6 balls. And it just seems that it's the kind of pitch that batters aren't necessarily feeling the pace and the bounce of it first up. The good ones have been able to catch up. Samarth, his first boundary, moves into double figures. Even with Musa, I mean, it's not necessarily the striker I think he would like at this stage, opening the batting in the power play, but he's still there and still has time to make up for it.
And we said that a lot with the players, especially those with international experience. Tasia was another example. A lot of players have found themselves in this situation, a run a ball or just a touch more, but have then really built the platform to go big.
Another heave to the leg side. This time finds the fielder. It's Khalid Zahid down there. It'll take us to the end of the 5th over. 41 for 1.
Just slowed down a touch on the run rate, but it's the first time actually that they've gone below the required rate. Required rate 9.5. They're at about 8 and a touch. And intense conversations. Both of these two have started relatively well. Again, maybe just consolidating for a few overs following that early wicket of Zaid Nakvi. It's always a big blow in any side if Nakvi gets himself out. Unsurprisingly, Danushka will carry on, having bowled 4 dot balls and given away just 5 runs in his first over. It'll be interesting to see who else Stockholm United turn to with the ball.
Gunatilaka comes back, but this one is dropped a little bit short. Shetty rocks onto the back foot, slams it through the offside for 4.
It's always the best thing as the 30 partnership comes up for a batter. When you already get that boundary on the first ball, it just relieves so much pressure for the rest of the over. Especially when you need to go at 8s or 9s, you know, okay, well, we've got the boundary. We can pretty much do the rest in 1s and 2s if we wanted to. I'm sure that's not at the forefront of Samarth's mind as he goes big. And this time he gets a whole load of it. Save your legs as he gets a 4 and then a 6. And suddenly this over is already a win for Stockholm City. And a reversal of fortunes for Danushka, who only went for 5 in his first, has gone for 10 in the first 2 balls of his second.
Yeah, Gunatilaka kind of getting some of his own treatment here, isn't he? Shetty, again, a guy that would love to prove himself in this tournament, putting together a good innings. Intelligently wants to work the one, although it's a tight one. Gets a response from Musa. They do get the run. 50's come up as well for Stockholm City.
Still a tricky chase, isn't it? 131 needed in the best part of 15 overs.
Partnership's so important. We've seen that all the time, haven't we? And we saw it in the first innings even here with 2 batters cruising. That 9 and over seems like nothing when you've got 2 in batters. But when a wicket falls and maybe you lose the 2 set batters, suddenly the 9 and over is not such an easy proposition. Left-hand, right-hand combination out there, and it's the left-hander Musa. Plays a nice shot. Doesn't try to overhit this. Once again, just short of a length from Gunatilaka. He hasn't quite got it right in this over. Cut away nicely. Good placement as well from Musa Ahmed.
Very productive over here so far. That's exactly what we've said, Vinny, before, that one big over in the chase has often given that impetus to the batting side. And that's why more times than not the teams winning the toss want to chase. It seems to be a chasing kind of tournament so far.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We had our first successful defence earlier today, but yeah, through the first 8 matches, 7 of them have been won by teams batting second.
I suppose today, with the sun being out, it's been a fairer contest as well. No excuses, really. Especially now, best part of the day, no wind either. So it's batter's paradise. And you'd hope for Stockholm City's sake that they are able to knuckle down.
End of the over, end of the power play as well. Stockholm City, 57 for 1. Hello to everyone in the live chat as well. Nordic Smash T20 channel, and also I want to give a warm welcome to everyone watching on our international broadcast partners, including Fancode in India, TapMad in South Asia, being Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. In North America and Europe, we're on Willow TV, and of course worldwide on our YouTube channel, Nordic Smash T20. Jakarta looks like he's going to come on now with his left arm spin. And also I'd like to shout out, while we're here, all of the wonderful partners. We mentioned Stride, 19 yards, as well as desibox.co, and Brand Mavericks also supporting this Nordic Smash. Jakarta comes on. Worked away. 2's the call straight away. It's excellent communication from Musa, who just saw he hit it into the gap. Let his partner know pretty quickly that he wanted to come back for a double.
Yeah, good hustle. We've seen that so often the first 2.5 days of the tournament. The 1's been converted into 2's.
Bit more flight this time. Once again, Musa wants to. He's very deep out there. He'll trot back for a second. That's very intelligent. Low risk, high return cricket from the Dutch international.
Yeah, appreciated by the dugout as well. You can hear the rounds of applause. And that's maybe a lesson to learn from the less experienced batters. How you play this T20 game. They kind of go all boom or bust, trying to go for that big hit, but you can score 4 runs in 2 balls. But
also, I mean, I can understand where you want to be on the boundary because you're trying to prevent the 6, but also you're inviting it to, aren't you? Chandri's pretty much right on the rope there. To the left of screen. Oh, that's a beautiful looking shot, isn't it? From Musa Ahmed. Just hit straight through the line. Elegant stuff, economy of movement, but a very good result as he strokes that one to the cover boundary. 4 runs.
We're seeing the best of Musa Ahmed at the moment. Just checks the drive as well, knows that maybe the outfield has dried up a lot from this morning as well. So if he just lifts it over the ring, he's able to get full value for his shot. If you look at that side on, you'd expect that shot maybe just go a couple of meters, but you can see how much power was in it.
I mean, he has run very well, but he had no qualms admiring his shot there and just kind of ambling out of his crease. 50 partnership up for these two as well. It spells trouble, doesn't it, for Stockholm United? First ever. What would you call it then? Stockholm Smash, but we're already using Smash. Stockholm Scuffle?
Yeah, it's got to be alliterative, surely.
Yeah, obviously.
Skirmish.
Not bad. That's hit very, very well. And it's just pitching inside the boundary. So, yeah, the The twin spin attack not really working over the last couple of overs as these two are running away with the game.
Again, one of these important partnerships that could pull the game away from United, but we've seen this so many times before. Looks like a partnership's going to win the game. A wicket falls and suddenly the roller coaster that is T20 cricket goes round for another ride. This has been pretty much a blueprint for how you play T20 cricket. Run 2-2s hard, play a low risk 4, get another boundary, and suddenly you've got an over that's going at 12s without really having to take any risks or lift a finger. Stockholm City at the end of 7, 71 for 1, going at 10s, more than what they need at the moment.
So, having put it into the supercomputer, it's given me a few different options, but it prefers your Stockholm Skirmish.
Well,
I think we've christened it now. Skirmish 1. Hopefully of many. Who knows, these two might meet on finals day as well. Geez, that's such a good shot, isn't it, from Musa Ahmed. One for the purists. Yadav looks like he's going to get a bowl here. Pranav, an opportunity for him to break this partnership. Of course, out of the power play now, so has the protection of 5 outfielders. But yeah, I think where you position them is pretty important. I think Alan Border was among the first captains, particularly on the big boundaries in Australia, to concentrate on trying to save 2s, or at least having the option of having a fielder off the boundary where they're in the position to save 2, rather than the traditional thinking was go right back on the fence. But I think on smaller fields it doesn't come into play that often, but I still think it does.
yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because not being on the rope is often seen as a mistake.
Yeah.
Whereas it's seen too binary, either you're in the ring or you're on the rope. But there's so much more at play than just those two positions.
That's right. Good start, though, from Yadav. He gets that past the outside edge of Shetty. Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, Dean Jones used to say that fielding is 90% anticipation, 10% application. And what he meant by that is, good fielders anticipate what's happening. So even if you are quite deep, as soon as you see the batter not playing a full swinged shot or a full throated shot, you should be running in already. Well, that is a full throated shot. It's up in the air and it almost carries all the way. Looks like Manoush. He had visions of a crowd catch there, didn't he? Did field it in the end, but had to be on the bounce. 4 runs. Picking the gap in the outfield. That's a gap if you don't include the Nordic Smash co-owner, Manoush Yadav.
He's an immovable force, certainly not a gap, but he leapt out of his seat. He was primed and ready, wasn't he?
How about, I know there's that Desi box, 500 euros. I'm going to suggest this we know it's for hitting a Maximo into the sign. What about 100 euros for a crowd catch from desibox.co?
I say yes.
Start the petition?
Yes.
Does that mean we'll be going back down there, a bit closer to the boundary?
Well, in the absence of a commentator's hip jar, I think.
And I think he should be eligible. Catch is a catch. And we should say it's maybe I was going to players excluded. Because we talked about doing this at the ECC or the ECL. That, like there's this famous promotion during the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand, Men's World Cup, where you'd buy a shirt for like $40, a bright orange shirt, sponsored shirt. And if you took a one-handed catch in the crowd, you won 50,000.
With that shirt on.
And even, I think they did have to give it 50,000. They still made so much money from people buying these orange shirts. Just a sea of orange in the crowd.
Yeah, I think they still have a contest on in the Blasters. We'll have to check that one, possibly for height. Certainly the question was asked from Samarth. There's a contest in the Blast, I think, where crowd catches. I think it's maybe £1,000 or something, so not insignificant. And it's always worse / better when they drop it and the agony on their faces.
I mean, look, 50 grand, which is about, I'm going to say, £25,000, probably about the same in euros. Pretty handy. Definitely, people, it's almost like playing the lottery, but with a cricket twist, paying 40 for a shirt, no problem. You had to be wearing the shirt, obviously, when you attempted the catch. Yadav gets this one past Musa Ahmed. Having to readjust to the pace now. But yeah, I still think that's a good idea. So I'm going to put that to the organising committee overnight, and let's see. And a few Maximos go into, especially as the crowds pick up, and we've got Saturday with the finals day. Let's see some of the spectators putting their bodies and their hands on the line as Musa just swivels on this one. Got the ball he wanted, and in fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! Once again, economy of movement from the Dutchman, but he gets the maximum result, 6 runs.
Yeah, just really a forearm jab there from Musa Ahmed. Used the pace on offer, just the wrong line entirely there from Pranav Yadav, and another over that goes the way of Stockholm City. 11 coming off it, 1 to come. He's such an elegant batter, isn't he, Ahmed? Not the tallest. He's got the left arm elegance boost. And that one knew as soon as it left his bat that was destined for the bushes and maybe destined for a crowd catch in the not too distant future.
Well, we might see the crowd spread out a bit more over the ground, everyone covering a zone.
Be like a ring fence around the boundary.
Hello to Woz as well. Hello to Alex Mosca. Good to see you in the chat as well. I wonder if it's a relation to the Mosca Italian cricket dynasty. Alex, let us know. Vinny here and Tina with you, taking you through match 9, the last match of day 3. Yeah, so that'd be a pretty cool promotion. I was going to say, in the ECSW jersey last year, the batting was so dominant. Big hitters like Grace Weatherall and various others. The kids were basically fielding more balls than the fielders. They'd spread out, and every time there was a 6, which is every ball or 2, they'd chase the ball, get it back, and they'd all get back in position. And honestly, there was about a 2 or 3 over period where it was just, like almost like when you throw a tennis ball for your dog and they'll run after it. It was just, they'd bring it back and then it would go again. They'd bring it back.
It's like having a secondary team.
It was pretty much. End of the over, so 8 overs down. It's 83 for 1.
Looking comfortable here at Stockholm City with this partnership now worth 68. We did fear that when Zayn Naqvi departed the piece early, that Stockholm City might start panicking with one of their big hitters. But Samath Shetty, Musa Ahmed have put paid to that. Both of them, of course, with international experience. Musa Ahmed from the Netherlands and Shetty featuring for Sweden.
So, music's firing up. Hey, I don't know if we can get a camera. I don't know if we can turn one of the cameras around or get a look at the under-19s game over there. So that's Albies Army versus Genesee Stockholm. Isn't it nice to see? I mean, they're quite big kids. I don't know if you are still kids when you're 18 or 19, but a really high-quality game over there between 2 competitive sides on the second field. 2 teams we've seen in the European Cricket Series as well. Albies Army actually once made it to the final 5 in the ECL in a dream run in 2022. And Genesee Stockholm, they're actually the team of Farhan Chowdhury, who's fielding at the moment for Stockholm United. One thing I will say, I absolutely love the kits of the teams, and they've got various ones, but I think next year maybe they need to switch up the colour schemes a little bit. I mean, wouldn't you love to see Stockholm United in red and Stockholm City in the sky blue?
Yeah,
can't copyright colours, can you?
No, you can't. I think.
Don't you think that would be a bit of identity right now? Or this could be caught. Keeper's going back and he's dropped it. Oh wow, that's a big moment in the game. It's Waleed Rana who's into the side. Really, I know it's not the easiest one, but he does have the gloves. It's kind of blowing away from him with the wind. It's a leading edge pop-up. Does make good ground. Off comes the hat, but just a slight misjudgment. Comes off the fingertips. And down it goes. And down he goes. He knows that's a big moment. His partnership has been flourishing. Now, partnership is worth 69 runs, and it's A huge moment, huge marker in the game. Shetty dropped on 32. Musa Ahmed tucks another one away. With these two there, they do seem in control of the game. Rate required down in the 8s, 8.4. Rajput will be nonplussed. Shetty scared straight, just dabs this one down for a single.
I feel like Musa Ahmed's a very calming influence, isn't he? Shetty just loses it for a second in that first ball. So Musa, when he gets on strike, just dabs it for a single, and Rajput then tries to get the second chance at Samas Shetty, and Samas Shetty says, no, I'm going sensible.
Musa just toying with the attack at the moment, isn't he? Happy to take a single that time, but you know, this 8 and over or so, even one boundary in the over, if you avoid dot balls, you can pretty much cruise at that rate with a minimum of risk. Even if you can run a few twos, you might not even need the boundary in the over. So I think the longer this partnership goes, the shorter the odds get of a successful chase for the city. Top ball though, there's Shetty. Lucky to survive. We'll get one more look at Rajput.
I think it should be the City United rivalry should be a fierce one where it's scandalous if a player moves from one side of the city to the other.
Exactly. And if for some reason it does happen, they never celebrate against their old team.
Yeah, they throw their hands up in apology.
Sorry, it's an accident.
Yeah.
Is that Lampard did that? Who am I thinking of?
Lampard did it when he scored for Man City against Chelsea.
That's right.
There was one in the World Cup, which is unusual. You don't usually think about it in the World Cup.
Sorry, I had a really great holiday to Cape Verde, so I don't want to celebrate. Okay, who was that?
It was actually a Swedish player. I'm just looking it up because I don't want to get it wrong. He's got 2 Tunisian parents.
Ah, really?
It's Yassin Ayari, who scored twice in the game. And, yeah, he scored and did the no celebration, saying sorry to my, I suppose, descendants' homeland.
I do like that.
Respect.
I do like that. You get, definitely get moral points, don't you? Anyway, Jakarta continues. No fine leg in place, so a little dink shot there from Musa. It's a good one. No pace on the ball, really, from Jakarta, so I won't go to the boundary, but they do pick up a pretty easy 2. Once again, you can see that the master manipulator, Musa Ahmed, at work.
Have you ever not celebrated? You always strike me as a good celebrator.
Yes, you are right. And the only time I'd say, sometimes I would take wickets in indoor cricket in particular, because that wasn't my skill mainly. This time the fielder on the boundary might be able to keep it to 1. But it was more because I was surprised that it was a wicket and just kind of was shocked, and everyone comes around. I'm rarely one of those showmen stand still, one to wait for everyone to get you. I'm a good celebrator. Probably my favourite was when I took a caught and bowled in a final once in under 17s. Double knee slide on slightly moist ground. Everyone else coming with me, almost like a perfect video game.
Nice.
And I ripped my shirt open, the V-neck cricket shirt, like a wrestler. So I had this ripped shirt in the air, just creeps away from the fielder.
I'm going to show you a video now.
Please. And then that shirt, I ended up keeping it, writing my bowling figures on it, 5 for 28, and I've still got it. Didn't rip it all the way down, but just ripped probably halfway from the regular bead.
Did you have to change your shirt? Or just carried on with it?
Just looked like a cricketer from the 70s from the game.
So football is my way of expressing emotion. And especially when I was a child, I was a bit of a terror when it came to football, and football only. Otherwise, I was a delight.
Sure.
And I just got so angry with everyone on the pitch at all times.
Oh, I've seen this, but I want to see it again. Can you somehow post this? Yeah.
Score a goal.
Score a goal, and then you glump off, don't you?
Just like, and what?
There's poor other girls in that.
They're terrified of me.
Yeah.
Just
you're a unit then. You're a unit now. I do have one celebration, which is a pretty random one, which I think you'll appreciate.
Go on.
Jakarta round the wicket. Hit to cover, but not handled. Probably one there anyway. And Subby Zahid there. End of the 10th over, and City Ahead of the curve right now, but a lot could change in the second half. Stay tuned. It's 93 for 1 after 10. So in indoor cricket, we have the spring-loaded stumps, which kind of bend on the base.
Yeah.
So my dream, and I used to, when I was a junior, dream of ways to break the stumps when they run out, like 2 batters at the one end, and creative ways.
Yeah.
There's one where I just pick it up with a finger and have the bail in the ball hand, like the long finger. But my most famous one, because again, it's pretty rare you get the situation, is called the air guitar or the stump guitar, where I would kneel down by the stumps and strum the stumps.
I would hate to play against you.
To strum the stumps. And actually, I did get a bit of flack when we did win the national championship for picking up the stumps and playing them like a guitar with the ball in celebration. So, yeah, I really like celebrating.
I'm
Not having to go at any opposition.
No, it's
like
just
to have fun.
glee. Pure glee.
Yeah. What other ones did I have?
I think the ones you've shown me, the highlights are just you kind of running around like a maniac.
Yeah, exactly. There's one like the mic drop where you just drop the ball on the stumps, like you're dropping the mic.
I would just...
But they need to be out by a lot to consider any of these options.
You're lucky we're friends, otherwise I would hate you.
The ball drops good now. Unless you drop it too well and it doesn't actually knock the bail off. Yeah. Fun times. What's your favourite celebration? I know there's some pretty well-known ones. The Ronaldo one's the one that people generally like to do.
I think, to be fair, just from a pure endorphin rush, I think the best ones are you just get mobbed.
Yeah.
Because in football, it's obviously more common than in cricket.
We used to call it a bear pit. Oh, great cricket. We have pretty good celebrations for wickets.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, especially in the longer form of the game, it can be few and far between. I suppose end of the T20 or T10 now, no one really bothers moving. Everyone just kind of, you give it a little, couple of claps from 80 metres away.
I think that's why I still play football, just for that pure rush of scoring a goal and having people like me.
Yeah. We all need validation. All right, this is in the air. Jeez, that's a cut and a half, isn't it? That's a brilliant shot. Up and under from Shetty. Well, they gave him a chance. They might live to regret it as he goes maximal on the cut and moves into the 40s.
Did he play this completely off the floor? I think so. He jumped and that gave it that extra bit of elevation. He just looks away. It's the no-look cut for 6.
Oh, jump cut. That's a brilliant shot. Making the most of the bounce in this pitch. Actually, now you've mentioned it, I played a lot of hockey growing up as well. More top edge. But Chowdhury will handle it. Back in the cowboy hat.
Race to 50 here between these two.
Yeah, it is at the moment. I was known for... Well, see, in hockey, especially juniors hockey, celebrations aren't as big as they are in football.
No, it's a bit more of a kind of understated
Unless
sport.
You and me. Because
I think you'd celebrate in chess, to be fair.
I specifically went from defence to attack only because there was more chance that I would get. I used to do, I can't remember them now. There was definitely one that had a 360 spin as I'd run back to my position.
With the stick.
Yeah.
The
There was
helicopter.
definitely one like that.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. And, yeah. A lot of kind of like 2 arms aloft with the stick. I suppose like winning the World Cup style, as I made it 5-1. This one does jump a bit, doesn't it? On Musa. A little bit of play between batter and bowler, but I think it's all in good fun, despite this being a Stockholm skirmish, United versus City. One city, but worlds apart. End of the 11th over, 102 for 1.
Trying to think of a situation where you wouldn't celebrate. I mean, we don't celebrate a good piece of commentary, do we?
For me, it'd be when I'm scared of someone physically. That might be one time.
Always want to back away from a fight.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, you probably wouldn't do a kind of guitar against
I mean,
Kesrick Williams.
Guitar stump strumming TM. It's it's unique. Not directed at anyone. Chakati coming back again, but this game really in the hands of Stockholm City at the moment. Can United wrest it back? Yeah, when would I not celebrate? Probably, you know, when you're winning by so much. And actually, to be fair, when I have played lately, how do I put it? Sometimes there have been games where I may still be slightly above the average standard of the game.
Well, there's recent footage of you playing against under 12s.
Yeah, I did have a couple of good celebrations in that one. Well, they shouldn't run if the ball's near them. That's how the kids learn. Did I tell you about the one where I took 5 stumpings in my only appearance in the Czech League recently? You still need to appeal, and sometimes my appeal becomes like, come on. And I say, how's that? And I'm like, come on, it's out. And they're like, yes.
It's more of a statement than a question.
Cricket's funny, and it's the only sport I can think of where you have to ask the umpire for the dismissal. They don't just give it.
Yeah, like in football, if you get fouled in the penalty box and you go,
You're
penalty?
Like, no, it's cool. And there's a way you can do, yeah, you'd have to appeal. I mean, they appeal anyway in football.
Yeah, true.
Baseball's a funny one because, again, there's not this idea of peeling, but there's outs. So sometimes there's something really freakish that happens, and to be honest, the fielding side might say, no, we don't want it. And the umpire then argues with the fielding side going, I'm the umpire, you don't tell me what to do, and that's out.
Interesting.
We wouldn't have it in cricket, would we? Really field back, and they're compiling runs at will at the moment, aren't they? Having said that, Chakati hasn't gone for more than run a ball in this over.
Is there an instance you can think of, maybe in international cricket or so, where a team has tactically not appealed knowing that the wicket wouldn't help them?
I do, but not for that reason, or maybe for that reason. It was Sri Lanka. As this is hit down the ground. Does he get enough on it? Oh, yeah, you bet. The game continues to run towards City. And Kunachilaka, probably one man you would want in that situation, but even he couldn't reel this one in. A Maximo, quite a remarkable shot from Shetty, because all his body weight was going away from the intended location of the shot. Kunachilaka was able to get across and get a fingertip on it, but he couldn't arrest the momentum. So I guess another missed opportunity, albeit a difficult one. Someone of the stature of Gunatillika would have hoped he could have pulled off a miraculous catch there. End of the 12th over, 112 for 1. Yeah, so in that game, I think, as I recall anyway, Murali had 9 wickets and had all 9 wickets in the innings. And I think it's actually, you'll be able to find it on YouTube. Not sure who the bowler was. Might have been Chaminda Vas. Then got one across and got a little nick. But it was, I won't say an obvious nick, but it was a nick.
Yeah.
Caught behind. The keeper didn't appeal. The bowler didn't appeal. No one around appealed. Somebody then from Timbuktu
Idiot.
has whispered, how's that, given out. End of the innings.
You can retract the appeal though, can't you?
Could have, but again,
that would have, the jig would have been up.
The jig would have been up. So, yeah, that's the only one I can think of. There was an instance lately in a T20 match. Can't remember exactly when it was, but it was that batter, the wicketkeeper didn't try to stump the batter. So this is kind of the next best thing. And it was and because the batter was struggling in the T20 format and wasn't really going at the rate required, and that caused a lot of controversy. A lot of people were saying things like, it's corrupt, it's match fixing, but really it was tactical. Not wanting, but basically taking the batter at the crease rather than the mystery of a new batter coming out late in a game. So, yeah, I can understand that. And it's, cricket is strange that way.
Got the old 12th over tea break going on at the moment.
7th inning stretch at the moment, isn't it? Although, what are we in, the 6th inning of the day?
It's all right. Don't have a bed to get to or anything.
Yeah, so tell us of any other instances that you might have thought of where there's been tactical non-appeals. there are sometimes, non-appeals on moral grounds.
I mean, we do that a lot at MCC if it's a game where we're
What sort of
bit
things
ahead.
do you not appeal for?
run-outs mostly, or we just don't take the bails off in the first place.
I had this when I was playing in the prestigious Vis International Sixes recently, and some of the players were in their 70s, but they would actually, it was kind of implied, but then they would say, literally, don't run me out, as they were ambling towards the other end, and you'd have to be like, okay.
Although I have a moment of shame. Recently, I played in an employees match in Regent's Park, and there was a guy, it was on AstroTurf, and there was like a 6'3" guy absolutely nailing in. And I was just like, look, I don't want to break my fingers playing in an employee game. And he was like, it's okay, I'll ball spin. I was like, thanks very much. And I was trying to get myself out as well, at least try and retire myself somehow, because we only needed about 10 to win. So I was like, look, I'll just scoop it up in the air and someone take it, and I'll take my merry way off the pitch. He's pulled spin in mercy to me, not trying to knock my block off. I'll go for the scoop, and I absolutely nail it. The only time in my life I've nailed the scoop, and it flies away for 4. And he's just like, you've done me up like a kipper here. And I was like, I promise you, I was trying to knock it up in the air and get out.
Honestly, officer.
And then I just walked off the pitch in shame/delight. I was like, well, it's not going to get any better than that. Bye.
What a way to go.
Then my boss comes in, first ball, plays a lovely little glance off his hip, sets off, bang goes his calf.
Oh,
and
no.
He was genuinely like, it
Joining
felt like someone shot me.
With Danny White-Hodgemy in the calf club then.
Yeah. Carried on until he got skittled about 3 balls later. Then got a moon boot on, and he's been hobbling ever since.
Wayne's got an interesting one. Yeah, the Rod Marsh, Trevor Chappell underarm. Although that wasn't so much a lack of appeal, or he was almost appealing to his own captain. Don't do it, he said. When the underarm, did it have to happen? Because it just created furor that's fueled a rivalry for 45 years plus.
You should say thank you.
A little bit of willow on this from Musa. And he will bring up his 50 with another boundary. It's been a really, really smart innings from a player that we've got to know pretty well here in Europe. It's a mixture of power, panache, and good old hard work that results in the 50 for Musa Ahmed. He brings up the milestone in 33 balls.
Also brings up the 100 partnership between these two. 15 for 1, remember when Zayn Nakbi fell, but they've built solidly since then.
Yeah, once again, intelligent cricket. Once you get that one boundary in the over, if you can keep accumulating, you definitely stay in control of the rate with a minimum of risk. Chetty also has brought up his 50. Scored at 150 strike rate. And Khalid Zahid has come on to try and break this partnership. Chetty marginally outscoring Musa Ahmed in the partnership, but both carrying the load. This is up in the air, fielder back to the wall, going, gone. Maximal. Chetty continues to impress. Likes the look of Khalid Zahid. Bowls a length delivery, but it was full enough to get on the front foot and smashes it over long on for 6.
Ominous now for the fielding side. Don't really know who to turn to do City, or do United, in fact, with City well on top here. Again, racing to the boundary. Should be cut off as wide, so it's all gone a bit wrong here for Khalid Zahid. It's a question whether they have to turn back to their opening bowlers. Anurit Singh and Ankit Rajput both have an over left. I suppose Singh in particular was also struggling with his lines against the left-hand, right-hand combination, but everyone else who's bowled has gone at over 10s. Khalid Zahid threatening to go even bigger here. 18 runs coming off this over so far.
Well, it might go magical here.
15 runs.
They do get 2. They're happy with 1. So 13 overs down, 129 for one.
The extras have just been a bit of a killer here as well. It's only been 7, but 7 in 13 overs is not great. And actually, we haven't really spoken about extras at all in this series, this competition so far, because the bowling has been relatively tight. So if you suddenly have an innings that goes for a couple of wides because of that left-hand and right-hand combination, it's kind of noteworthy. And it's helped Stockholm City here to really boost their way up to a monumental partnership.
Wouldn't believe it's the same ground as 48 hours ago when we were here in thunder and lightning and heavy cloud. This is more what you expect in the Swedish summer, especially with midsummer coming up this weekend. Sun comes up at about 3 in the morning, goes down after 10 p.m. But even in those 5 hours of the sun being away, it's not that far away. It's still bright in the sky. So yeah, tonight will be probably the first. You'll notice it, Tina, tonight. It'll be the first night where even with the lack of cloud cover, 10, 11, midnight, it'll be kind of an eerie glow.
Yeah.
Luminescence that remains.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to make our way into Stockholm on Friday night. It's not too often you get to celebrate midsummer in Sweden.
That's another 4. These two are running away with the game right now. They've got the rate required under 8. Shetty has stepped up and he'll help himself to another 4 runs. And really, no matter what, Stockholm United seem to throw at City. These two seem to have the answer. It's a quicker one from Gunatilaka, taking a leaf out of Musa Ahmed's book, who bowled that kind of round the wicket jumper, you might call it, trying to bowl on the length, more or less seam up. Maybe cross seam, but kind of more of a faster bowler kind of grip. But really, United look a bit punch drunk in the field at the moment. Once again, not the greatest bit of work from Anareet Singh, who steps over the ball and allows a second. Attempted paddle shot. Fine leg is in place there. It'll just be a single. So look, still early to call this game, but I'm fascinated by the table. If Stockholm City go on and do chase this down, they'll be pretty clear at the top of the table. 1 game clear at least. They'll be the only undefeated team in the series, ahead of Västerås United and Uppsala Tigers, who both have 2 wins. And then you've got 4th and 5th being the teams on 1 win, the Phoenix and Stockholm United. And right at the bottom, you've got the Mavericks, who are the only team that don't have a win. So, look, tomorrow will be a huge match, particularly for the Mavericks and Stockholm United and Phoenix, depending on the final result of this game, of course. But remembering you can only really make up 1 game a day, playing 1 game a day. You don't want to be. Well, tomorrow is the second last day of qualifying matches, and nobody wants to go into the last day out of the 4.
No.
Because then you have to kind of win and probably hope other results go your way. So, huge day of action coming up tomorrow.
Tomorrow is definitely do or die for Malmö Mavericks. They need to win to give themselves any hope of getting through. But I do have a feeling that there's going to be some kind of game where everything is on the line to sneak into that 4th spot. It's hard to call for now.
These two have batted so well, though, haven't they? Go back look at the missed opportunity of Shetty. He was dropped by the keeper. And then there was a tougher one, I think, for Gunatilaka, right on the fence. Got a fingertip on it. Shikati tries his luck from the grassy knoll end, but he's fresh out of luck as Shetty gets down on 1 knee and sweeps him well behind square. In fact, it has got all the way. That's an excellent bit of ball striking from Shetty. Maximo takes him up to 75. And look, I know I'm the king of the jinx, but I would say the way he's going, if he does get the bulk of the strike, maybe he could be the history maker and bring up the 1st century in Nordic Smash T20 history.
He's certainly been good value for it so far. And this one, add it to the highlight reel, gets nice and low, able to get the elevation on it, and pretty statuesque from the Stockholm United fielders at the moment.
Oh, he's bowled him, and the jinx is complete. You can't mention the C word. It is City that lose Shetty. Jakarta sneaks in one that's slightly quicker and catches him unawares. So, well, you can thank me for that one, Stockholm United. Looked like getting a wicket for a while. Backs away, kind of brings about his own demise there. Trying to make room. In the end, he ends up playing this quite a long way away from his eye line. Over goes the castle, but Shetty has put his team in a really good position. He won't be there to see them home. He'll have to watch the rest from the sidelines. He goes for a well-made 75, and it's 144 for 2. Breaks that partnership, which ended up being worth 129 runs.
Maybe a bit too early to call it a game-winning knock and a game-winning partnership, but he's got his side in a position where they need just over a run a ball. And don't forget Musa Ahmed, he's still out there in the middle as well. He's now joined by the skipper. So it's the Dutch connection as Teja Nidamanuru comes in at number 4 for Stockholm City. And well, these two batted excellently yesterday when they got the chance to get out there in the middle together. Again, it was just calm and composed. Both of these have got pretty level heads. And at the moment, all they need to do is knock it around and force Stockholm United into doing something silly.
Am I not the world champion of jinxes?
If
time I've mentioned the 100 this week, the wickets come not too long after. That time it was about 7 seconds.
I'm surprised you haven't started celebrating them, to be honest.
Yeah, you're right about Teja batting well with the Ahmed boys. I think one of Sharizi was batting with yesterday and put together a good game. Musa was having a rest in that one, but right now no time to rest. And you couldn't really pick a better man for this role to come in and just kind of avoid a slide. That with maturity, I mean, the run rate required isn't particularly onerous. It's under 7 and over. Teja's a very experienced player, very skillful player, and he's a steady head at the crease. Moose is up and running though. Once again, good understanding between these two. They get one, and now they'll come back for 2. They're the little things, I think, that... Now, if you look at Stockholm United and their innings, I think they left a few runs out there. Weren't necessarily looking to squeeze every run between the wickets. I know maybe it's their approach. I know that they consider themselves more a big-hitting, boundary-hitting team with some of their stars, but if boundaries aren't coming, it's pretty handy if you can pick up those extra runs and push for them when they're on offer. Put the pressure back on the fielding side. Last ball for Jakarta ends up in the naughty 40s here. Nidamanuru hits it and hits it very well. Thought about running, then thought again because he nailed the gap. Power and placement from the Dutchman. And it brings up the 150 as well for Stockholm City. Sitting pretty in the city at the moment, 152 for 2 after 15 overs. That equation now heavily in favour of City. 31 required off the last 30 balls.
Musa Ahmed has looked imperious. He's got in with the shout for player of the match. 1 for 25 were his figures. Well, I suppose he shared round the wickets, or they did in the first innings. Taka was the only one actually to pick up 2. Musa Ahmed seeing his side home at the moment, and it will be Gunnar Talika, I suppose, might have been one to also have a shout of the player of the match, having scored 68 off 37. It looks like it will be in a losing cause unless he's able to pull an iron out the fire here.
I love the very definite step there from Teja to go, you know what, I'm not running. He almost stopped after one step quite violently. Wow, that's a really good reverse. Reverse has been the order of the day, hasn't it, for those who could play it? And this was a beautifully executed one from the left-handed Musa Ahmed, who switches things up. It's a right-handed sweep. Makes good contact over the top of the infield. That'll take City 4 closer. Again, just like Kesrick was saying earlier, it made position early, was balanced. The Yeah, and I also mentioned earlier, I never really learnt to play that shot. I don't think I was allowed to play that shot in my era, but I can understand that there'd be a temptation to switch late because you're trying to fool the bowler. But it's one of those ones where even if you then switch the bowler, if he's going to bowl it, that doesn't necessarily have an obvious plan. I suppose maybe then he's trying to take it outside your new off stump to make it harder to sweep. Definitely go straighter.
I'm very jealous of those who can play it. I can't play it either because it looks, when you get it right, it looks so effortless.
Oh, yeah. Because your hands, you're basically wafferizing your grip. You're basically then batting with your hands the other way around. So for everyone that says that Waffer is a nutcase, I'm not saying he isn't. Everyone's doing it, aren't they? Sometimes. Hold on. Something just blew my mind.
Go on.
You know what I'm going to say? When Waffer plays a reverse sweep, not that I've ever seen him play one, is he batting with his hands the orthodox way on the bat? He is.
Yeah, so he's playing.
So when
it's a sweep.
Or
it's an upside down sweep.
Or is he double? Is he twisting his hands twice and tying his arms in a knot? Wow, that's pretty well hit. Although the fielder is skirting around the boundaries, put it down. Zabi Zahid gets the opportunity. Teja, well, a shot that probably wasn't required, but he had the boundary in his sights. To be honest, he hit it pretty well, but didn't get the elevation to get it over. The outfielder hit it down his throat.
I'll tell you what, that would have been a 6 earlier today with the wind, but it's just calm now, and it should have calmly been taken, really. Another life for Stockholm City.
Yeah, another missed opportunity in the end, and they're going to pay straight away as Musa manoeuvres one to the boundary. End of the over, 16 overs down, 164 for 2. Right now, the writing's on the wall, and I think it's in font big enough for both teams to see it. Just 19 runs, pardon me, required off the last 4 overs.
Seems like a matter of time now that Stockholm City win the Stockholm Skirmish, the first edition of the Stockholm Skirmish.
SS1. Stockholm Skirmish. And for Gunatilaka, he's bowled out and joins his captain in the naughty 40s, finishing none for 42. Certainly not the result he would have wanted. I think you got to give Stockholm City credit. It's a well-managed chase in the end, yes. They've given opportunities, but I suppose they've made the fielding side pay for those misses. Anarit Singh, nice roll of the dice, really. Manuru might have hold out this time. And would you believe it, once again, straight through the fingers of the fielder out there. That's Khalid Zahid. And it's gone all the way for a Maximo. Let's see how much he gets on this, if anything. All the way out there. I mean, yeah, it's hard to see if he got the fingertip on it or not. Again, maybe slightly misjudged. He wasn't set on the boundary, put it that way. He was still wheeling back. 6 runs to the total. More work for Khalid Zahid out there. Next ball, but he is able to field it and keep it to 1.
He's got the ball magnet at the moment and not one he would like. That's 6. Again, it's one of those ones where the easiest thing to say is, had he been on the rope, he would have taken it, but he was kind of lurking about 5-10 meters in.
The thing is, yes, you're taught to walk in a little bit, and there's different philosophies on that these days. But I think sometimes when the ball's not hit absolutely out of the middle, outfielders have this instinct to take a couple of quick steps in to get the jump on a ball that might fall short. But what happens when it is hit better than they think? And again, depending on the field dimensions, sometimes they have to then reverse that momentum. And so by the time the balls arrive, they're not actually set. You actually want to have your feet set a shoulder width apart or even a little bit more and give yourself a real stable, non-head movie body position at the time that the ball arrives. And when you are still moving, it just makes it less likely that you're going to judge it correctly.
It's one of those that's very much confirmation bias as well, because you never hear commentators, when a catch is taken, if they run in, they never say, oh, you know, had he been on the rope, he wouldn't have caught that one.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good point. But so I suppose the thing is, it's recognizing which mishits are genuine mishits and which aren't.
Yeah.
I think sometimes you like to fool yourself that it's not hit that as well as it is because you don't want it to be hit that well as a fielder. But there's all sorts of other things that play into it as well. So, and the wind, it's an obvious one, but it's a really important one. You need to know kind of which way the wind's going and how strong it is. And basically make a little account with your body position so that the wind's blowing the ball to you, not away from you. 30 partnership up.
Love to see it.
Thinking of 2 here, but right now, probably no need to push the envelope. That'll be the end of the 17th over. Musa continues to impress, moves to 68 and retains the strike. Stockholm City, 175 for 2. 3 overs left. And almost there. With 8 runs required for victory. Who knows, Tina? This might be the last over of the day.
Could be.
And just getting confirmation this will be the last over from my sources, who are very confident in their ability to score 8 runs and over. But let's see.
Well, Tasia, having not really risked too much, is also going at almost 200s. 2 Dutchmen looking to get their side over the line. The Dutch women have fallen significantly short in their game against India.
Well, Musa tries to lift this one over the top, and he gets it quite fine. Does plug and kind of stop on a sixpence, doesn't it? But they will get back for 2. Yeah, the 2 flying Dutchmen out there in the middle. How close did the Netherlands women get then in the Indian match?
Not as close as they would have liked. It was always going to be an uphill battle, chasing 200 plus, something that none of the teams here have had to do just yet. India got 209 and the Dutch were all out for 114.
Okay, made the 3 figures. Tries the bouncer here. It will be called wide. Too short and sailing over the head. Yeah, so plans tonight. Obviously, big night of football coming up in the World Cup. You mentioned it's a smorgasbord of World Cup action in England as well in the Women's World Cup T20.
Yeah, I think watching all of that, multi-screening it. Portugal have already taken the lead against
It'll be like
Congo.
NASA in your room tonight. You'll have
Control
all the
room,
TV.
yeah. Yeah, Portugal leading against Dr. Congo, DR Congo.
Musa hits it back and a bit of a tangle on strikes end. Didn't they call it Soccer Saturday, that program in the UK?
Where they have
Do we
all
need
the-
our version of that when we say, look, we're getting to the end of the day, here's the 7 sports events we're going, and you or I will have to go, we're going to move over to Leeds, where there's been a wicket in the Women's World Cup. Yes, thanks, Tina.
I would happily stream that for free. We can stay on air and just have all the games on. Just
as long
talk
as you
about
only
it.
want to follow the sports we want to follow.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, throw us your suggestions. And maybe we need to open the tip jar to do that. The Geneva Convention doesn't allow us to work any more hours, I think, after the close of play here, though, at the moment. Now, Rajput doing his best to keep the game alive. Just 4 runs required for victory. It's not going to help if he keeps leaking wides. It's the 3rd one of the over. Over feels like it's been going for a while. Right. Well, let's hope they score off this one. So, flicked away, and that will bring day 3 to a close. It's Tajan Indamanuru to finish things off. Lovely clip off the pads to the boundary, and City, well, top of the pops. They win the first ever Stockholm skirmish, winning by 8 wickets with 13 balls to spare. Captain finishing things off, and they remain the only undefeated team in this competition. Sensational batting from their top order. Okay, they did lose Naqvi for 7, but a big partnership between Musa Ahmed and Samar Shetty. Partnership worth 129 set up the win, and then TJ, although he did give a life, had a cool head towards the end, and really they canter home, don't they? Over 2 overs to spare. Musa Ahmed listed as the player of the match. Let's not forget his bowling as well. Chipped in with a wicket. His bowling has become more and more effective, though it is his batting he's known for. 71 not out of 47 balls with 8 fours and a Maximo. And it wasn't just the power from Musa, was it? It was the kind of the poise, the temperament, the way that he was able to pick up a lot of no-risk and low-risk runs in the innings that was a feature of his batting.
If we had his wagon wheel, it would be 360. He does the scoops, he does the ramps, but equally he was so powerful down the ground. I remember that early drive and that lofted, checked shot for 4 as well. And Stockholm City, I'm really fancying them to go deep in this competition. They've brushed aside their city neighbours, winning this one by 8 wickets. And as you said, Vinny, only side unbeaten. Stockholm United, though, I think they'll feel a little disappointed that they didn't get 20, 30 more runs on the board, given that they had that strong start with Danushka Gunatilaka top scoring with 68, and that partnership with Sarul Kanwar looked like it was going to be a big, big score, but they just fell away towards the end, and Stockholm City ultimately were quite untroubled, and it was thanks to that Dutch connection, Teja and Ahmed, that got them over the line, but Samath Shetty as well, a man with international quality himself, finishing 75 off 45. So City, they march on. United, they'll want to come back stronger with those 3 games coming up tomorrow. And I suppose that's the beauty of this tournament. Every team has a tomorrow and another opportunity to get points on the board. And it will be especially important for Malmo Mavericks, who are playing the final game of tomorrow, as that just pops up on your screen as if by magic. That final game against Stockholm United, they'll pretty much know by the time that game comes up that they'll need to win and what their fate is if they don't, which is probably being bottom of the table. But before that, we have the Phoenix in the morning against the rampant Stockholm City, and then the lunchtime game is Västerås United against Uppsala Tigers. So another feast coming your way, and hopefully the sun will continue shining down on us here in Stockholm. I'm looking forward to that, Vinny. I'm sure you are as well.
I absolutely am. And let's not forget, for Stockholm United, they drop out of the 4 after that loss as well. So for a team that started with a win, they now find themselves 5th on net run rate. You essentially have a team at the top that's winless, a team at the bottom without a win, and then you've got 2 teams with 2 wins, 2 teams with 1 win. So still, throw a blanket over the table, especially in the middle of the table. It's going to be very competitive over the next couple of days for qualification. And let's be honest, when we get to the weekend, if the weather's good, all teams are on even footing as well with the semi-final format. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone here at the ground, all the organisers, again, all of the supporters as well, to Stride, to 19 Yards, to desibox.co, of course to Stumpy as well, to everyone that's looking after us, the umpires, the scorers, and all the officials, and all the supporters here, and all the players. Hopefully you're enjoying the show that we are putting on. Mentioning that the start time tomorrow, once again, is 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Don't forget, if you're watching on our YouTube channel, to like this video and subscribe to the Nordic Smash T20 channel for more action. We're halfway there, and we've got more than a prayer, with plenty of blue skies and balls flying into the Swedish skyline. We'll call it for the night. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Tina Golf. Stay happy, stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow live from Sweden for more Nordic Smash T20. Good night.